Hey folks, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Oh, look at all the bits drop. Whee! There they go. Hey folks, how is it? Nice to see ya. Let's see if I can't get the, oh, no, I don't need to have chat up on the side. I think that's kind of visually messy, if I can avoid it. Have a good stream. I hope it's a good stream. Today is a very simple shot. This is all it is. And, this is all it's gonna look like. It's just gonna be this. So yeah, this one, I might be able to finish this today actually, because this is extremely simple. So I set up this document last night. The light is purely rough. It's just to give me a sense of timing. And it's going to conform to their bodies. I will be, in fact, probably the most that I really have to do is animate the light. Because cats themselves are deliberately not going to move very much. Like, I actually don't want them to move very much. This is less than a second shot. So the more they move, the worse it's going to be. In this case. Because your brain's not even going to have time to register anything other than face, light. Anything else is going to be too much. Much too much. So, I have to shuffle all these papers out of the way. Too much paper all around me. There's too much. It's too much. There's way too much. Damn it. Where's my things I gotta do page? Ah, that's over here. Just stack this away. Alright. Let's get my little notepad here. There we go. So I know what I have to do. Pretty easy. I do have to load in the TPLs, though. That is one thing I need to do. So let's see, open library. So I have my reference images. Let's go to handout. Pack 2. Model packs. Actually, do I have this in a clean up resources? Hello. Yes. Select that. Already part of cleanup resources. Ah, hello. Okay. That's cool. So... Nope. That's annoying. Alright. Why am I having issues? Why aren't you working? Why is model view not working? No. No model located. Lies. Does this work? Yes. Okay, that worked. Notes. Alright, I see what the problem is. Already part of cleanup resources. God damn you. Come on. Close library. There. Come on. There we go. So that's Ivy's. Previous model. Import model. Next model. ID. Hello. Can I do this? Damn it. Next model. Import model. Clear model. Not what I meant to do. Nope. Clear everything. Okay. See if that loads. I'm doing all right. Trying to load in some models to make life easier, but apparently the models don't want to load. So they just decided to stop working. Model view, why? All right. Well, Freckle works. Okay. How do I shift between different models? That's my next question. I'm going to do myself a favor and make a new display. Not a bigger. Combine. I want a generic. I gotta draw a note real quick. what I want. I see. Okay. Then this one. Load it in like that. Just being fussy. It's being really fucking fussy, so I had to do it like this. Why is Rocky not loading? Rocky! Show the fuck up! Where are you? Damn it. Is he just not... What the heck's going on? Does he not have anything in there? Yeah, something's up. That's not right. Let's close that. Open library. There. Select this. Now it should load. Oh, no it doesn't. Who the hell's calling? Hello? This is Lisa calling you from Chase Bank. I don't have a Chase Bank account, so... It's like every time I get a call, it's a scam nowadays. I was even getting, like, text message scams. I'm like, what the hell? See, trying to... Alright, folks. If anybody's on the Lackadaisy Discord, I just saved a link to my Spotify so you guys can listen along to that if you want. I've just put on some hot jazz. I was like, I want some hot jazz. Older jazz. Ugh. This is being so annoying. Open library. Okay, so if that doesn't work, then does that work? Please import. Yay, it worked. Okay. Okay. Now uh-oh. Previous model, next model. Damn it. Oh, whatever. Fuck it. Good enough. Good enough. That's fine. This is fine. Fine. Whatever. Fine. When you just are like, I'll just work with what I have. This is not overthink it. Fine. The world's not letting me think too hard about it. Okay. Render that out, see how that looks. Group that. What the fuck? No. Don't group like that. That's stupid. That pig. Actually, let's not add the peg. Let's not do that. Why are you locked into this? Ugh, whatever. That's incredibly annoying. It's probably doing that because of some organizational thing over here, so let's see. Alright. How'd it fuck up? Why do you have... Oh, it's because you're a group. Well, let's make my life easier. There. You guys are now part of the same thing. Eye rough. Light. Tracking. Boop. Let's make a render preview node. Render. Maybe not that. Render, pre-render cache, shape render basic. What's this? Oh, no, I don't want that. Output, display crop, scale, OpenGL, visibility. Here we go. Does not need to be there. So then if we do this, yeah, cool. Uh-oh, what's that? Are those actors? Yeah, that's those are the actors. Where are my actors? I don't need that. Let's see. Visibility. Nope. For transparency. Make sure this shows in OpenGL. Hello. Get rid of the light. Oops. Okay. This looks disgusting. How can I improve this? eye rough. I'm gonna take this and make this a different color. Apply that forward. Here's my default palettes. Ugh. Sorry, I'm all acting very grumbly. I'm actually fine. I probably sound like I'm like, I hate everything, but this is just how I talk. What I'm thinking. I thank you for the follow, What the Art. A masterpiece. This is Toon Boom, guys. This is Harmony 20 specifically. It's also called Harmony. I don't know why it has two names. Probably because it was first called Toon Boom, and then the full package is called Harmony, but Toon Boom is also called Harmony. But Storyboard Pro is not called Toon Boom. It's a bit awkward. Yes, Ferb. Is that hard eyes, Rocky? What the? What? That's something you can do? That's a good use of channel points, I'd say. Yeah. I think you could do that with... How do you apply channel points? How do... Can I do it? How do I do it? I want to do it now. I want to get enough... I would like to get, escalate enough through the ranks of Twitch to add more emotes, because I have a lot more emojis that I can add. Let's see. What's my ability to... Activity, followers list, no. Content, collections, video producer, oh, affiliate. Maybe I can add another emoji. Let's see. Am I able to add another emoji yet? Yes, I can hear you! Bird want attention. Okay, so I have tier 3 awards. Customize your rewards for your biggest cheers. Upload unique emotes starting at 1K and higher. Bit tier emotes. Ooh. Cool, I can do that now, huh? Okay, I'm gonna do that. Let's see if I can't. Let's see. The emoji pack. Twitch. Now they do auto resizing too. Nice. Haha. Let's see if this works. Yeah. Cool. Cool, I don't have to wait for Twitch to approve them anymore, too. There we go. Just add a bunch. Sweet, this is way more convenient than it used to be. There we go. Do this one too. There. Now we got a bunch. Now we have bit tier emotes. Sweet. Yeah. So, it says get one viewer to cheer 10k bits. Reward is 25k bits tier emote. Oh, interesting. Yeah. See if that's enabled. I don't know if it is yet, but... I need to get 35 subscriber points also to get, like, another emote slot. Alright. Ah! I like the new PogChamp, I have to say. I'm down for the lizard. It's got a good face. Komodo dragon is perfect. Yeah, it does make them look like they're post-it note sketches, you're right. It's because the light comes up, so they go. Goes like that. So what I'm doing right now, by the way, I mean, this is like quick and dirty. This is like I'm just roughing out the acting. I'm just like, okay, how do I roughly want it to look like before I go in and start refining this? Because if I can do like an ugly version first, that's just basically what I want, but ugly, then it's going to be a lot easier to make a pretty version. And yes, it does look like garbage. This light coming up is trash. Like the way it's blocked out there it's all really trashy looking. But I promise you, it won't look that awful, because what I'm going to do, well, actually what I can do to make this look a little bit better. Okay, I think I have a trick that I can do for this. So, problem, as I see it, is that the wheel needs to be separated. The wheel and the hood need to be their own thing. Yeah. These need to be their own thing. MG hood wheel. Hood wheel. Okay. Okay, so now... Oh, hello. That's interesting looking. Oh boy. Okay. Why? Why? Why this one big thick and this one not? Why one big thick? Is there a reason? Whatever. So now what I'm gonna do is hood wheel. And take this and stick it over here. Yeah! That'll look slightly better. At least less distracting. Still kind of garbage, but in a fun way now. Better garbage. Yeah. This layer is called the actor's layer. This is actually just pulled directly from the board. And they're just stuck in there for reference purposes. I can draw over them. Hey, Spoopy. I have to go to the bathroom real quick. If you guys can give me a second. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, okay? Let me save this. And I'll just loop this for you guys. Oh, I gotta go pee. Be right back. What else I got? Let me let stick. Let stick. Hey, Bubba. Baby. Is that baby dog? It is a baby. She is a baby. Baby. She a baby. This good dog. Whoa. Oh. Do you not like the howly wind, little doggo? Not a fan. Ooh, it howls so hard. Glad the girls have a windbreak. Okay. Hey, folks. Anybody in the South right now watching? You dealing with that snowstorm? That shit's crazy. That's the kind of thing. It's tough even where I'm from, and we have the extras. You know, we have the infrastructure for dealing with it up in New Hampshire. But y'all down there don't got shit. Where's the... Do you even have snow shovels? You don't have anything to scrape your car off with? You don't have an ice chopper? None of you got ice choppers in your garage. You always gotta have an ice chopper in New Hampshire. Who has shit? I suspect the Midwest has some stuff, because you get some gnarly winters too, but I have concerns for Texas and the rest. Sweden, I'm sure you have ice choppers. Missouri, you can handle some snow at least, but it's pretty damn cold. Tracy was telling me so. Tracy ain't in right now. She hasn't hopped in yet. No one has an ice chopper. You don't got ice choppers in Missouri? That surprises me, honestly. I'm sure North Missouri might have something. No ice chopper, really? Huh? No big blade on a end of a stick that you just smash into the ground repeatedly to break up the ice off your driveway? It's a big fucking pole. You don't got ice choppers. Let me find you an ice chopper. You see what I mean. They're fun. You could kill a man with one. They look like this. It's kind of like a teeny shovel almost, but it's not a shovel. Because here's a shovel and there's an ice chopper. Big ass blade. And you just go, you know, just smash it into the ground real hard. Like, that's what I had to do every winter. Mom be like, go out, shovel the driveway. And we would have to like shovel it, and then you have to chop up the ice. Especially down at the end of the driveway, because it's pretty hilly in New Hampshire. So the water would flow down and melt along the way, leaving the entire driveway just like covered in ice, especially the bottom. Had to take the ice chopper and just smash it to pieces. That was kind of fun. I liked using the ice chopper because it's like, you just imagine, he's like, I'm killing a guy. Hi, Tracy. I was telling the folks about ice choppers. They didn't know what ice choppers were. You're muted right now.
Oops, I was saying
Yeah.
yes, that is something you need in New England.
Yes. Yeah, no. I was saying how, like... Yeah, ice choppers. You could kill a guy with them.
You could.
You really could.
But,
Dangerous implements in the garage. There's a lot of them when you have to deal with winter.
Yeah, it's not the first one I would reach for, but...
That might be the one I reach for. Like you can behead a guy at the end of a stick.
I guess.
It's
Swing it
New
that
England
hard?
equivalent
I mean,
of a
you could-
glaive.
You have to like be spinning. You have to get spinning like real
No,
fast.
no. You lance it like you're playing pool and you just go
okay. You're gonna
right at
lance
the throat.
it. Okay, you're gonna throw
Yeah.
it like a spear and then just.
Nah.
Right off.
It's
Okay.
gonna like you gotta joust with it. That's the thing. Joust with it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Then you could take out a bastard. Good for slicing up ice. Good for taking out bastards. A nice
Yes,
chopper.
Good for. It's especially good for fighting ice golems.
Yes. Are you currently fighting ice? What kind of ice are you fighting? There's a few kinds. Ice
There
chopper.
is no ice because it's so fucking cold here. Like, well, there is ice. It's just that like the snow is.
It was
like,
an awkward
like, it
political
doesn't
joke.
melt. No. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
It's like nothing's melting because.
Yeah. That actually
Too
might be
cold.
good because I can't imagine your streets dealing with black ice would be
No,
very bad.
Yeah, they don't really. They've probably burned through their budget for plowing and icing and de-icing things already here. We've gotten a little more snow than usual, but it's not so much the snow that's bothering everyone. It's just like the extreme cold that came with it, which is pretty unusual. But
Mm-hmm.
and half of Missouri is having rolling blackouts, just like Texas.
Woof.
I'm fortunate that I am not on that half of Missouri.
Ugh.
The Kansas City side is having a hard time.
That's the south, right?
The Kansas City side is the west side.
Oh, west. Right, because it's by Kansas. I gotta think of my
Right.
geography.
Yeah. I'm on the.
I'm an
east side
animator, not a
here.
geographist. Stop making me think of
Practically,
things.
like a skip and a hop, like
Mm.
from Illinois on this side.
I see. Ice pick, yes, ice picks are a thing too. But yeah, they didn't know ice choppers. I imagine folks in Texas don't have anything for sweeping up the snow and ice off their cars. You gotta have like a
No.
scraper, and a squeegee, and a brush in your car at all
They're-
times in New England.
Very ill-equipped for this. Like
No.
northern Texas probably gets a little bit of snow sometimes, but
Yeah, nothing like
this
this.
is it's not really the snow though. Again, it's like
The
it's
cold.
the cold.
Yeah.
Texas broke off into its own electrical grid because Texas.
Oops.
They wanted their own grid.
Oops.
I want to be associated with the rest of us Americans because Texas thinks of itself as it's the Lone Star state, so whatever. But their
Oops.
electrical grid was shit, so it couldn't handle this.
I
and-
can't imagine that the situation is gonna improve. Like, it's not like there's not gonna be more freak winter storms either, because it's just like
Oh
climate
no,
change
this is
just
gonna
means
this
this
is
is gonna
gonna
happen.
keep getting worse. Like
Yeah.
we've had these polar vortexes before,
Yeah.
vortices, I don't know, and but they've only ever lasted like 2 or 3 days at a time, and they were not this severe, and they did not plunge all the way down to Mexico. This is crazy. And it's just it just won't let up. The cold is just lingering in there. I think it's until the weekend.
Yeah,
It's
welcome
gonna
to
be-
climate change.
Yeah. I
It's
would
not gonna
take,
get better, so you better get better at organizing, basically.
I would take the sweltering July heat and humidity over this.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous. Like, not having running water in the pipes and shit. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, I've been leaving my water dripping because frozen pipes would be that's also part of the
Yes.
problem.
Oh, yeah,
is,
that's
like,
the
as
other
soon
thing.
as-
They don't know that
Yeah.
pipes freeze and what that's gonna do.
Yeah.
And so you
yeah,
have
well,
to
it's,
let the
it's
water
not
run.
just that. It's
Yeah.
like they don't have the budget for like they don't even have probably don't even have plows, like professional plowing companies and things like.
No.
They don't have guys with drive around with plows permanently affixed to their trucks like you see up
No,
north.
Mr. Plow.
And so they don't have the budget to deal with that, and they don't have the houses are not even built with the kind of insulation that you get in so you build a house in Minneapolis or something, it's gonna have fucking crazy insulation because it's built for cold weather because they get winter is usually in the tens and teens. And
I just had some
with
beef
wind chills
jerky
and-
delivered to me. Clint just walked
Yeah.
up and threw beef jerky at me.
Nice.
Anyway, keep
So
going.
it's even the architecture is not designed in Texas to deal with this. So, yeah, and so I don't mean I don't want to imply that they're babies or something because they can't deal with it.
No. No, first
It's
of all,
because they just aren't. It's just not equipped. It just
No.
is like took them by surprise, and yeah, I don't think they deserve to be made fun of because it's
no,
just,
no, average dude down there don't deserve this shit. That's for
Yeah.
sure. This is
So-
upon the folks who organize things to figure out.
yeah.
I gotta figure this out because, again, like I said, it's not gonna get better. The only thing you can do is prevent it from getting worse, but it's not gonna get better. So.
No, and I don't know that we can even prevent it from getting worse at this point. Like, it seems like beyond us to even... Like, we can't even pull together and all wear fucking masks when there's a plague. Like, how are we gonna, like, convince, like, there's a huge segment of the population that doesn't even believe climate change is real. And...
Well, it's less about convincing those guys and more about making
They're sitting in the dark in 7-degree
yeah.
weather right now with frozen pipes because as soon as your heat goes out and it's that cold, your pipes are gonna freeze. So you don't have no water either. And your pipes may explode and destroy your house.
Yeah.
Like, destroy everything. So, but yeah.
Did you know about how long the cold's gonna last?
I don't know about Texas. Here, it's until the weekend, until
Oof.
we get even one daytime that's above freezing.
Oof.
But yeah, it's bad.
Ugh. Not fun. I very much sympathize as both like someone from a cold environment, but also California was dealing with like the opposite end of this, where things were
Yeah, I
so
know
hot
you.
that was deadly. And then we
Yeah.
had rolling blackouts, and the fires made it impossible to go outside without like just
Yeah.
feeling awful. And it's like,
Every-
go outside,
everybody-
breathing cancer. So
Yeah. I don't know that there's like any part of the country that's safe from this kind of shit.
yeah, it's all
Like-
touched by it. So
One way or the other.
it's just kind of a matter of like who is thinking ahead and managing what they got to deal with versus not. Is really the concern. You can't escape it. It's global.
Yep.
Like, where are you gonna go? So you gotta figure it out. You gotta do the old adaptation best you can. Which isn't to say don't do anything about, like, the core cause, but, I mean, frankly, we're gonna have to deal with the impact regardless. So, anyway, climate change is real.
Okay.
Take it seriously, guys, and that really should be a
Right.
high priority for y'all.
Get yourself an ice chopper.
Get an ice chopper.
Yeah. It'll
Lo-
come in handy when the zombie apocalypse
Yeah.
happens as well, so.
Think of it as a mini guillotine.
Yeah, it's a handheld guillotine. Portable. For the revolutionary on the go. Am I audible, by the way? Hello, everyone.
Yeah, you're audible. I can see you.
Cool.
They shouted when you came in. They're like, Tracy!
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Why don't we just heat the water in the pipes?
Wow. Usually your water heater is doing that, but
Yeah, it doesn't come to your house already heated. There's a heater in your house. So
right, it comes in from a main line and it comes into your house, and if your house is frigid and not like, that's why if you go on vacation or something somewhere, they recommend you leave, and you live in a place that has like winter, that you leave your heat on at least to like 53 degrees or something like that to prevent like the pipes freezing, because any lower than that you risk like in parts of your house, like especially if you have a basement, like it's gonna get colder than the main part of the house, and it'll just freeze up. And I guess you could like hold a candle down, that go down there and like hold a candle up to the pipe and hope that you could unfreeze. Like if you've got like ice,
just
through the
breathe
whole
on
pipe,
it.
you're not gonna be able to do anything
No,
about
no, a candle won't do very much at all.
it. No.
You might even run into like some issues with just, I mean, if it's like unevenly, if it's unevenly heated, Ugh. I don't know,
Yeah,
but it's
you would just melt like part of the ice, and then like another cylinder of ice would slide in and just like fill in the space.
I would much rather deal with the kind of conditions that Texas is handling right now in New Hampshire than in Texas. That's for sure.
New Hampshire houses are definitely insulated.
Oh God, yeah. No, they are built for that. Like I've said that winter in Los Angeles is more miserable than winter in New Hampshire, just by virtue of it being colder in your house.
Yeah.
It's like, but I mean, only with regards to that, though. I mean, obviously, there's no snow I have to deal with or ice, so that's nice. I can still drive everywhere. But yeah, no, your house is not as innately warm, so.
Right. You don't have you probably don't have a heating unit that's even built for, like, I think a lot of people have those, like, what is it, like a warm air exchange thing, or like where they just, like, it's like a
you invest in good
basically.
AC more so, yeah.
Because mostly you need AC in Texas, yeah. So, they are really ill-equipped. Like,
yeah.
Probably not a lot of houses with fireplaces, even, or.
I'd be concerned about insulation in general. Honestly, it's like what is in the walls that keeps it insulated?
What's between your exterior and interior walls?
The roof and the walls need insulation, especially the roof, because all your heat escapes through the roof. So if it's not insulated, then however much you heat the house, it's gonna just leave.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another thing. All the snow on the roofs. Those roofs down there are not built for snow.
Yeah, they're not built for
ice.
Holding.
No.
Like, I don't think they got quite as much snow as, like, looking at pictures of Austin and stuff, I think they only got a few inches of snow, but which is still really weird for Austin. But again, it's really the temperature that is the issue there. But yeah, like if you got, like, New England, you'd get probably, if a mild winter, you'd get maybe accumulation of 2 feet.
Oh yeah.
And
that's a mild winter.
More than that, like,
yeah. Oh yeah, that's a nice thing. Like, you have the light powdery snow, which won't stick to the roof as much. If you have the wet, heavy snow, it'd be very bad.
Yeah, the heavy snow, I remember so many different, like, we had a school gymnasium that had, like, a roof collapse on it. We had, like, the grocery store we used to shop at, the roof collapsed one year after, like, we had, like, 2 blizzards, so.
There was, I remember back home, there was, like, a middle school where the roof, it was like an elementary or middle school, I forget, where the roof collapsed because somebody had the bright idea to build a flat roof in New Hampshire.
Yep, that was, like, the problem in the town where I lived. Like, one of the schools had like, they just, like, built the gymnasium off to the side of the building, and it had a flat roof. It was like an extension or something, and yep, it didn't last. Flat roof, bad idea. Where you get, like,
flat roof, bad idea. That's a t-shirt for the area.
If you're a New Englander, I guess.
Yeah.
Or if you're from, like, I don't know, Canada, maybe.
Yeah, flat roof, bad idea. That'll go right along with act vulnerable, grift a bitch. I fucking love that. I like that is the life philosophy of some folk. That's for
sure. T-shirt line for Lackadaisy is gonna make no sense whatsoever. So.
It's gonna be bad advice. The T-shirt line. You want to do that? Like, fuck the rest of the merch ideas. Let's just have bad advice T-shirts. Act vulnerable, grift a bitch. Flat roof, bad idea.
I'm sure there's a way to build a flat roof that's, like, I don't know, structurally sound against having, like,
probably. I mean, because some of those
piled on top of it. But,
they must do something. I just never was up on the roof to observe it, but I imagine they do something, or they just go up there and shovel it.
They definitely do shovel the snow off some of those roofs.
Yeah, that's the fun of living in a place with, like, an extreme climate. There's so much drama. It makes for great stories. All the destruction.
Everybody has stories about, bitter cold up in New England.
When the car won't start.
Yeah.
Having to have the car sit there for a while, you're just like, eh. My mom bitching about it every year.
Yeah, here it was so cold, like, I was brushing my car off and trying to, like, get the windshield wipers so that they could move. And
as Tracy's talking, I'm just staring at this.
Brushed a bunch of snow off of it, and then like you know how the windshield wipers like fold out from the windshield, so I could like clean the windshield off. Like I like unfold one of them, and then I go to unfold the other one, and it just snapped right off. So that's the thing I gotta fix now. It's just like the cold, like the metal, just like fucking snapped on the arm of my windshield wiper.
I'm listening to this jazz, looking at this stupid GIF, and looking at these cats freaking out over the light, talking about ice choppers, and I'm just like, yeah, it's a good day. Look at this shit. Uh-oh, I killed Tracy. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I'm here.
Oh. No, I screen shared so you could see what I was babbling about.
Oh, Oh, I was watching on Twitch already.
Oh, okay. Alright. Do I have winter tires? Well, not in Los Angeles. But yeah, back home you had to. You had to have tires that were for snow. I remember my dad got like... So my dad came into some money, and he got himself a Porsche 911 specifically, so it looked like a fucking James Bond car. Really cool car. Never got a chance to drive that. A little bitter about that bit. Anyway, so he said that the bad thing about getting that car is that there was a very limited amount of time each year in New Hampshire where you could drive around a Porsche 911 and actually enjoy it, because it'd be snowing and shit. It's like, when can you drive the car? A little bit of time during the summer and the fall. Be ideal. Basically. That's not meant for snow. And the roads in New Hampshire are not great for a fast car either. They're like tight and windy and a bit broken because of all the ice just eating up the asphalt, so. What's the name of the song? I think it's called Bend Sound or something. Yeah, I think it might be called Bend Sound. But if you want to listen to what I'm listening to right now, I have my Spotify is being shared on Discord. And I'll give you guys a link also. There you go. Okay, I should probably get to actually drawing. I was just setting up the file mostly before you hopped in.
Oh.
But I have it, like, the light kind of, like, roughly in there just to give myself, like, a feel for timing. I don't need that. Ooh. I also don't need that. I don't need these boards. Call this fuck all rough. Add close. Let's pop this up. Snow chains just work, don't go fast with them. Yeah. That's another thing people did. I don't think my parents ever put chains on their tires, but they had winter tires. You need winter tires. That's one nice thing in California, actually, is that cars last a long time. Like, for as expensive as it is here, cars are inexpensive. Like, you can get a car for, like, under $5,000 that should last you a bit, because the weather here is such that, like, the car is not really gonna get that chewed up. It'll last a while. There's not, like, it's not as hilly. It's fairly flat. The roads are in decent shape. There's not, like, rock salt on everything, and the weather is consistent enough that, like, your car only has to really worry about heat, and cars can handle heat better than they can cold. The worst thing that happened with the heat was that my windshield wiper fluid dried up. Maybe also my battery might have gone bad. Too much heat and certain kinds of batteries don't handle that very well. But that's not as bad as, like, the rest of the car going to crap.
I'm messing with this Picrew, Garfield character maker.
What? Can I see?
That Spike retweeted. Hold on.
What?
Here, I'll link you to Spike's thing because it's funny.
Yeah. I'll go to the Spike thing. Oh my god. You can... Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Alright, let's get the model up. Let's draw a boy. Today we draw a boy. What if I did something funny?
We could make one of these for, like...
Oh my god, could we make a Lackadaisy Picrew?
That would be so cool.
Oh my god, let's do that! That's worth the time! Oh my god, Tracy! Let's make
everything.
a Picrew! Yeah, drop everything, make a Picrew, quick! That, like, legit, I think that would actually add a lot to the project. People just make it, like, make your own Lackasoda Picrew. Are you kidding? That would go great. What do you need to do for that?
I guess just draw all the components and
I'll help out.
I'm gonna ask Jay how he thinks it's done. It's probably just...
Yeah. It can't be that hard. There's so many of them.
Oh, there's like instructional videos like how to make a Picrew image maker. There's tutorials that we could follow.
Okay.
I'd have to like hire somebody to do it. I don't have time for this, but it would be so fun.
Well, what if we just made a list of components that we need? Like, need a sheet. And then we could just, like, slowly fill it in. I'm sure Kaz would do it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Kaz could handle it. No problem. Speaking of Monday, we were going to. That was the thing I think we forgot yesterday. Was the gravestone.
Yeah.
Stuff.
That's so.
I know.
Meetings. Goddamn meetings.
It's such a. Yeah, there were a lot of meetings yesterday. I know the gravestone task is like the least fun thing imaginable. But...
It's not that it's not fun. I just haven't been able to make time for it. It's like, geez.
Yeah.
So I just need to, like, put all the stuff in the Excel sheet, basically, for her.
Oh, Mardi Gras canceled, and
Yeah.
people are just like dressing their houses up like floats instead.
Aw. That's really cute, though.
It is.
God, I want to do Mardi Gras again. Tracy, let's do Mardi Gras. I've been promising Ash for a while that we'd go do Mardi Gras. But she
Yeah,
really
if
wants to go visit New Orleans.
it's back on next year.
Yeah.
Do that.
Dude, let's do that. Mardi Gras next year! Mardi Gras 2022! Let's go! Then you can meet my family and you can go, oh, that explains some things. And I can show you my favorite beignet place. It's not Cafe Du Monde.
Not Cafe Du Monde?
It's
Okay.
not Cafe Du
Everybody
Monde. It's
knows
Morning
Cafe Du
Call.
Monde.
They have better beignets. They have more food also.
A lot of the best stuff is just like these little hole in the wall places you just like wander
Yeah.
into.
I mean, Cafe
Like,
Du
not
Monde,
the-
don't get me
like,
wrong,
even
they
the
do have
tourist-
good stuff.
Like it's
but
one of the it's like the one place you can go where even the tourist food is really good, but
This is
like,
true.
the best stuff is the not tourist
Yeah,
restaurants.
no, that's true. Hey, Newt.
Hey, hey.
How you doing?
Doing all right. Doing all right.
See, you're
Making
like
a,
super quiet to me.
Oh wait, am I super
There we
quiet?
go. There we go. That's a little better. I think you were just maybe far away.
Yeah, I was just leaning away from the mic.
Okay.
But
That's
working
sensitive mic.
on a fancy modern living room for an architectural thing someone needed.
Ooh. What, do they want a VR
it-
chat room or something?
No, it's
Is
just
it-
it's actually a reference for a comic they're
Comic?
making.
Oh, is it Jared or?
No, I am not making anything else for him at the moment. That sounded meaner than I meant. No, not for any bad reason. It's
Yeah.
just I have done the
He
things
just-
that he
Right,
needed.
he has all he needs. I got it. I didn't think it was.
And no, there's someone else though who reached out actually after the Far-Fetched stuff dropped.
Nice.
Yeah.
And they're just like, hey, saw you do
You
Kira's
are-
apartment. Can you?
You are in demand.
I
which is
told you,
good,
buddy.
because you're- Yeah.
I told you. It's like once people realize, it's like, wait, there's a guy I can get in touch with for making 3D stuff for my project, they will come to you.
Fear.
Yeah. Speaking of 3D, when do you think you'll get to the rig of my character?
I'm hoping to be back on that as early as today, but if not
Mhm.
this week, absolutely. As soon as I get this little apartment thing out of the way with for this person.
Okay.
But yeah, I want to finish up that and the Rocky ASAP. They've
Yeah.
been glaring at me, both literally and in my conscience.
Yeah, I didn't want to, like, hassle you about it because I was like, I'm sure he's thinking about it. So I don't want...
I've intentionally left the files open on my computer consistently so that they, so that they bully me into finishing them.
like Rocky would ever bully you. However, I would.
Okay, I raise you. Would you bully Rocky into bullying?
Is that even possible?
Nah, Rocky's.
It's like he
Rocky's
would
too tough.
I
attempt, but like...
don't know. know, promise him your undying love, and he'd probably do anything.
He doesn't need to know. If he knows I like him, then he'll get away with more shit. Can't have that happen. Let nobody know your heart and soul. We'll just take advantage. Oh my god, Newt. Tracy was talking about doing a peak crew for Lackadaisy.
Oh god.
Yeah! That's perfect, though! I think that would be great, because if there's anything that people love, it's like making their own OCs for a world. I think that would be really good if we just come up with like a list of stuff to put on the peak crew.
If we had the resources to like release something like that around the time we release the film or something, it'd be like good promotion. Or
no, I'm talking about I want to just do it for fun, hun. Just give me the sheet.
Okay,
yeah,
all
just,
right.
Yeah,
there's
write it up.
tutorials. I'll have to like watch one of them and figure out like
yeah.
how to. But I mean, I don't know. I'm sure we could find an artist who could make the bits and pieces.
Yeah. It's no worse than what I did for Flight Rising, that's for sure. In fact, like, one of the struggles I had with Flight Rising is that it eventually got kind of boring for me to do the artwork, because it was just, like, a lot of, like, draw a shirt, now draw a shirt on another dragon, now draw a shirt on another dragon, now draw a shirt on another dragon, and eventually that got a bit old.
Yeah, it reminds me a bit of the character creator we made for Fantasy University for a long time ago. It was all just like black and white PNG art and with transparency, and then all the pieces it's just like paper doll it together. So
oh, that's why Discord is so quiet. I had it lowered. I had the volume lowered. I'll say something.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, I can hear you a little
better.
Test. I can hear you a touch better now. That's better. In fact, with the sheet, you could go even as far as, like, having it opened up to the crew and be like, add things to this. Just tell them to, like, add more suggestions. Because they might have some, like, funny ideas.
Do you ever let your cats out to see the snow, Newt?
They are not outdoor cats.
Mine
we don't-
aren't. I wouldn't qualify mine as outdoor cats. They can hang around in my fenced-in backyard supervised, but like while I'm out there putting bird food and stuff out, I let them come outside. But
I would love
open.
to.
I guess you could get leashes. Like leashes is the other option, but the cats sometimes don't really take to those so well. They just like deactivate and fall over as soon as you put like a leash or something on them. But I opened the door today to like go out and start cleaning snow off of things and get bird food out there and everything. And Maya has been like going nuts because she hasn't had her like porch time lately. She likes to be out for like, you know, an hour or so every day. So she goes like darting out there into the snow.
Niff at YouTube says, my cat cried for 10 minutes at the door, so I picked her up and threw her into the snow.
Yeah. she darts out there and then she just pauses and like slinks back over to the door with this like look of betrayal on her face. Like, how could you do this to me?
Like, oh, I made mistakes.
Why did you make it cold, human? Why?
What is this white stuff you put out here?
It's your fault. Why? Meh. Meh. Cry. Nekomata Kohaku says, my cat is both indoor and outdoor. I bring her back in once it gets dark because we get coyotes in the neighborhood that like to eat people's pets as a midnight snack.
Yeah, no.
Beware beware as the sun goes down and as it rises also, because they're still active then.
Crepuscular,
yes.
really. Which is also what cats are, so.
Yes. That's
yeah.
why they're
so
wonderful treats
dawn
for
and,
coyotes.
Dawn and dusk are dangerous as well as nighttime. And daytime is dangerous too, honestly, really, to be perfectly blunt. There's
I mean, there's
and
dogs,
people and dogs get out, and yeah, so there's always a risk involved. And letting little felines outside. Of course, they eat other animals too, which is not good.
Yeah.
So
There's a lot of reasons not to have your cat be outdoor cat. They just
what I want is my backyard to be a big catio. I just need several $1,000s to do it.
We've thought about doing something like that, or one of the ones where the transfer would be through a window.
Yeah.
Sort of as their door, but none of our windows are the kind that you can do that with.
Can you put a cat door in a door that leads out to? That would be my other option.
That's certainly something we could do.
Cat flap, yeah. Like, cat flap out to the catio.
Have one of the little fancy ones maybe that respond to the microchips or whatever.
Right, yeah, you can set them up to do that. have seen reviews that give like mixed results. Like it doesn't always quite work for whatever reason.
Yeah.
So that'd be a little worrisome. But yeah, they have like fancy ones that they detect your cat's microchip, and so they won't let like other animals in or out, just your pet. Theoretically, if it works.
Just every couple hours, someone check, make sure no one's trapped outside.
Yeah.
Like, whatever to make this funnier.
God, I love Freckles' pupils right there.
How what?
I love the little detail of Freckles' pupils right there.
His pupils going voop.
Yeah. I think those should maybe be a bit more slit.
Because they definitely make a sound effect when they do that.
That's how pupils work, right?
If your eyes made noise when that would be pretty freaking weird.
Not sure that cats would be such effective hunters then.
Yeah.
Nor would Mordecai.
They'd be
He says the voop of his eyes.
Yeah.
Would alert everybody. It's like, oh, watch out! Someone's looking to kill you. This is why we worked real hard on that silent eye prototype.
Need a silencer for your eyeballs.
That's why he wears glasses. It's actually a silencer.
Yeah. They wear like special goggles.
Yeah. His eyes are too loud. They're huge. They're way too loud. This is like he's like, why are all my targets they seem to notice before I'm coming. Like, here, wear these. Gives him big ass goggles. I was like, this is ridiculous. It's like, yes, but then no one can hear your stare. Hear my stare. What do you mean? Your glare has gotten too powerful, my man. You gotta put a muffler on that. The intensity of the glare beam was true. It turns out that Rocky knew better than anybody.
Here's your blanket for it. Come here.
I have jerky. Yes, I do. I have jerky, and you don't.
Actually got vegan jerky somewhere.
That stuff's pretty good too. I like there's a kind of jerky that I've gotten at the Chinese grocery. That, I don't know, I think it's made from soy or something, I don't know, but it's got lovely texture. It's like fake squid jerky. Really good. It's tasty as hell. It's teriyaki, guys. It's some teriyaki jacklings.
Sounds good.
Yummy, yum. Dead animal. So delicious. Ah. A child was murdered for this. That makes it extra tasty.
It's not made out of that child.
I would hope not.
Those cows are not that old.
Oh, that's fair.
Oh, you mean it's a calf, basically.
I'm probably not that much older. And so they
Only
don't want to spend
slightly
more money
less.
to raise it beyond a certain amount of time. So it's like, as big as they can get it, as quick as they can get it. So
Yeah, I
how
know,
old
that's
is
what
that
they
cow?
do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Probably steer. Orphan meat, yeah!
Orphan meat.
Orphan, delicious orphan meat.
I don't know. It'd be pretty like gamey, I would think, right?
No, that's veal. People eat veal specifically
veal
because it's
is-
not gamey.
Veal is, well,
Oh yeah, it's not an orphan. That's true.
yeah, veal is just a calf. It's
Yeah.
always been morally questionable eating that. But
Look, we got to get rid of these extra cows somehow.
do away with the surplus population. Just like the minis are screwed.
The calmness you said that with was almost unsettling.
I was trying
Look,
to
COVID is nothing but an
problem.
opportunity to discover a new food source, obviously.
It's
I don't understand what's so morally objectionable
What are
about
your,
that. It's
what are your
like
thoughts about the?
all these funeral homes that are struggling with all the bodies. Clearly, we could take care of this for people. We just got to bring ritualistic cannibalism back.
Hey guys, I have this new product. It's a startup. You know, I thought it'd be a little ironic. It's called Soylent. Don't think about it. It's...
What do you guys think of the development of like non-animal meat? I mean, it's still animal protein, but it's like
like the lab-grown stuff.
lab-grown. Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm all for it.
I am
Yeah,
all
fuck
for
yeah.
it too. Yeah.
If that can be made, if you can make that at scale, and it's not just like a quirky rich person food, I mean, sure.
Yeah. I wonder. Yeah, I do wonder how sustainable and scalable that would be. But...
I guess I would question also, it's like, if you're gonna do that, then also, like, I would hope that you can give the spaces that are normally given over to cattle and stuff back to the environment or something.
Oh, now
But-
you're just asking too much.
That's the thing. It's like, so what's eating the grass? What's managing that? Because, like, the prairies, I mean, they evolved alongside bison. Now the bison aren't around. So there's cattle. But then if you get rid of the cattle, then what happens to the prairie? So give it back to the bison? But also, I guess I would ask, too, it's like, we don't
I
just
don't know.
get
They don't.
meat from
They're
the
really
animals.
not like.
Yeah.
They don't really keep like. There may be some ranches that
Mm-hmm.
still have cows that are like free roaming and
I'm sure,
pastures,
yeah.
but mostly it's like feedlots. They just
Yeah,
they're in
that's a big
layer
problem.
of dirt. They're crowded into like it's just a flat plot of dirt, and they throw grain. They throw like feed out there that's higher nutrient content. Like because they do want them to grow faster and than what they'd get by just grazing on grass naturally. So it's not really like cattle roaming the prairie so much
No.
as cattle stuck in a pen and just living a short, miserable life before they
Yeah.
are systematically slaughtered.
Whee! Systematic slaughter, woo! Right,
Yay.
my dudes? Yay! Yay!
Is that the right reaction? I don't know.
Yay! Sure,
Yeah, no,
that's
I'm
that's
not,
how
I'm not a
people,
fan of
humans react.
factory farm not an advocate. So
2020 broke me. No, actually, I can't blame 2020. I've always had a ridiculously dark sense of humor. How about instead of lab grown cow meat, just lab grown human meat?
Yeah, I mean, they
Human meat
kind
is
of do that
not
too,
healthy.
except, I mean, they're trying to do lab-grown, like, organs and things. For
Yeah, I
transplant
mean,
and stuff.
if you cooked it,
And then if it, like, doesn't come out right, you just eat it, right?
sure, why not? Waste not, want not.
Or if you have extra, I guess.
Yeah,
Ooh, this is
got an
when
extra liver.
capitalism goes
Yeah.
even a more wrong direction than it's already going.
Oh, you don't need capitalism for this, just curiosity.
Like,
When did you want to try it at least
besides
once?
the army surplus store,
What,
you'll
just
have
me?
an organ surplus store.
Yeah.
So
Just
you can
me,
just
huh?
Pick up some kidneys.
I
and
need
some
this for
liver.
research. I'm writing a zombie fiction. It's very important. I know what human meat tastes like.
Yeah, we'd have something to feed the zombies to keep them at bay.
Yeah,
Just,
yeah, that's all you
That's
need,
what we
right?
could do with the cattle lots. We could just keep the zombies there and throw organ meat at them.
The zombies that we grow
We
our
just grow
lab
them
grown
out,
meat from.
right?
The zombies we just grow meat from. We figured it was a lot more efficient to just raise humans to feed other humans. But these ones are brainless.
Ooh, that's a weird thought experiment.
It makes me think of that BoJack Horseman episode where the chickens that are raised for eating
Oh
are
yeah,
just,
and they're like
stupider than they're still anthropomorphic,
they're
but
chemically
they're just really
lobotomized
dumb.
essentially.
Yeah,
It's so
yeah.
fucked up because it's like it answered the question of, wait, how does this world work beyond? Oh, it's just
Yeah, because all
fucked.
animals
Yeah.
are. Yeah. and
Every
even bugs and
animal's
stuff.
sentient.
Yeah, so.
And like you see like even insects and stuff, so there's like no animal that's not human scale.
Right, it's like,
What
so
the
what are
fuck
they
is this
eating?
world?
They're just eating stupider versions of themselves.
There's
like,
no bugs. It's like, and a lot of these creatures, I mean, they're evolved to eat smaller things, but like, so the whale is meant to eat a krill, but the whale's the same scale as the krill.
Right.
So what the fuck is going on with this world? People question the Lackadaisy world, but at least it's just cat
Yeah, that's
people.
why people question. That's why I kind of decided against doing additional animals, is because like you have to start explaining things as soon as you introduce other animals. There's like a
Yeah.
lot you got explaining to do. Like, how does this even work? And then you gotta like.
I think
gotta come
also,
up with-
if once you introduce other animals, you instantly open up the door for this animal equals this class, race, nationality,
Yeah, it
which
introduces
gets
a whole other
problem.
level of
Yeah.
politics or biofantasy that you may not. And if that's not what you're writing about, then
Yeah.
it's
It's like, I think it can be really interesting subject matter. Like, I've seen
absolutely,
people do a
yes.
great job with that, but that's not the story. The story is just historical
Right.
fiction.
It's
So
it's whatever it for some types of stories that is totally appropriate and would add something to it, and for others it's just like a complication that would just obscure the intended
Yeah.
meaning of like what you're actually trying to write about. So yeah, but it's fun to take into consideration like the types of mechanics you could use to
oh yeah, no, I love that kind of thing.
visually also like enhance the or complement like the points you're trying to make, I guess. Violetings or yeah, okay, says is this Toon Boom. This is Toon Boom, right? Yes.
Yep, this is Toon Boom. I keep posting my works in progresses and animation. Nobody's giving me notes. What gives? What's with that lazy director? Never giving me a damn note. Seriously though, I do post that they're imagining if somebody catches something, they'll be able to call me out on it. Hopefully. If they're not cowards.
You could encourage them to just be like, does this look okay?
Just call them cowards until they say something. I'll just
Give
abuse
Give
them
me
until they
notes and
they
you're
speak up.
fired.
Yeah. It's gonna be weird getting this done in the space of like a day. I don't think this is gonna take me more than the day.
Nice.
I think the trick is just making sure that the drawings are all really solid, honestly. But that's not hard. What's hard is warming up. Oops. I was walking Hama through how to set up the coffin for their shot today.
Oh, that's what that was, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's why, Newt, I had to message you and be like, oh, the ropes aren't hideable. That's a problem. Also, the texture was broken. It was just coming in pink.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah.
I fixed that as well.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And when I opened it, it was pink for me, and I was like, question
Yeah.
mark?
No bueno. I wish I could just play the playlist I'm listening to right now, because I think it makes for some pretty good background music. But people are gonna have to follow along on my Spotify if they want that. Naf on YouTube says, I became a patron, now I can't type in Discord. Well, that sucks. It will be a temp issue, I think. Huh?
Oh. Let me double
Yeah.
check. That's... Now, are you Fantasy Junkie? Or... Oh, no. There they are right there. Weird. I got you taken care of. I just noticed you here. That's
Thanks, Newt.
weird. Why
Thank
did
you.
it hide that roll from you?
Oops.
Hey, there you go, Nav.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen.
There's a new comment on the Weeb stream video that says, Val needs to do a podcast because I watched part 1 of JoJo and understood none of it. So he needs to do like a deep dive.
I think Val would probably be really good at podcasting. He should do his own
Probably.
streams, for sure. Just call it Val's Storytime.
I was gonna say it.
Yeah. Then he can share all the cocaine stories he wants. He's got the setup for it. He might as well. Like, Val, just do it. Do it, you coward. He's a colorful enough person. I'm sure he'd do very well.
Yeah, he's pretty entertaining, so I'm sure he'd have fans.
He already has fans.
He already has fans, yeah.
He's done a good job of acquiring fans. I think outside of just being Sax Cat.
He made it into at least somebody's husband's folder, but
We know for sure. Wait, no, that's Zib. I don't know if it's him.
Zib, really, yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't help any, but yeah.
No, I'm sure he would have encouraged it. He thinks it's funny. I gotta get some files for Macaw real quick. Hello? Huh. Oh. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Okay, alright. Alright, for a moment I guess I had a brief audio error. That was very odd. Everything just kind of like went
Oh.
odd. Act 2, 48, 49. Okay. Okay. Let's find this then. Was that finished? Let's find out. I'm sure it's finished because I gave it to him to do, so 48, 49. Ah, okay. Hello. It's Nox. Hi, Nox.
It is a Nox Fox.
Hello. You got a newt in here, that's rare.
Yeah.
It's
He's
not
hanging out.
that rare.
Well, it didn't used to be
Pretty-
rare, but it's been rare lately.
Yeah, that's fair.
We've not been that busy, come on.
What could have possibly been holding you up, Newt? What, were you, like, homeless or something?
How you doing today, Knox?
Alright. It's usual. You?
That's a fair way to put it.
Yeah.
Are you guys hit by the weird weather at all?
It's just always snowy here anyways.
Yes, it's freaking cold here, and all the way down to Mexico.
Oof.
It's crazy cold.
Yeah.
We had a ton of snow last night too, which really didn't help matters.
Yeah, I can imagine. Us, it's not cold enough, I would say. We got a huge snow pile and then freezing rain on top of it.
Oh god.
Sorry, it wasn't a lot of freezing rain,
Ice
but
sucks, yeah.
My concern would be that refreezing and then just making an ice sheet over everything.
yeah, at least it's one of those. It's gonna be pretty thin ice sheet, so it's not terrible, but it's gonna be awkward for probably a few days.
Right.
Alright.
Working
I'm
on
down
Freckle today.
I'm working on this entire ass shot. I should be able to finish the entire shot today, actually. So you can see. Because they're not moving all that much. It's like a very small reaction is actually all that's needed. And if I did any more than that, like, it actually wouldn't look very good. So right now I'm just, in fact, right now I'm tying down what I just drew. So I was able to draw,
cool.
I'll do that in like the past like 30 minutes basically. Because I set up the shot yesterday and that took more time. Setting up the shot took more time than animating it might actually, which is rare. But nice
I like
when
the-
that happens, yeah.
I like the narrowing slits with the lights.
Mm-hmm. They're kitties. Well, what's the fun things you can
Yep.
do if they're kitties? Fucking kitty.
Yep.
Nif says gives us toes. No beans for you today. This is Beanless Tuesday. Become a Patreon and then request beans. Pay Tracy for beans. You want beans that bad, you better commission them.
Nif, you got like a whole week of Rocky shoes last week.
Yeah. Rocky shoes,
Dare I
rocky ass.
Yeah.
Dare I ask, Tracy, have you ever had a patron art request that just absolutely demanded toe beans?
I have had, yeah, but it's usually like, clearly they're asking for some kind of like tickling thing. And yeah, so I kind of like, I'm not drawing fetish art, sorry. But yeah. Nothing wrong with being into feet.
Look, cat beans.
yeah,
you don't have to
just
be
like,
weird to
that's
be into
just-
cat beans. They are adorable.
Cat beans are nature's perfection. But
The only reason it's weird in this context is because they're people.
yeah, it's because they're anthropomorphized. So, but like actual little kitty beans, yes. But no one has ever asked me just like specifically for beans. So, sadly.
This was a mistake. Satan has graced our presence, graced us with his presence in YouTube. Hello, Satan.
Hello.
How's it hanging? It's been a while. You owe me money, by the way. Do you remember? Where's my $20?
Yeah, Fable
20
beat
bucks.
you in that impromptu violin competition.
Where I beat
We
him over
have
the head
God
with a
in
violin.
here a
and
lot
won.
of last week. I recall we had God in here for a while.
Yeah, God
You're-
is
you're
there
attracting him.
actually. There is God and there's Satan now. Hello. Don't get into your lover's spat again. I'm sick of it. You behave. God has commanded we don't eat fetus. Well, God should have made eggs not delicious then. Excuse me, balut is very good. I want my fried chicken egg. Now not enough memes has joined as well. And asked, what is this chaos? The chaos is cats.
It's the Fable stream.
It just is. It is what it is. Quick, Satan, get the golden fiddle. Let me play that fiddle. Whacks you over the face with it. Runs away. I win! It doesn't sound very good, though, because it's a golden fiddle. It sounds like shit. Satan has a golden fiddle, plays off it, is like, oh, this'll be easy. I just have to do better than garbage. Okay, we have a legitimate question via 13 Gondola 37. Where do you get your historical refs? A lot of research. The library. The interweb. Collectors. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tracy physically goes to some places.
Yeah, I go, and if I can go and like research something in person or see it and take photos of it, then I will. But
it's definitely the best.
But a lot of it's also internet found stuff and book found stuff, and like going to communities where people like obsess over very specific things to find like the more obscure information. Lots of old photos, like photo archives, like museum exhibits, like the Metropolitan Museum has like huge collections of jewelry and clothing and stuff from the era. And,
those are the best, because if you try to search on Google for that stuff, you'll just get Etsy listings at best.
Yeah, you'll get Etsy shit and costume shit and like, yeah.
It's not helpful, and they're all like always borrowing from the same 3 things also. Not much variety, even if you were to rely on costume stuff.
Yeah, it becomes like
repetitive.
It's like an incestuous like recycling of
it's
the same
memes.
Misinformation.
Yeah. It's
like
memes.
This thing looks like it like what I think the 1920s looked like, therefore I retweet, and it becomes like, you know, or I post it on my blog, and then it becomes the accepted, like, it's this weird, like, simulacrum thing going on where, like, the actual thing gets replaced by the simulation of it in our minds, and therefore becomes, like, the perceived reality of what it was, and so it's kind of a weird phenomenon.
Gondola says, collectors, I hadn't thought about that. I want to run a Call of Cthulhu roleplay game and I need help. Thanks.
Yeah, like looking up certain stuff about cars, certain stuff about phones, certain stuff about radios from the period. Like I had to go digging in like forums full of people who like collect those things.
Find nerds. Nerds know what they're talking about sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, for anything you find on the internet though, you're going to want to like double and triple check your sources, because like I said, there's a lot of bad information out there, and
also, ask your vampire friends about their childhood.
Yes,
that's right. Please contact Jason and ask him about his childhood.
Yeah, it's getting harder to find people still living.
Good vampires are hard to find.
Remember the 20s.
Look, the problem with vampires is like they might live forever, but most of them get staked in the first year or 2.
Those greenhorn vampires.
They're just easy targets for the hunters. Like, if you want, like, an actual, like, old-ass vampire, they're pretty rare. That's why they're so full of themselves. Because there's not a lot of competition. They think it's funny to have a chew toy for, like, a year, and then they just kind of, like, let them loose.
That's why they're all depressed. Yeah. They're all depressed and broody and...
Yeah.
Gothy.
It's the whole living through forever thing sounds great, especially if you're like, oh, and then I could just make my friends live forever, but then you bite your friends and they all die within a year or 2 because they couldn't hack it. Oops. Oh no, you actually shortened their lives.
Lost your whole friend group
Whoops.
to a novice hunter.
Hunter on a prowl.
But were they really worthy of being your friends then?
Yeah.
I guess that's how you find out.
Yeah. Werewolves, despite like the werewolves, despite their reclusiveness, are actually more common because naturally they have pack structures. So fewer of them die, in a short span of time. Unfortunately, they're not immortal. Well, past normal lifespan.
It's how Newt checked to see if I could be his friend. Can you survive the trolls for 1 year?
That sounds like a serious question, though. Survive the trolls for a year? When it comes to moderating internet communities, that's a real task.
Can you survive my labyrinth of trolls?
Newt never gave me this stipulation because I am the troll.
Can you survive Fable for a year?
That's tougher.
Probably not.
Newt is a strong man. Tracy gave up a long time ago. She just kind of rolls with it. She's like, I guess I'm here now. That's actually not quite a joke either. You are here now, Tracy. I pulled you in this direction. You know
Oh
what?
no.
Hi there.
I
Hi there. Can you help me with an idea? A year later, what the fuck am I doing?
Nah, it was not nearly so passive on my part. I mean,
No.
I've been plotting this shit since I was a kid, so...
Haven't we
I didn't
all?
exactly have it in mind to, like, do it all myself, or, like, with, like, a, indie team of... ragtag team of, indie artists, but...
What did you imagine might have happened?
I don't know. I had no idea what, like, the studio system was like or anything when I was little, or...
Oh, no, I'm talking about,
I
like...
watched all, like, the, like, how the animations made shit that I could find, but... And had all those, like, art books, like, Illusion of Life and everything.
Moth,
but...
why are you crying on me? Oh no, please stop attacking me, tiny dog. Oh no. Ugh. I'm sorry, this dog is like crawling all over me all of a sudden. Hi! Yes, I can't possibly ignore you when you do that. I'm not letting you out. I'll let your mama know what you want. I'll let your mama know. How about that? Is that a compromise? Baba Booey? Oh no. What's this? Alright, where's my nail clipper? My own fingers are distracting me, which is always a problem. This dog and my fingers are distracting me. Gotta clip my nails. I'm gonna have a bad nail biting habit, so I always have to have clippers and file on hand at all times so that I don't tear up my own fingers. Alas, I may never have claws. My talons are forever blunted. A terrible fate for a raptor.
Check out this game I just found in the streaming chat.
What is it?
You're a mystery-solving cat, and it's like point and click,
What?
old school like Sierra game style,
Yeah, adventure game.
adventure game. Yeah, more side scroll than.
Cats and other lives. Oh my goodness. You are a cat, a normal everyday house cat with no ability to talk and no special skills other than looking cute and causing mischief.
Other than cat.
Sounds like that'll be fun to fuck around with.
I wonder whatever happened to that
There's a
major
beta download.
AAA, that like big AAA title
Oh.
game of
Yeah, I don't know if it's
you
still in
being
development.
you
or-
being a cat going around a city
Yeah,
or whatever.
Yeah.
it was like like
There was
looked beautiful but like demos can kind of fake it as far as like look presenting
Cough,
something that looks like
cyberpunk, cough,
actual
yeah,
game
that's an unfortunate thing.
functionality, but really it's just a pre-scripted.
Yeah, it's
little,
like the internet found out that was the case when No Man's Sky came out.
Yeah,
It's like, guys,
right. Until
anybody
it's,
who
yeah.
knows how these things are made looked at that and went,
Right, it's like,
oh yeah,
here,
that's
we'll-
just an idea.
We'll make
That's
a
the
demo
concept.
that shows a quote-unquote demo that shows you doing this, that, and this thing,
Yeah.
and then we'll figure out how the game mechanics actually then we'll actually do the coding to make it actually work. And it's like, no,
it
it's not gonna
revealed
work
to me
that way.
the drama behind that revealed to me that most people don't know how much of marketing is purely constructed, like from nothing. Like, because I see that shit all the time. I figured other people would recognize it too, but apparently people thought it was real.
No, people are.
And I was like, wait,
They
you guys haven't heard of Peter Molyneux? Don't you know this has been going on for a while?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
They
I
want
mean-
to believe. They want to believe, and so they do.
You'd think they'd have learned their lesson after Aliens, Colonial Marines. That was the other big one of this.
Yep.
I think there was an attempt at a class action suit over that one.
Oh god, I found that ridiculous. I was like, guys, I know you're upset and all, but come on. Like, I feel like most people by now should be savvy enough to realize that you can't, like, pre-order a game forever in advance and then expect it to be, like, match up to the hype. No game matches up to the hype. None of them. I don't know. I'm very cynical about this. I honestly don't. It's like, I guess because I got, like, burnt real bad on Spore back when I thought that that's how it was going to come out, and then I got Spore and it was like, oh.
Yeah.
I realized that. So now I'm just
the game
cynical.
industry is very bad about over-promising and under-delivering.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like,
I
just
remember
look up.
making demos for like scrambling to make demos for games we were working on for Simultronics for like E3 and stuff, and the amount of like fakery you'd insert in there would be like, okay, well, we'll make it work for real later. It's just what everybody does, and that's why everybody's so disappointed every time a game comes out. It's like it only does about half the stuff, if that, of what was like initially promised, and so. But that's how you get enough attention to glean enough venture capitalist money or what have you to continue making the game. Or
Yeah. It's like, I can understand pre-orders as a way to bolster the budget when you're running towards the end of it, but I feel like it's a bad idea to rely on that.
But it's that same, like, it's like, give them the old razzle dazzle, and that's what it is exactly.
Yeah. Meanwhile, trust is broken, and that's not.
Meanwhile,
great.
you eventually have to release a game, and it's going to be a disappointment no matter what. That's like the reality of it. That is why we have held off on taking pre-orders for shot glasses until we actually have what we are going to sell. We aren't going to fake it and be like, here's a mock-up of what what's going to be on sale, because like we just didn't trust the process enough to be like to end up where we might end up with something that looks slightly different or something than what we said we were going to have. And so we're like, we were, frankly, I felt like we were taking a risk even having a mock-up of what we imagined. Right.
So.
Right, we did have a mock-up. We weren't selling anything, or but this is like, here's where we're aiming with it.
We want to be honest, so if we don't have an answer to something, we don't just make shit up. We'll just say, I don't know, we don't have a solid deadline on that.
But we ain't taking any pre-orders until we know exactly what we're getting.
You didn't want to end up going from the mock-up to selling Lackacube?
Yeah, honestly, that was one of the reasons why we didn't just go, fuck it, that's fine, for the initial round of botched boxes. Like, we couldn't let up on, like, no, this needs to match this, because we had shown it in the mock-up, and if it was too different from the mock-up, then people would, they would get mad.
Yep.
So, it's like, sometimes you can go, like, I don't know, let people be mad, but other times, couldn't you blame them? So, you can't make it too different, otherwise people are gonna get pissed. It's fine if it's a little bit different. I think most people would accept that. It's like, oh, it's slightly less cube-like and slightly more squat than I expected is not a bad thing, but
Well, actually, I think it came out fancier. The box looks
yeah, honestly,
like,
it looks better than the
better.
actual crate.
Like we didn't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was a different struggle.
we didn't plan on the wooden divider or anything in there, and that like came out of the process.
Yeah, they
so I
came
think
up
it
with that
actually
idea. It
looks
was a really good idea because I was
better than what
incredulous
we
at first. I was like,
mocked up.
yeah, which is great. I mean, you
There's-
want that,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
the
But that's a
what?
much smaller scale thing than
The Lackacube. Who wants to
Lackacube,
who
yes.
wants to explain the Lackacube?
I think we just don't even put the in front of it. Just call it Lackacube. It's just
Yeah.
it's just a very mysterious.
It's lacking something.
It's
lacking a lot.
Lacks a.
I saw
What
someone
we
on
should-
Twitter was like, "I'm so
Emotional
sick of
design.
Lackadaisy. Lacka. How about
Oh,
Plenty
yeah.
Daisy?" That made me crack up.
A lot of Daisy.
A lot of Daisy. I thought that's what the Lackadaisy needs. They just need a rebrand.
All the daisies.
Guys,
Echo
I know
birds.
the solution to your financial woes. You need more daisies. That's the problem. It's in the
You need
name,
black
guys.
food.
What, you thought people want to go to a place where there's
Well-
fewer daisies?
Lackacube will solve your problems. It's,
We'll save that for the AU world where things end up well for people.
Welcome to the epilogue. Lotta Daisy.
All the fans' dreams come true. Every ship is true and canon.
Yeah, they cloned the characters so that
Yeah.
Mordecai can get with everybody.
Oh, God.
The character that wants to get
So
with
that
literally
even
nobody. Even you
can
can
marry
be shit.
Mordecai. Have your own
And
Mordecai.
every version of him is miserable. Why does everybody want my ass? I don't want any ass. Mordecai, extremely anti-ass.
What's this Baba Booey thing people are doing?
I don't know. I know Chris was doing it.
Oh god. Then it's probably a meme from somewhere. I have to bug him. Like, okay, what did you do? What did you start?
Funari asks, is Wes going to be in the film? Sadly, no. I'm sorry.
Unless
We
you
have a-
paid $10,000 to have him added as a background character.
Well, that would just make no sense, but I'm
that would
sure
be weird.
Fetch wishes he
But-
could.
We couldn't fit every one of the characters in because it's only a 22-minute thing. We had to kind of
We had to pick and
narrow our
choose.
focus. Yeah.
We're like, what characters are essential to understanding the story?
But hey, if you watch it and spread the word and, you know, share links or whatever and get other people interested, then that's all the more likely we'll be able to
Yeah.
continue the project and
Tell
do
people
more,
about it. That's one reason I
do
wanted
more
to do a key
animation going ahead. Yeah.
Because I think that's
Oh,
a
yeah.
good way to spread it. Just like the emojis actually ended up having a side benefit.
Yeah,
I thought
that's
that was
true.
pretty neat.
Yeah. Question from the Walter cult: will Walter ever get his retribution for being ignored? Yeah, that's Lackadaisy 2, Walter's revenge, I guess.
What if we'll just make Walter and Horatio
Walter
are now
with
best
a
friends.
vengeance. Yeah.
I give Walter a 33% chance of surviving the comics, so probably not.
He's actually the main character. It's just that
Yeah, we didn't
everybody
know.
forgot.
Rocky's
Just a
gonna
very
actually
slow
die next
burn.
page. Just watch. Wes just emerges from the bushes and shoots him right between the eyes. He doesn't wake up from that one. Now Walter, main character! He just like bursts out of the
Walter.
cave.
Everything's about Walter.
Now
from
it's
that
me,
point on.
main character point. Here I come.
Finally,
to save
old
the
Walter
day.
gets his chance.
Starts running. He just hops on the drum, starts beating it so hard it lifts into the sky. It clips right through the ground. 6 along the road, just to get to Freckle and save him just in time. Rocky, however, is forever doomed. He is gone.
Wow, things got even weirder when Rocky was eliminated from the...
Yeah, It's a Wonderful Life ends up really crazy from his perspective. It's like, wow, I mean, I was expecting either things to be better and I'd be sad, or worse and I'd be sad, but then it just got weird. I never knew that I was the sanity anchor of this reality.
Really, he's the seal keeping the
Yeah, that's
salvage
actually his
things out.
secret. It's like he's keeping worse from happening. Without him, there's a literal hole in reality. It just punctures and things just start flying through. 3-headed dragons. Cotton candy shitting bears. Oh goodness. Here they go.
Rocky was the linchpin that just held it all.
It was his brain.
Barely held it all together, just tenuously.
Rocky's secret Cthulhu powers.
I had this video. Oh my god. Laughing my ass off at this because if you've ever been skiing and your ski just like left you, this is pretty much that feeling. Your ski just like went the rest of the way down the mountain without you.
Alright.
Except it's a shoe.
Bro, look at this fucking snow. My shoe.
It just disappears into the night.
Is that Donkey? The guy sounds like Donkey.
I don't know. I think it's from.
Your own shoe running away from you. Rocky secretly knows he's a
shoe
cartoon.
deadass went. I must go. My people need me.
Swift is suggesting Rocky secretly knows he's a cartoon and secretly is the most powerful character in Lackadaisy. If so, he's doing a great job of neglecting that.
Yeah, I'm not sure Rocky as Deadpool would catch on.
Kirasu Maria says, Rocky dies and wakes up as a regular cat with all his friends and realizes it was all a dream and he lives in a cat cafe. I mean, that would be his ideal reality. If he could just be an actual...
People just came to adore him. Yes.
Yes.
Love that.
Yes, pet me. Let's share coffee. Yay! All's right in the world and there are no problems.
That would be his ideal retirement home.
I mean,
yes.
who wouldn't want to be a cat in a cat cafe?
A shy cat, I suppose, but would not thrive there. But
Mordecai?
yeah, Mordecai would not fucking want to be in that.
No.
That would not be his jam. Random strangers coming and like putting their hands all over you. Well, they have sticky coffee fingers and eating little pastries and things. Lena Bell says, "My condolences to everyone in Texas. Yeah, that's fucking sucks."
Hmm.
I went for power for without power for 5 days once after a terrible ice storm came through here and caused like the trees were just so overburdened with ice they were exploding, and they took out enough of the power lines that like large swaths of areas were without power, and yeah, it was like extremely miserable. And it wasn't even as cold as it is now. That was more like a normal winter cold, but now that it's like 7 degrees and less than that in Texas, it's to be without any heat, without running water, without lights. It's just pure misery.
Yep. Yeah, we had that with the we had a major ice storm back in '98, where the ice buildup actually crushed the pylons.
Wow.
Up north, so there's just no electricity for huge chunks.
Damn.
That
Yeah,
didn't
ice
end
is
too well.
pretty freaking terrible. Yeah, ice storms, like, I'll take snowstorms over ice storms, but
Oh, yeah.
but the snow can have its issues as well when it's this cold. It's
I do need to step away, but I might be back in a bit.
Oh, I hope so.
Okay.
See you, Newt.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh, AZR, you're in Texas, huh? That sucks. Hope you're warm enough. I know not everybody in the state has lost power, but it's like some 4 million plus people, I think.
AZ did mention they had lost power earlier. They just got back from that.
Oh, okay. So you got your power back. That's good. Hopefully it's not a rolling blackout so that you lose it again, but... John Ratcliffe. Oh, hi, John. Says, what if I told you you can draw in Hawaii? Lauren is moving there in a few weeks. Wow, lucky her. That's very cool.
You could
How
draw
are
in
things
Hawaii?
in,
What? I didn't think
I
they
imagine-
had artists in Hawaii. That's news to me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How's Colorado? I imagine you're pretty accustomed to the cold by now over there, but...
They have artists in Colorado?
They have John Ratcliffe over in Colorado, at least. I
Oh.
mean, he's a
big deal.
programmer, though.
A big deal. I'm sorry, I'm being very goofy. I'm not actually insulting anybody. I'm just I can never do a bit well because I always break down and go, "Oh, I'm really sorry. This was a joke, by the way." Just in case you were wondering, it was a joke.
When things aren't going well, when you have to explain that you're telling a joke, yes.
I'd be much better at a smartass if I wasn't also extremely apologetic.
Same.
I don't know.
It depends how brave I'm feeling.
John says, yes, we love Colorado, but chances are we will end up buying Lauren a place in Hawaii, too. Well, I guess you will have a vacation home in Hawaii in that case. That's very cool.
Whoa, that's lucky.
My uncle lives over there and has lived there for, I don't know, probably 30 years, past 30 years.
I don't know. I would have trouble drawing on a surfboard, so...
Yeah, that sounds like a challenge.
Yeah. Windsurfing does look like fun, though, but people hurt themselves in crazy ways doing that. That sort of thing. John says the point is you can move somewhere nicer. Just saying. In theory, I mean, at least mainland U.S. There's really nowhere where you aren't going to get pummeled by something, whether it's hurricanes or tornadoes or earthquakes or fires or
Yeah, everywhere's got its
blizzards
issues.
or yeah. I mean, Hawaii is gorgeous, I'm sure, and I know the temperatures are like consistently between 75 and 85, but it's also very expensive to live there. And I'm
Very.
an artist.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm not really on the like kind of on the bottom rung of like the salary or slash income.
I don't have money. I draw cats
Yeah,
for a living.
that's the problem. There are many places artists would love to live, and many places artists cannot afford to live. So that's yeah. I am grateful that Virtual Studio has made it. We're working with like people all over the world right now. So yeah, we certainly are aware that artists can live. Like Fable, who's doing the animating right now, is in LA. Well, outside LA, just outside LA. I guess it's like a.
No, I'm in LA. This is
You're LA County, I guess.
Yeah.
Right, so.
Look, the number of people that live in "quote unquote" Los Angeles, the
right,
city, that's a tiny
right.
section.
Yeah,
Los Angeles, though, is the entire county. So yeah, I very much live in LA.
LA County, right?
I live near Burbank.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yes, I live in Los Angeles.
Yeah, we have a few people out on the West Coast. We have people in the Philippines, people in Australia, in the UK, in Argentina, France, kind of everywhere. So it's pretty cool. You don't need to live somewhere specific anymore to like be part of a studio. John says, yeah, Mr. Swift says, John is saying stop being poor and living in bad places. I will try and stop being poor, yes.
Yeah, just stop. Have you thought about that? Have you tried not being poor?
I can't, it's a habit I can't break. I'm addicted to it. It's so much fun. No, honestly, I have, as artists go, I've been pretty lucky because I had steady income for a very long time working in the game industry, which is also pretty unusual. To have like a steady gig that's like not every 3 years you're moving somewhere else to take a job elsewhere. So, so I got lucky, but lucky enough that I could like take time out to do a project like this. Although it sure required a lot of fundraising, but yeah, Hawaii is pretty far outside my means. Puerto Rico sits right on the equator and is cheap. Yeah, Puerto Rico, although the power outage that lasted how long after the hurricane?
Yeah, there's some downsides.
I do think Puerto Rico.
So.
Yeah, I think Puerto Rico should be a state because basically right now it's a colony and we treat it as such and we treat it like shit and it doesn't have any representation in Congress and it's total bullshit. But I would love to see Puerto Rico become part of the United States officially. Like,
I would like it either part of the U.S. or it's able to gain its own independence, just like whatever it wants, pretty much.
Yeah, what the Puerto Rican people want. But that seems to be, I'm not really sure how, but they seem to petition for it fairly often. So
I know there's some political shit with it that I've just heard about it.
I know. Well, the United States kind of like decimated their economy.
Yeah, like I can't blame anybody for being like, nah, if they did not want to become a state.
It's almost like,
but also
it becomes more integrated with the U.S. economy once it becomes a state. But then it's also like, but what if we just hadn't done that to begin with?
Yeah, it's like it's
I don't know.
Stuck. So I mean, I would prefer them to just have representation here, so they can get a slice of the pie. That's what I would hope.
Yeah,
basically. Yeah.
Chris Connie says, "Welcome or greetings from Florida. It feels so cold in my house right now. Oh, even Florida's cold, huh?" I know there were like snowy tornadoes in South Carolina, but that's bit north of you, so it's yeah, the whole middle of the country, from top to bottom, and then well, even extending into Mexico is like in a deep freeze right now. That's kind of unprecedented. I'm sure it feels quite normal for people up in like Wisconsin and shit, but Texas, not so much.
Someone posted a map and it was described as a hot pocket after coming out of the microwave.
Yeah, frozen in the middle and scorched on the outside.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cheese Queen, the Lord of Cheese says, God, why am I going to hell? Probably from the people you had to murder to get the Lord of Cheese title.
Do you have to step on any necks to get there? I don't know.
I would be really...
That's the
I
fun
think that's a
part.
pretty
Why wouldn't
intimate...
you? Why wouldn't you step on necks?
For cheese, I would.
Step on necks for cheese.
That's gonna be one of our t-shirts too, alongside Act Wounded, Grift a Bitch, and Flat Roof, Bad Idea. Anyway, John, if you're still there, thanks for dropping in. Bye. Yes. Nap says we can't fix the past, but we can try to make a better future for places like Puerto Rico and the Indian tribe. Yeah, the Native American or
Yeah.
First Peoples tribes that no one really talks about how they still get messed with. Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
government still like reneges on agreements constantly to get the whatever minerals are on the land or whatever purpose the land has. They will, and then they also
Yep.
with voting rights play really shitty fucking games with like changing the rules so that people on reservations have an even harder and harder time voting, and it's really despicable. But yeah, we should do better.
Yeah, we're not great with the natives either.
Oh yeah, Canada
Yeah.
has a history of whatever became of that dispute where like I know there were some like native people trying to fish in some place where like
That I know that
where
fishing rights, and there's like a bunch of
Right.
folks that were just like,
and there were
this
folks
is
who were like
last year.
yeah, and they
Yeah.
were like sabotaging the boats and things because they
haven't
had
heard that
limited
one.
access to fish. I think it's in the Maritimes it was happening.
Yeah, there was didn't
and they
the
were
tribe
resentful
actually
that-
bought the company that was harassing them?
Oh
So
yeah,
now they
is
own
that what
it?
happened?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
part of
good.
what happened. Yeah, and
That's
then
the perfect
it's
end,
been an
yeah.
ongoing drama, and so like they actually bought the company that was, full of people that were like meh about it, and it's like, well, now you work
Yeah.
for us.
Well, there was like the
Something
tribe
like
had
that,
one set
yeah.
of rules that they worked by, and then like the Canadian citizens that were not part of the tribe had a different set of rules, like Canadian government rules that they had to abide by, and so there was
Yep.
like a lot of resentment that
Oh, that's usually the case. Like
there's always
a lot of people get really crabby with the natives about the fact they have the special permissions, but it's like there's a
Right.
reason
There's-
they have those, guys.
a lot of Americans got really friggin' crabby about Native Americans being able to open casinos on their land and stuff, as well. So, kind of a similar
Mhm.
situation, I suppose.
Basically, it's people not respecting the fact that it's like they have sovereignty, guys.
Yeah.
It's literally a nation within a
and
nation.
trust me, it's like
Yeah.
like they find one advantage, and like out of all of the disadvantages they've been dealt, and fucking white people pitch a fucking fit.
That's what they do.
That's what they do.
I mean, like, it's the same thing as like freaking scholarships that are reserved for a protected class or for women, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of people get mad about that. And it's like, meanwhile, there's a kajillion and 2 scholarships, guys. Why do you also need this one? There's so many scholarships you can take advantage of. That also you might be not allowed to do. Like, oh, this is just for people who like play piano or something. And it's like, you're not mad about that. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because
Gee, why is this one okay and this one isn't okay? Scholarship only available to people from this neighborhood over here. Scholarship only available to folks who, of Irish descent. Scholarship only available to, frequent writers of a thing. I don't know, but just, but then this one.
yeah,
this
I
one's
mean,
the
I
thing you
got
have a problem
scholarships
with
based on
being-
like who my parents were employed by. Like,
Yeah.
they're all selective like that. They're all like,
Yeah.
it's for this group of people, and it's like,
Yeah.
why are you angry that like sometimes the group of people is like a different race or ethnicity or nationality?
That's
or,
when people get mad. Is like that specific thing. Any other form of exclusion, fine.
like they have them
Not
based
that
on
one, though.
religion, like what church you belong to. Like,
Yeah.
it's all like, yeah. I mean, why? I don't know.
I don't know. There's so many scholarships you to take advantage of that I don't understand why people get mad at that. As if they were going to get the scholarship if they just like what did they manage? They would personally get the scholarship if only it wasn't blocked off to such and such. That they specifically, because I know there's a lot of people who are under the impression that I would have totally gotten into this college if only I was X, and it's like that's
not
how can
it
you
works,
know
no.
that? Yeah, that's not how that works.
Yeah, well, actually, that's
Mark Segrist says, "Did you know that several years ago, white doctors would sterilize Native women without their consent?" Yes,
Yes,
in fact, that's been happening recently at the fucking border. They've like had reports of people being held by customs, not customs, but by ICE, in facilities being sterilized against without having like consented or understood what they were consenting to.
It's unfortunately frequent among populations of any kind of detained women in general, or anybody with uterus, really.
And I think the Uyghur Muslims as well are suffering the same kind of thing in China.
It's part of it is, without getting into too much detail, it's also a bit about hiding what happens there because of people be having kids while in detention, and these aren't supposed to be, well, that's one reason why that happens. It's pretty gross.
Yeah. Well, it's all boils down to maintaining some sense of your cultural / ethnic supremacy.
Well, I'm saying
there's
also
this,
the other reason.
Right. Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
man, this
anyway.
got dark.
Yeah, you know what?
okay.
I don't want to talk about this. This
subject,
sucks.
Yeah.
Chris says, "What the fuck is going on YouTube chat?" I don't know. What do you mean? Is there something weird happening?
I believe Fable has been attracting Christian deities for some reason.
What?
Oh, there's God and Satan in there.
Oh.
Anyways.
Oh yeah. Anyway,
Glad to hear that, Satan.
that's why we have Satan. Good old Satan.
And I'm tempted to draw a Nina for Not Today Satan.
What's
T-Pose
stopping
Nina.
you? Time. I need to figure out what I actually want to draw for my next painting and stuff.
Okay, I will be back. I gotta go put food out for critters and cats.
Fair enough. How's the animating going?
Pretty good.
No, I mean I'm watching it, but I mean. God says Satan is a furry.
Well, duh.
Yeah.
Look at all those demons.
I mean,
Satan into furries. God is into animal people, so it's like cat boys and shit. Because it's like, what are the angels if not just... That's just a bird boy, right? You're
depends which
right.
interpretation.
That's true.
Oh boy. This might be getting a bit out of hand, guys.
How much blasphemy allowed in chat?
Mm.
Oh, did you have to catch something?
Sorry?
Oh, sorry, you suddenly made a noise and I was like, what?
Oh, I sometimes make noises. My apologies. My
Oh.
apologies.
I need that to go down, actually.
You gonna do the people thing with all of them, or?
Yeah.
Aaron, yes, Twitch does see YouTube chat.
Yeah, I have a bot running that transport messages. So every time you see that restream bot post, like you look at what's in the brackets, it'll tell you whether it's coming from Twitch or YouTube and who's talking.
That's funny. When I see your Twitch notification go up at like 3:30 afternoon, I'm like, oh, early start today.
Yeah, I woke up early. I actually intend to wake up early in general, but usually I fail. Fail to get up that early.
Oh, I know the feeling, sadly.
Yeah.
Corporations mean I have to make it happen.
Honestly, that's not the bad part of working. It's like,
No.
well, unless you're not feeling great. It's like, I like being motivated to wake up in the morning. I'm actually pretty motivated to wake up in the morning because of this project, but I've just been like so freaking tired. I struggle to like get out of bed when I actually wake up. That looks like a freaked out freckle to me. Let's say that's good.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
All right, guys, I'm actually gonna start, unless you object, Fable.
Is there too much RPing going on in chat?
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna
think
start
that's
handing
fair,
out
yeah.
timeouts if you guys keep
Yeah.
this up because
No RPing in chat because you just end up flooding everything. So it like a little bit of goofing off, fine, but like just don't flood everything, guys.
are whiskers annoying to animate or are they?
Nah, they're not that bad. Because they're just
Okay.
a line.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh. World War II weaponry is now the topic.
Oh, wonderful.
Somewhat better. What I enjoy is just when something really stupid comes by my feed. Like the forgotten weapon on somebody who tried to make a gun ring.
A gun what?
A gun ring, so like, you know, an actual ring like you wear on your finger, but it's a gun.
Okay.
Apparently there's a whole bunch of them, and they're made to look like they're old artifacts, but really they're probably recent.
Yeah.
Or at least relatively recent from like the 70s or whatever. But like, yeah, somebody made like it's literally a revolver into the firing small pinfire cartridges into a ring. Like that wouldn't just destroy your hand. And then when you're done with this, you'll be able to play this in reverse for Catnip Freckle.
No, his eyes be getting much bigger.
I'm sure someone in your staff has done something cursed with that already.
With what? With which?
You know, the eyelids, the iris is expanding.
Shockingly, I don't think anybody's made that joke yet.
Huh.
Well, unless we count the cakes joke, but I'm sure you have.
The cake
you saw
joke.
that. We made this big video birthday present for Tracy. I think we made that public.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where the hat turns into cake and smashes into Freckles' face. Okay, I think Freckles done now. There's nothing else for him to do. He's done.
Be right back. I'm just gonna make sure that my food didn't get like left at my door.
Okay.
And I'm back.
You got your food?
Nope, it is not here yet.
Aw.
I feel like that Ivy's gonna make good emotes.
Yee. Oh, I'm gonna stretch out my shoulder.
You should, once this scene is done, clip it out and make follow it with like a UFO rising shot just to troll people.
I'm watching a tutorial real quick on Automat because I wonder if there's a way to refine Automat. There might not be.
Automat?
It's a thing that allows you to put white behind the characters automatically. It makes the process of blocking it in a lot easier, so it's easier to see it.
So it's like auto but matte, like the paint thing?
Yeah, like matting. Yeah.
That is
I don't
a
think
very
there's a more
painful
refined way
pun.
to do that until I. It's not a pun. It's a mat is a MATTE.
Yeah, I know, but an automat is a like the machine.
Oh, I did not know that. They mean automatic matting. That's what it's referring to.
Yeah. I guess it's automata in English. Automaton. In French, automat
Yes.
is what people tend to refer to things.
I think that should do it. Okay, now I do automat. Apply to all drawings. There we go. Let's see how well this works. Aaron Kennedy on YouTube says, "Man is gonna wake up one day, 3 kids and a mortgage, and Ivy just there and have no idea how he got there." That sounds realistic. If he's lucky. If he doesn't die.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Are we talking about Calvin or the next C person? Since she exclusively dates guys with a C in their
C
name.
names.
She's gone through Claude, Charles, probably.
Yeah.
Chad.
Yeah. It's like, hey, what? I mean, what the hell? That sounds so unrealistic, but I had a friend who, without meaning to, dated guys with J names.
To be fair, there is a lot of us.
It's still having its think. Boy. Maybe I shouldn't have done copy strokes.
Nope, there's the food. 1 minute.
Still having that think. Oh boy. I hope I didn't just break it. I don't think I did. It was saved already beforehand, but that's frustrating if I did break it. Let's see, 348. I gotta do Rocky next. Put a bit more pizzazz on Freckle than I intended, but I think it looks better for it. It's all supposed to be very subtle. Why won't you work? Stop having your think. Kathy. Yes, Ivy gives up on men and starts dating women because there's there's more C names.
Back again. What's up?
My computer's still having a think. It is being silly. It looks. I think it might broken. Let's see. Help. Let's see if it crashes or not. I guess we'll see. I'm gonna just open up Clip while that's doing its think. Hopefully that doesn't destroy something else. So I do have other things I need to draw too that I've been neglecting. I have birthday presents to do. Let's see if it's done thinking. It is not. Harmony. The fuck? It's not even crashing. There we go. Close. Just crash, damn it. Okay.
Do you save recently?
Yeah, I saved.
Good.
Even if I didn't, it's not that big a deal to rebuild whatever I might have missed. Yeah, this is exactly what it was. Yep. I think. Yeah, that's it. Let's see, unsync, and let's delete you, because we don't need you. Okay, save, use the white. Let's try this again. Let's not copy the strokes. Apply to all drawings. Is it gonna do it? Ugh. Come on. This isn't that hard. Oh! It worked. Okay, cool. I'm gonna have to patch up parts of it, but that's not a big deal.
Yeah, cool. There it is.
Your food?
No, the whiteness.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm falling from the YouTube, so.
Oh.
It's convenient. Automatically. Doing color fills like that. Oh, yeah.
Wrong thing.
Assume that's one of the more annoying parts to do manually.
Yeah, it's just time consuming and not worth your time. Time is limited, so better to not have to do crap like that.
Yeah.
So now, it's easier to see when it plays.
So this is again just to make cleanup easier. Still tie down.
Yep, you're just clarifying certain things.
Nice.
Cleanup should be able to interpret that the scratchy line is just like his chest, basically. And they might even draw that in, and I'd actually be fine with that if they did. Because I think it would look neat. Oops, I forgot one detail. Oop, that's not what I want. That's what I want. Okay, that's done. Now, let's do Rocky. Looks like it unloaded. Let's load it back in.
The good brother has been done. You must now do the bad brother.
Cousin?
Cousin, right.
Cousin brother. Brother cousin.
They're basically brothers. They were raised
Yeah,
like them.
they do act a lot like brothers. Where's your sheet, buddy? Where's your sheet? There we go.
I mean, I know Tracy mostly draws them being raised by Nina because she doesn't want to reveal the plot twist that Atlas is Rocky's father, but still.
Oh, what an unfortunate twist.
Actually, what would be really bad is if Victor was Rocky's father.
Why'd he come out looking like that?
Yeah. Maybe the mom was literally a stick, so like the genes counterbalanced.
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Swiftby says Rocky was Atlas all along.
Rocky was the friends we made along the way.
If we did do some weird AU where it turns out Rocky was just holding back the forces of Cthulhu, I'd be curious to see what would happen with Seraphine. That'd be fun. Mr. Swift is pitching My Little Lackadaisy, alcohol is magic.
That's, you don't have to pitch that. That's just true.
Yeah. Instead of cutie marks, they just get scars. Tio says, I said this before, but Lackadaisy and D&D, it'd be pretty easy to make a role-playing game set in the universe, or just at least use one of the existing ones.
I mean, it'd be the same as doing any kind of historical fiction thing, except you're a cat. So I'm sure you could probably find something that someone already built for that kind of thing.
I mean, if you really respect the way Tracy writes it, you don't even have to do the cat thing. It's just find any 1920s, 20s gangsters roleplay setup and you got it.
Yeah, it's not like you'd have cat stats attached, unless you wanted to get real fancy with it. The fact that they look like cats is kind of incidental.
Yeah, it's really it's really more of a framing plot thing. I have that kind of problem with my comic where I was like, oh, I should make them humans. I'd like to do humans for my first comic, and then I'm like, This is less good with humans. Fuck. Double Kick says you can always imagine all the humans as cats. You can do this with popular books too, and frankly, it makes literature way better. I like how you think, man.
Lackadaisy's just ahead of the curve.
Yeah, Lackadaisy isn't the Great Gatsby with cats. The Great Gatsby already is cats. You just didn't know it.
Yeah. Imagination too weak, limited, small brain.
Where's Lalo? I think he'd have opinions on this.
You'd probably agree.
Yeah. Yeah, crap. I have to. My vocal coach asked me to find something in French I can read, and I can't think of anything interesting.
Camus.
Oh, I know. Suggested a poem. I think
Let's see.
maybe I'll grab one of Baudrillard's translations of
See if
Edgar
I
Allan
can
Poe
find
stuff.
some Camus. Let's see how good I do reciting this shit. Camus.
That's a philosopher, right?
He wrote The Stranger. It's basically nihilism, the book.
Sounds edgy.
It is kind of edgy. It's edgy in a good way, though. It's like you can't be a real emo kid without reading The Stranger.
He embraced absurdism, basically.
Yeah. There's so many good quotes from The Stranger. Mother died today. Or maybe yesterday. I can't be sure. Fine. Quotes in French, specifically. Because it's giving me all, like, quotes in English, and it's like, I don't want that. I want... Maybe I should type in l'étranger.
Oh, you're gonna attempt to read something in French?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see how you do.
If I can fucking find some. Jesus, why is this so difficult to find them in French? This is not helpful. This isn't what I want. I don't want Spark Notes. 50 citations, l'étranger. Say, here we go. Is this correct? Yeah. Aujourd'hui, maman est morte. Ou peut-être hier, je ne sais pas. J'ai reçu un télégramme de asile. Mère décidée. Enterrement demain. Sentiment distingué. Cela ne veut rien dire. C'était peut-être hier. I don't know how good that was, Knox.
I understand bits of it.
Yeah, sorry.
Something about a telegram from Asia, a burial, and
Yeah.
something that's meaningless.
Mm-hmm.
You want to post it in?
I'm trying. Okay, here. Once again. I make an attempt. Probably mangled that
I see.
too
It's
hard.
the mother. It's the mother one.
Yeah. Hey, Jason.
Join. Hey, Jason.
What's up? You muted. Maybe he just wants to watch. I don't know.
Okay. Well,
Well, then I'll show you what I'm doing.
I'll attempt to read this in French for you.
Okay.
Aujourd'hui,
I was coming on here to tell you guys to calm down. You guys are way too loud. You're talking way too much. Holy crap. Stop it. No. Too much. Also, hi guys.
You can't stop me. I'm the boss. I do what I want.
I know. It's impossible. Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
that's fine.
it's
Carry
quite
on.
all right. I'm curious what I'm
Yeah.
gonna do.
Fable just attempted to read a French quote, and I'm gonna read it actually in French.
Sorry, I tried.
Hey, it's okay.
Yeah.
You did all right for somebody who doesn't speak the language.
I speak some of it. It's just been too long.
Yeah.
Sure, I was mingling a lot of it. Anyway, go ahead.
Aujourd'hui, maman est morte. Ou peut-être hier, je ne sais pas. J'ai reçu un télégramme de l'asile. Mère décédée. Enterrement demain. Sentiment distingué. Cela ne veut rien dire. C'était peut-être hier.
It's much better than what I did. Yeah, I could understand you. I don't think I could have understood me. Sorry.
I'm not bothered. I'm not one of those I'm not one of those people who's like, you mangled my language. It's
You can say you're pissed. It's fine. I can feel it.
oh god, the vampire says I'm pissed. It must be true.
We were
I'm so
joking.
delighted,
We were
Fable, when
joking
you
earlier.
referred to that as my war the other day.
Yeah, you're Jason's personal war that he
Jason's
can't help but
personal
lose.
war. It's true though.
It's just what you get for hanging out with furries. What do you think the answer's gonna be?
Yeah.
Hello, tiny
mean-
chicken.
Bats are furry. Right?
Bats are furries, but let's face it, vampires have been having the furries sucked out of them gradually by the mainstream.
That is all too true. Although what's funny is that some people are like, yeah, well, vampires, blah, blah, Twilight. And it's like, well, you know who else kind of sucked in Twilight?
The werewolves.
The
suck too.
werewolves.
Yeah.
It's like nobody won in that.
I have baby.
Except for unless you're really into like weird CGI babies, I guess. In which case, that is the film set for you.
Jason, look, chicken.
Oh, gosh. Look at the chicken.
He will
Oh.
chicken. He's little
Oh,
chicken
which
boy.
one is that?
This is Nobu. He's my rooster.
Nobu.
He's my tiny boy. He's the little.
What a noble lad. Look
He
at
is
that.
my noble Roo, Nobu.
Oh,
Nom, 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 nom.
that is a
Very
good
cute.
creature.
He's a very good boy. He loves to be cuddled. He walked over because he wanted to be scooped.
I hear that that's mostly like, and you could certainly clarify this, but I hear that that's very much a sort of an unexpected chicken thing. Is
They
cuddling.
love hugs. Yes, they love hugs.
Yeah.
I think it's because when they're cuddling up in like their coops, they like press right up against each other. They like the security of
Okay, so kind of like a cat in that way, how like cats
Yeah.
like to kind of be held firmly and
yeah.
squeezed and whatever. It's comforting for them. I
Yeah, I think they just
Huh.
it's similar to what they do with each other. So they
They were
enjoy
just bred
being
for
hugged.
optimum storage.
This is a very
Bred for
squeezable
optimum
bird. Yes,
storage.
this is a very squeezable bird. Buddy, you're being naughty. You're trying to peck me. Why? I know what you want, though. You're being a naughty boy. Being a naughty thing. Ah. Mr. Rooster.
Do they mostly hang around like the house in general, or is it mostly just sort of this?
Oh no,
'cause
they
it
would
sort of
shit
opens-
everywhere if I let them do that.
See, that's what I
Yeah.
wasn't sure if like.
If I had chicken diapers, which is a thing you can give them, like little pants, chicken pants,
Mhm.
then that wouldn't be a big deal. Oh, you do want cuddles. You do want cuddles. See, he doesn't have many ways to communicate with me. There's peck and yell, and most of the time he is peck. So if he wants my attention, he pecks me. If he's mad at me, he pecks me. It's just what kind of peck. So he's doing like little gentle pecks right now. 'cause he wants
divine from
attention.
there.
Yeah.
Oh.
He only has a few ways to tell me what he wants. But he wants to tell me what he wants.
It's better than Hecate. Hecate will just sit like 10 feet away and meow constantly. And then you go over to like pet her or whatever, and then she'll like walk like 2 feet away and sit down. And it's like, well,
Yep.
I don't. What do you want?
What do you want to be?
Usually it's food when they do that, I'd say.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
want-
But it's
do you
like,
want
no,
your
no. You
waddles
know
rubbed?
when we feed you, and you will get food at those times.
He loves
I'm not
having
going
his
to-
waddles rubbed. He loves this. This is his favorite.
Don't we all?
Oh, there we go, little good boy. Yeah, become chicken melt.
Aw. That's very cat-like. Just so, like
Yeah,
when they
this is-
settle into like loaf mode.
Yes. Oh, he can loaf. He can loaf really good. When chickens sleep, they've
Aw.
just become loaf. It's really cute.
Perfect.
Yeah. he
So is
loaf
there
away.
like a is the door over there like open to the outside? Is that how they
Yeah,
come
that's
in,
how they
or-
got in. Cause Clint's
That's
refreshing their
fantastic.
food right now, I think.
Uh-huh.
So he wandered in, and so sometimes if the door is open, he'll just like walk up and he'll hop on the desk or he'll hop in my lap.
Just be like, yo.
Yes, Clint,
Provider.
I fed the parrots. The chickens were not fed. Okay. Ah, baby. What a baby. Sorry to yell at Clint. He asked me a question about animals. Oh.
No, I assumed.
Oh, we got a question on YouTube for Tracy. Are you there, Tracy?
How you
Yeah,
doing,
I'm
General?
eating. I just didn't want to chew
Okay.
into the microphone.
Oh,
so-
that's a compliment. It's
But
like,
everyone loves that sound.
It's a
No.
poem. It's a poem, Tracy, from someone called Just a Little Love. Poem. Oh, Tracy, you're so lovely with the things that you create, from the short film you inspire to the fans that you make. I hope you understand that you really inspire. Lastly, please no retire. Yeah.
There it
That's
is.
so
Lands real
terrible.
nice.
How many
Thank
chickens
you.
does Tracy have? 0. I'm
Yeah,
the one
I
with the
have,
chickens. Yeah.
I have many cats and no chickens.
We give them all to Fable.
Yeah.
We all start off with so many chickens, and we have to get rid of them somehow. So
You are so little. and
Abel's
happy.
the chicken connoisseur.
Oh yes.
Mini a chicken. I have 4. I have a tiny rooster and 3 hens, which are not tiny. They're like 3 times his size. It's hilarious.
No.
He's such a little guy. He's like the anti-toxic masculinity bird. It's great. He protect. He when he finds snack, he walk up, he go ba 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 ba, picks it up, puts it down, lets you know, hey, I found delicious food. And if she doesn't want it, he's like, okay, then I'll have it.
Be ashamed to let
Never
this go to
mean.
waste.
Yes,
That's wonderful.
he's never mean.
A good creature.
He makes sure no cat touch, no hawk look. Nobody do what they don't want. If they yell, he come running. What's you need, lady? Lady, ma'am, I help. Him good chicken boy.
That's a good chicken boy right
He's
there.
a good chicken boy. Come here with this corn. He sees the corn and he wants it. He's like, oh my god.
I hear the
corn.
balking begins.
Oh,
The
they all
balking
want
is
the
upon
corn.
us.
Come here, buddy.
You can go.
You can watch him eat peas and corn.
Oh, I see a doggo.
Yeah. See, look at him. He loves
Oh,
it.
look
Oh,
at
you
that.
dropped it. Your own little bottles. Your own tiny bib dropped the pea for you. He loves a corn. He loves a snack.
Okay, if you're not gonna put him down, and take another handful.
Okay, 1 second. He's just being too cute. I don't want to put him down.
First I thought you
So
said take
cute.
another hit, and I was like, oh man, is that what we're referring to?
I
like
have
chicken
that
feed
too,
as now?
but
Take another hit, chicken. Come here. Eat it.
chicken bong.
That's magic. Yeah,
What
right.
if a bong made out of roasted turkey leg?
Ooh. Oh man.
If that's not the most high idea,
It's like broth water or something.
it's awful.
I
It's
know,
like you're
that's the
breathing
worst
in
thing
turkey.
That's ever happened. Oh my god.
Big Renaissance
You ever wanted to
turkey
smoke Thanksgiving?
leg. I just want.
Hey,
I'm on a diet. This is the only way I can enjoy anything.
I'm sure it'll catch on in LA.
Oh yeah, honestly. Yeah,
Here
now that I say it out
they
loud.
like deep fry their turkeys here. It's crazy.
That's bizarre to me.
Mm.
I can't get my head around that.
Herm Doggy Dog says, I take it each member of the cast crew specialize in a particular animal group. No, but that's a fun idea.
That is a fun idea.
Yeah.
But no, I don't know about specializing.
I feel like more like I infect people with my birdness.
We have
like,
a-
anybody in proximity to me ends up getting a bird somehow.
We have a multitude of cat specialists, I suppose.
There you go.
Sam has I don't know, has her new feral given or not or new foster cat given birth yet or?
Not yet, I don't think so. You know, guy, you want to go back outside with your friends? I love holding you, but I do have work to do. You're so
And Kelly has
cute.
motorcycles. That's her animal of choice.
She has
Kelly
pigeons.
also has birds.
She
Yeah.
has birds.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
You
But
have
she
to
has
corral those
pigeons and
motorcycles.
she's extremely
Fancy
about them.
fancy pigeons.
Very fancy pigeons.
Oh, those fancy
Good
ones.
little guy. You want some treat from Clint? Yeah, you love
What about those like
corn.
fluffy
Little guy,
chickens?
big
Those like
appetite.
really fluffy ones that are super adorable.
Yeah, one day we shared tons of chicken, like rare chicken breed photos on the server. We just like, oh my god, there's so many of them. They're so
I have vague recollections
Agreed.
of that.
I know.
Yeah, they're like-
It's like they're very collectible.
those super
Chickens.
long, skinny chickens, and
Oh,
Oh, I would love a tall
But
chicken.
it's like that's a dinosaur.
I want a
Yeah,
tall.
and like-
I would. If there's one animal I would love to actually collect, it would be chickens. If only I
what
had
were
the
those
space.
ones with like, they had, like
There's the
tree trunk legs? They were like the size of
Oh
like
my
a
God,
4-year-old
yeah.
child. Like,
They're like dragon leg chickens or something.
Mm.
I forget the name of it, but they are. They exist because chicken feet are like a delicacy in China, so they bred a chicken with maximum chicken foot.
so Bigfoot of chicken is
Yeah.
Excellent. Also, your rooster keeps barking. I don't know if you find that weird.
It is odd that he keeps doing that.
He does that a lot.
Wow. Huh.
I don't know. Tall chicken just sounds like an emu to me.
tall chicken.
Yeah, right.
Hold-
It's
let me
tall like
find a photo.
TOL as
Hold
well.
on.
Total chicken. I'm never calling an emu anything else again. It's just a tall chicken. Tall goth chicken.
You might think that, but really it's just a very tall chicken.
Yep. Just a very tall chicken. Rough.
Grim Doggy Dog
There.
asks if Kelly
It's
trains
screaming.
the birds to ride the motorcycle.
I mean, I would hope so. I'm gonna go with yes.
Yeah.
I think we can just safely say yes. Right?
Frog. Oh my God, this chicken is gorgeous. I love it. Look at this. Is such a look. Look
Oh,
at it.
dang.
Yes, girl.
That's some
It's like
bangs.
runway
Look at
model
that.
chicken.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
you gotta have
Love
those like
it.
long legs.
Boom.
I love it.
You need
Yeah,
some
like
pumps
for
to
days.
go with like some stiletto heels to go with this.
I want to hold the chicken and have it stick its leggy out real far.
I'll share it with StreamChat.
The
Oh man.
I would love to have one of those all black chickens that are black on the inside and out the outside.
Mm-hmm. the gothest chickens ever.
Why is the image called moderngame.png?
You know why.
I don't know. It's just what came up in a Google image search.
I always like the sort of knee breech trousers that some chickens have that sort of cuts off like at the knee or whatever. It's like they're in the 1700s
They're wearing
strutting about.
plus fours.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh.
Chris says now someone needs to make a fursona based off of this. Chris, that already is a fursona.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's someone right there. Look at that. It's just a very good costume. I can't stop looking at it. It's just such a striking pose.
There's a lot of really good chickens if you just like look them up. There's so many excellent
It's fun to
chickens.
look at all the different kinds of chickens.
I was there was like a bird disease going around, and I went out to this pet expo because Kiki was there, and I thought it'd be fun to see like different breeds of dog and stuff. And so they have pet expos, so there's like see different breeds of cat, and there's a cat show, and there's different breeds of dog and horses. But unfortunately, there was like this bird disease going on, and it meant it so that you couldn't transport any birds around like Southern California basically without moving the disease around. There's basically like the bird version of COVID in a sense, and it was decimating the chicken industry. So I wanted to see all the different kinds of fancy chickens, but they couldn't come. There were no birds at the expo. It was sad. I mean, I got to pet a llama, but there were no birds.
I got to pet a llama, but that was decidedly not a chicken or a bird of any kind.
No.
I mean, llamas can't even fly, so you look at them and you're like, "What good are you?" Then you have.
I don't know. I think Santa's missing out by not having his llama-drawn sled.
Oh my God! Can you imagine? I'm here for
This
that.
is a bunch of alpacas just flying through the air.
Hell yeah! I mean, they're way less skittish than reindeer, so. Oh, man.
It's the poofy fleece allows them to float.
Mm-hmm.
Like a
The
balloon.
problem is they probably all just sort of zoom off in different directions.
Yeah, that's it. It's not that they can't fly; it's that you can't organize llamas.
Yeah, and they can't see out of their fluff, and they're just all, oh, man.
Well, they have natural built-in airbags, though. So if they crash,
That
they're
is true.
fine.
Yeah, they're fine. Santa, on the other hand, well, it's fine. He's replaceable anyway. It's just something they inject.
Yeah,
a new
we have the
person with
Santa
when the
Claus
old
for
one dies,
that.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's less of a we baked that into the system. Don't worry about that. It's
Yeah,
covered.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's been figured out. It's had enough time to be sorted. I see 3 troublemakers. I see my son in the back seat. Yeah, I heard that. I think that's what called me to the chat. I was like, what's this?
You've
Victor?
adopted.
Really?
You've adopted Freckle.
Apparently. That could only go poorly.
I am looking forward to the point in the comic where Victor and Freckle get to interact. That's for sure. That's gonna be fun.
Say, Lord knows Belle and I have done it offhandedly. Enough, so.
Tracy, you inspired yet?
I'm not sure their canon interactions would go quite like that.
No,
but
probably not.
fun to think about.
I mean, the very brief one we've had did not go super well.
Or did it go extremely well?
Yeah, it depends who you
Freckle ran away, which is exactly what Victor
Yeah.
wanted. So yeah.
ask. Everybody wins. Especially Victor.
Victor won with his eyeball. He just
Yup.
stared at him until he left.
Belle's always
As
ready
you
to
do.
bring the gremlin energy at the drop
Oh,
of
yeah.
a hat.
Yep. And I have to counter with Victor just giving him nothing.
It's like all your improv training gone to waste. It's like the
This
worst
guy, yeah.
character to play for that.
Yep. Ugh.
Victor
almost like-
does not yes and he just
Yeah.
He just knows.
Yeah. It's really tricky. Honestly, it kind of makes me think of like if you're trying to sort of improv like Darth Vader almost, just because like Darth Vader is not going to go along with the joke either. Like he's going to be very stoic and kind of a man of few words and whatever, and probably just choke you out before the conversation's even done. So I guess it kind of feels similar. And
Guess
hadn't
it's
thought
good you
about
have,
that till just now.
Guess it's good you have Asa, though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that. Yeah, But then again, who really speaks? Well, I mean, heck, I guess Mitzi and him could chat it up. And
One
some
second, guys.
goofy
I have
stuff.
to. I'll keep chatting, but I'm gonna change it to the be alright back, guys, because I have to right now open up a Blender file that is spoilery. But we're still talking. I just have to do this for one of my BG artists.
Sure.
So,
Okay,
but we're still
sure.
here. Technically,
Has
we
Jason
are
seen
here.
your beer? Has
I
Jason
have not.
seen the Be Right Back?
Just
not.
go onto my Twitch
I'd
and
like
you
to.
can see it.
Uh-oh. Here I go. I have to open up an internet and do a Google.
You have to
and do
open the internet. Yep.
it.
Sorry.
Gotta do me a. I have owned too many
Do
vampire
it.
businesses and am too ancient to keep this internet hacking. Come on, thing, load. I was trying to fill the time by grumbling. Come on. Son of a bitch. Oh, here we go. Wait. No. No, that's not it at all, is it? No. No. That was something. No.
Now he has gone full vampire. That's Jason does. Who's the guy from What We Do in the Shadows? Fucking what's his face?
Wait, which one?
The one who's
Oh, there we go. Oh my God, Rocky
one
running
who
around.
is extremely married.
Oh, Laszlo.
Yes, yeah.
Ah, yes.
That was
of
like your
course.
last love, basically.
Yup, pretty much.
Yeah.
Jackie Daytona.
Oh my god, this bird you just posted, that's called a light Brahma. And I had a Brahma. I had
That's
a
a
Brahma
good band
hen.
name.
She was enormous. She's like the size of a small dog. I loved her.
It's the size of a
I want one again. I like the big babies. They are so big.
Lord Jimkin.
Extremely large and extremely dramatic. Although these are actually
Chicken or
I'm
a
shocked.
Dark Souls boss?
yeah. Brahmas are like the Brahmas are pretty chill overall, but like Hopper, who was my Brahma, was very dramatic.
Are we still on live or no?
You,
they
on
can hear us.
Discord, you can yeah, they can hear you. I
okay.
just changed the screen because I had to open up the
Right.
scene that
okay.
you can see that I can't talk about.
Yeah, I can see it now.
Yeah, so I can't talk about that on stream because that's spoilery. But when
Oh my
BG
God, I didn't
artists
think
needed help.
penguins could drive tanks. Oops, sorry.
Oh yeah.
Spoiler.
Correct. Jason.
I know. I ruined the whole film. you
Jason!
know what? I am so fired. You'll have to replace
Extremely
me. I canceled
fired.
them out. I can't.
God, where am I gonna
can't
find a
do it.
victor in such short notice now?
It'll be pretty easy.
You got any recommendations for me, buddy?
Yes. I can do like 5 people right now.
Now I'm actually wondering if you would have any recommendations. You don't have to mention them, but I'm just like, oh man.
Oh, I
that's
do
right,
have
you do know a lot of
recommendations,
people.
so I will. Yeah, I can throw those at you. I can give you a list of people,
People
to
to
replace
replace
me
you with.
should I go too far.
That's when you know you made a quality hire.
Oh yeah. And just in case I fuck it up, here is a list of replacements that I can personally
Inspiring confidence. Ah, yes. The Marnocha way.
recommend. Yup. How could you, Fable? It's Marnoka.
Marnoka. Okay, we.
Yeah, see, even the birds.
See, we have a confusing thing where
It's a, yeah, we're
where
like, is
you
it
and Michael both have
Marnocha
that
and
CH
Kovac,
sound,
or...
and you,
Yeah, his
you
is
do it
Kovac,
differently.
I
Like
believe,
his is
yeah.
Kovac and yours is Marnoka, and so it's very like we keep mixing up like who's has the ch and who has the k sound.
That actually makes a lot of sense. It didn't occur to me at first, partially because I have some scotch in my hand, and also because
Oh,
just didn't occur to me. And I'm like, wait a minute, they just said, oh. It doesn't really bother me anymore. I've come to accept that I really should have chosen a better stage name when I joined the union of things. But I thought that no one else would ever have Marnoka for their last name, so I would be fine. But the trouble is, you just can't pronounce it.
What you need to do is to popularize it as a drink name.
I mean, I'm not above that.
Yeah, that's it. Just start a cocktail, call it the Marnoka, and everybody will know how to pronounce it.
The dark Marnoka or something like that.
Yeah. I'll write that down. That's not a bad idea. Well done, Nox. That's not a bad idea at all.
the Mocha Marnoka.
Oh shit! it is.
Oh boy.
Oh man, you use like friggin' Kona coffee in it and whatnot, and just oh man, I could play around with this. I mean, hell, it's quarantine. What else am I doing? I may as well make a beverage that has a fun
Fair
play
enough.
on my own name. I can't stop watching Rocky flying back and forth.
It's fun.
It's a good loading screen. It keeps people there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, hopefully we still have, the delightfully sort of frightening intermission take you that can pop up every now and then if we remember when that happened. It was like badly cropped or whatever, the last that like Newt hadn't cropped it correctly or whatever. It just said intermission take you.
What?
I did not see this.
You don't remember that? Oh, I will show you.
Oh,
You will.
I think I
You will. Yeah. The screen just said intermission
Yeah.
take you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was wonderful and kind of my favorite thing.
It's very cryptic, Newt.
It's very cryptic. It's kind of frightening too. There's something sinister about it.
The intermission is going to do things to you.
Yeah, right. Beware.
Sounds like an old Broadway curse.
It
The
does.
Anger the Gypsy
Oh my
Director.
God, it does though. Yep, intermission.
Yes, do not say good luck in the theater or the intermission will take you.
Yeah. You should know better. Intermission take you. So sinister. Deeply sinister.
It should have been left like that.
When you say
Yeah.
it like that, yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I do kind of, I like the JH77 Sly. You can get Kovash to say we and have it on repeat.
Oh,
BRB
it would
screen.
get so old so fast.
Yeah, it's one of those things you feel like you might want. And then,
And then you get it, and then you're
Oh.
like, oh no.
oh no.
like I dropped. Did you see that Fortnite fan cam of Rocky?
Oh god.
No, I didn't. What
Oh no! Oh,
Okay.
you didn't see it. Oh no! Now I have to
Just
show
know
it
that
to
it will.
you. So, I was browsing the Lackadaisy tag late at night. Some 16-year-old posted this.
Uh-oh.
And I saw it, and I was like, I'm gonna post that in fan stuff. I bet if Mike is awake, and he was awake.
Oh, that. Yes,
Yeah.
I did see that.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
yes, I
worst
did.
thing ever.
Yeah, I did not take the advice about danger, loud, distorted audio to heart, and I was
That was pretty-
destroyed. Oh, I was
It's so
destroyed.
bad.
Yeah.
Thanks,
it's,
Chris. Chris says
It's the best, worst thing.
Chris says improving with Victor is like trying to make a comedy routine with Cthulhu, and also, oh god, the fan cam. Thanks, Chris. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's kind of, because I love, improving stuff often, kind of silly moments with characters or whatever, kind of behind the scenes, goofiness, whatever. I love doing that. But yeah, with Victor, it's very tricky because he just isn't up for anyone's particular brand of horseshit. So.
That's what
Yeah.
makes him great, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Because it's like the
he's
comedy
just-
is how quickly can he murder the joke.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like
yeah.
he's not just good at killing people, he's also good at killing comedy.
Yeah, like you can't find a better straight man. You can't.
No,
he's
the
so much so
straightest
that he
of
just
men.
wants to leave the scene. Like he's so not into it that he just.
Yeah, he's not like Mordecai, who's such a straight man that he loops around and becomes the zany one.
Yeah,
Next
exactly.
to Victor, which
exactly.
is amazing.
Yeah, but Victor doesn't really get razzled. So, yeah, that's exactly right. That's how I feel about it anyway.
Hey, if you want improv suggestions, I'm sure the fan group can provide. Like,
Oh boy.
I don't know, Asa recruits Rocky instead of Mordecai. What happens?
Oh god. Can you imagine? Oh,
I
man.
can.
Yeah. Well. Oh,
Well,
man.
mistakes were
That would
made.
go.
The
so
recruiting
wrong.
agency made a horrible mistake. And
Hitman
HR.
recruiting agency.
Yeah.
It ruins everything.
HR fucked up and hired the wrong person.
Oh no.
Which, to
they
be
gotta
fair,
make it work. It's a premise for a zany sitcom.
Some sort of
Wait.
parallel universe.
which would fit well with Jason attempting to use the dark web to hire somebody.
This is what you get for ordering a hitman off the dark web.
Yep, that's what happens.
Yeah. With Bitcoin.
Yes, always.
Oh god.
Bitcoin. Q Mr. Swift. Hey, good question. How do voice actors deal with being gassy in small booths? We don't.
Oh, that's a real question.
It is. And the
I guess
answer is you don't. You use the restroom before doing a session, and that usually is not a problem. I've never run into that problem.
Never? You've never
no.
farted in the booth and been like, oh no.
No, never.
I feel like this is a lie, I have to say.
It's not a lie. I would totally own up to it if I believe me. If there
Never
were a
farted
better
in the
story,
booth.
if there were a better story than no, I would totally go with it. But there isn't. There just isn't. You know,
Well, you've never had
sort
a
of-
situation where it went on for long enough and you really had to go to the bathroom, at least. Like you had to go pee because you drank too much water.
You have breaks in between longer sessions usually. So I mean, and voice directors are very quick to be like, if you need a break, let us know. So
Yeah, because they
easy
want a
enough to
break
be
too.
like-
Like,
yeah,
I'm
exactly. So
tired,
easy
yeah.
enough to be like, I need a break, and then just go take care of it and then come back.
Mm-hmm.
Or I could do sort of a Val version where I talk about how I had to fight 4 people as I farted in the booth or whatever. Like some kind of there was ice and it was slippery, and I had to kick a brick wall and steal someone's candy and whatever.
You're like, Jabal, I'm challenging you on your bullshit.
Yeah.
That would be a nice way to do a John Wick moment.
Yeah. Oh man, no, I love Val's stories. Val's stories.
Oh,
are so
they're
good.
delightful. You haven't heard
They're
the
so
cocaine
good.
story yet, though.
Yeah, I can't
haven't
because
told
I'm.
mine either. No.
Oh god.
Oh man, no, I always miss Val when I'm on here, because I feel like the last time I popped on and we were talking, I think that Val came on a little bit after or a little before, and I just missed him. Also, holy dang, these cookies.
Dude, yeah, I finally got mine. Like,
Oh
damn.
my god. Yeah.
We have to summon Val.
Yeah, we do. We have to. All right, what kind of things do we have to light, and in what circular arrangement so that he can appear?
It's called sending him a DM.
Oh, well, I suppose that's true.
I mean, I think the circle of cookies and hot dogs would be
That might
pretty.
do it. You don't even actually have to light anything. You just sort of have
With
to have
some
it.
cocaine sprinkled in the
There you go. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
He's gonna
And
get
honestly,
real
the more coke
sheepish
you
and
put
be
in,
known as the
faster he comes
cocaine
over,
friend
so-
now.
Yeah.
Then again, it's like you and me live in Los Angeles. I'm sure we have a few cocaine friends.
Oh, certainly. Oh, yeah. I like how you put the R in there for friends instead of fiends, but we'll go with it. Yeah, there's only one Val cocaine story? I don't know. Probably. I
Apparently,
wanna
there's
high-five
two
Val,
Valve
though.
cocaine stories, actually, so.
Ah,
Yeah.
I know a few.
He had one cocaine story, and then the other had a cocaine story. He said he has two cocaine stories. So.
Oh, man. Well, clearly, we just have to do another hangout stream sometime, and everyone will just drink and tell all our stories and just get them all out in the open.
Yeah.
Salami says, "Who's the butterscotch voice?" That's a nice.
That's
That would
Jason.
be literally anyone else.
No, that's you. That is Jason
That's a
Marno.
very cute way of putting Jason's voice. I like that. Butterscotch
Yeah, I like that
voice.
description.
Butterscotch.
That's
As
it,
if it
Jason,
doesn't
now
sound
you're
like
butterscotch.
gravel into oil.
Well, we did have you also play Asa, so I think describing Asa as a butterscotch voice is pretty apt.
That's actually fair. That's a good
Yeah.
He's
point.
definitely addicted to butterscotches. He's one of those like your grandparents who always has like a Werther's original.
Mm-hmm.
their- in
He's
their
just
pocket
always
for
got a
some reason.
dish. Always. I don't like.
I was joking with
butterscotch, I can't
Tracy
do it.
about like
I'm so
if
not
Rocky
into it.
ever entered his office and like what would happen
Oh,
to all
God.
the candy.
They would kind of get along, which is weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like we need to
I can
see
see
that.
it.
We missed out on the whole like brunch, the whole brunch episode.
That's true.
Actually, I think Asa would quickly get annoyed that he wasn't able to speak as often as he would like to because Rocky's filling up the space with noise. So it might not be a friendship that lasted, but
It's true. I wonder. I mean, obviously, Tracy, you'd be the one to approve of this, but I wonder if Asa would actually be better at sort of controlling Rocky than perhaps Mitzi is. Would sort of get a beat on him a little earlier on.
Oh, I
you
think
know.
Mitzi knows what she's doing with.
Oh, sure.
Like
Yeah.
yeah, but also Rocky's just as manipulative. So it's like.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And so, no, I don't know that that it would be possible because Rocky's motivations are.
Yeah. The more I let that sit there, the more I'm like,
Pretty-
no.
Yeah, he's not in it for like money or
No, of
fame
course.
or anything like that. He's definitely needs to be needed.
Yeah.
Unless Asa was like willing to be his dad.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
Yeah.
if Asa was like, "I adopt you, son," and
And then that's the end of the show. Goodbye, everybody. I'll be like Lackadaisy.
then he might get some fruitful, yeah. Like, but otherwise, no. I think Asa would end up having Rocky whacked pretty quickly.
There you go.
It's like, why the story wasn't written this way? Let's see. And it's like all
You're like, what is with this guy? He like destroys more things than he manages to. Yeah, it's just
He is a liability.
a liability. He's definitely
And I can't keep filling up my candy dishes 3 times a day.
right.
This is absurd.
Yeah, I think he'd get annoyed enough to be like.
And for like minor inconveniences like that, aside from larger ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's more than fair. Yeah, I suppose the more I let that question sit there, the more I'm like, no. I don't think that's accurate at all. And no, Newt, you will
But it
never
would be
live that
funny.
down.
It would be really funny though.
Oh, yes. Wildly. This alternate universe proposition of that situation.
It'd just be the question, be like, well, why not write Lackadaisy from Marigold's perspective, where Rocky is working there instead, and this is the answer.
God.
The story would be done much faster.
Very quickly.
Yeah, very, very
Enjoy
quickly.
the half a volume of the new Lackadaisy. Wraps up real quick.
Story over. Wow, that was very anticlimactic. The guy just
Yeah,
gets
wow.
shot.
Yeah, what do you mean everything got sorted so quickly?
I guess Tracy does have everybody just dies as a retirement plan if needed to leave early.
Yeah, whenever you get
Needing
too
to
sick
leave
of writing
early
it,
makes
everybody
sound
blows
like
up.
fleeing to another country.
Yeah.
Or just Monty Python it, the feds
No,
show
but
up.
you have to.
There you go.
Yeah, but
And they arrest
can't,
everybody.
You can't half-ass it though. You have to like come up with some very like Final Destination ways to kill them all off and like really.
Oh, there you go.
You can just
That'd be amazing, though. How's everybody gonna die? Rocky causes a chain
convoluted.
reaction that just like results in everybody getting murdered.
There's some kind of like 1920s version of Saw.
I mean, he nearly already did that in Volume 1. That's.
I would
Yeah.
like to play a
Actually-
game.
Yeah.
You know the weird part is that happened to a comic I read when I was a kid.
Oh.
Everybody blew up.
I think the author died, so one of the other cartoonists in the same industry just made a comic where all his characters all the characters of this series died so they could be buried next to him.
Oh.
That's.
It was freaking dark.
Wow.
I'm not sure
Uh,
that. Okay, as the sort of if you were in that kind of position, Tracy, do you think that would be a satisfying conclusion for you, or something
No.
you would prefer? Like, what a weird idea.
no.
It was
I
weird.
can't imagine. Yeah, that's really bizarre.
unless there's like some point that it's trying to make that is
I might be
addressed
remembering.
by that ending.
I might be remembering
friendship
it
is forever
wrong.
or some shit. I don't know. Like,
Or you're remembering it perfectly.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you, Chris. He says the car scene is actually Rocky's final destination.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah.
Excellent.
nice.
Yeah.
The voice sounds like a commercial voice. Yes.
Have you done many
Okay.
commercials?
I've done a few commercials, yeah. One of the really interesting ones that came up actually during quarantine was I did a series of advertisements for WeTransfer.
Mm-hmm.
And they wanted absolutely no weird voices, no accents, no anything. Just do it as straight as possible, and it's all, they just wanted it as straight as possible. And, but I was like, I don't know. This reads like, blah, 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 WeTransfer, doing this sort of English thing. And they cast me, and I'm like, wait, but I did, okay. Because sometimes it is like, you just do whatever, and they actually prefer the weirder take. Like, sometimes you go against what it says, and sometimes it works. Now, obviously, I couldn't have auditioned with Victor and been like, "Hey, everybody, hey, Victor."
No, you would have. You would have not gotten hired.
No,
you would have ended
I
up
would
a
not.
story instead. There was a guy who auditioned with Victor. I made him sound like
Some idiot.
Yeah.
Could've been
I
cast
mean-
Fuck was it
But
that
instead,
guy?
I was cast, and I'm
Like
still
that.
like some idiot. But yeah.
Well, you're
So
an
just
excellent
I don't know.
Victor.
Sometimes.
We love
Thank you. I appreciate that. It is.
It's hard to picture him with any other voice at this point.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
It's just your voice now.
Oh, that actually really makes me happy. Thank you. Oh, that's sweet. Well, now I'm delighted. Now today is very nice.
Aw.
You need us to ruin it?
Yes, please.
I mean,
Someone quickly.
yeah. Keep
Begin.
talking. I'm sure we will. Yeah.
Someone show me a
Things
weird
will go
rooster or
downhill.
something. No, that won't work.
That just makes the day better.
Exactly. That only improves things. When I die, the
Samantha
cat
Reese.
cast of Lackadaisy eats my body.
Yes, they are cats after all. Yes. They will
But then
feast
don't
on
you
your-
just become like Michelle Pfeiffer Catwoman at that point? Isn't that
They
what
will
happened in
feast
that
on your
movie?
cats, and yeah, I don't know if they'll like resurrect me into some kind of
Yeah.
eccentric superhero, but that would be interesting.
You know. Like
She goes
previously
right
how
back
you
to
were
doing what she was
totally the
doing
kind of-
before.
I just go back to drawing the comics.
That's all.
I
They're
just
like,
wear
"That was
like,
good enough."
but I'm wearing like this cut up leather outfit when I do it.
You're just like really uncomfortable while you're still working on it. That's all. Oh man. Has Jason been through the whole Kaz story yet? Well, Chris, I don't know to what that refers.
I'm not sure what you're talking about either. The
Yeah.
old Kaz story.
Are they talking
The
about
whole
how
Kaz story,
Kaz
or only part of the Kaz story?
how Kaz like pops in and is just like, you want peanut butter but you have no spoons.
Oh, do you mean like Kaz's like RPG, like impromptu adventures, like choose your own adventure, sort of like? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think
I've
you
ever
have.
had that happen.
I-
How the hell
I-
did
I
miss
like-
I
that?
don't know. She just shows up sometimes, and she's just like immediately presents you with a problem and asks you how to solve it, and then you go on an adventure,
Oh
like
my
a
God,
first-person
I've never
adventure
had.
game.
How have I never had that happen? I love Kaz, and I've never
It's
had
funny.
that.
It's like
happen.
I suggested that to her before. Basically, I was like, what you should do is just jump into voice calls and give people
Yes.
scenarios to bounce off of because
Yes.
she loves poking the bear so much. Where I'm like, Kaz, you're basically a natural DM. You should just do that as like a
Yeah,
practical
honestly.
joke. So she
Oh,
started
that'd
doing
be so
it.
fun.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bother Kaz for that and be like,
Oh, I
"Look,
didn't.
You could do
I
it now.
require
You
this to
probably-
happen.
Well, actually, I don't know
I'm
if
going
she's
to do that.
currently in. She might be at work right now. So
I
It
just
works from like 4 to 8, I think. So yeah.
yeah.
I just like that Kaz. There's enough to her that there's enough randomness to her that when somebody says the Kaz story RPG thing, it could be many things that they're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was rifling through my brain like the Kaz RPG. Then I think back that, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, it could be anything. Kaz is a delight. Oh, man.
Yeah.
I haven't heard from Kaz in a long time. Then again, we all don't stay up till 4 a.m.
She's
talking
been working a
about
lot.
stuff anymore.
So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I stay up till 4 a.m. I don't know about anybody else.
Well, why ain't you been in
Yeah,
then?
me too.
I can't, wait, I haven't seen anything from that. Then again, I don't get, no matter what I set these things to, I don't get notifications anymore.
What? Oh, what?
Yeah,
That's
so I'm not even
Yeah.
like being a stranger.
You
or
must have it
anything. I'm just
muted.
like, oh, I guess no one's
Have
not-
you
have
right-clicked on the
yeah,
server?
You might have muted the server.
Actually, yeah, maybe if I do it on my computer instead of on the app.
Yeah. Also, go to notification settings. You just have to right-click on the server bubble on the left, and then you can do all that. So I don't blame anybody for muting the server because we're so damn active, but
Oh yeah, no, I don't think I ever did though. I think it was some kind of. Yeah, no, it doesn't say it's muted. I don't know. Maybe if I just uninstall and reinstall the app or something, maybe it'll figure itself out. Because my phone is also doing that lovely iPhone thing, where it sort of is like you have almost all the storage used up, and then you delete everything and move stuff out of the way and get rid of apps and stuff, and it takes away like 0.3 gigabytes of whatever somehow, and it doesn't actually get you all of that memory back. So I have to do a factory reset on my phone probably, but it might be one of those sort of things where it's like just my phone is just confused. It's considered old at this point. I'm sure it's an iPhone 7, and they're on like what, iPhone 633 by now, I think.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Anyway, that's the ABCs of me.
Chris has been clipping us and posting it to Lackadaisy.
Oh
That's
no,
not
is he?
allowed.
Now I have to see this.
I didn't sign off on this.
Oh, that reminds me. Lackadaisy P Crew. We were talking about it.
What?
It's kind of like you can customize a character, build a character, all thing, but
Oh.
you're just like
well, that's a
swapping out
fun
component
idea.
parts and making your own. So you can make your own like Lackadaisy soda or something.
Oh dang.
I
That's
saw
fantastic.
I saw Spike's Garfield Sona today.
Yeah, the Garfield one was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, so we were talking about how awesome we do if we could do a P crew, but we need to, I think, first come up with like a sheet of things that would exist. So we make like an Excel sheet and we say like what elements need to be drawn. So it's like different head types, different body types, different tail types, then different clothing types, and we just make it like really simple at first. So I'm sure you can update it over time.
Mm-hmm.
But really simple, and then yeah, see how that goes. Because I saw there was
I mean,
the horse
only
one.
amazing.
Well, yeah, we could
That one was
build a
simple and that was
prototype
fun.
with just like a very few
Yeah.
bits and pieces, and then
Yeah.
add whatever we want to
We
it.
gotta embrace our DeviantArt ancestry, Tracy.
I know.
there it
Yeah.
I mean, you are currently wearing a DeviantArt shirt, Fable.
I actually am wearing a DeviantArt shirt. He's not joking. Look, their offices are in Hollywood, and it was free.
Yeah, I mean, I did the
Here, have a
DeviantArt.
blue box, and I was like, sweet. Shirt.
Yeah, I mean, I did the DeviantArt thing too. I just didn't do it enough to get popular or anything. It's pretty weird times.
I made the mistake of being
You
Being
and Kay made a
the
lot of comics.
the wolf comic, yeah. No, I
Like-
love doing that. Like I love doing that comic. That was a fun comic.
I just remember like just the stupidly huge amount of elaborately well-drawn wolf comics going by my feed every day.
God, yeah. That was fun. People like
Yeah.
started so much drama over that. Meanwhile, I'm here like, heh, more doggo comics, yes.
Yeah.
People just like to start shit. It's
Oh yeah, it's just
unfortunate.
teenagers. It's just teenagers is really what it was. It's called
Yep.
teenagers. Am I doing this good? Trying to draw a hand and make it look exactly as natural as I imagine it to be. Nope, I am definitely fucking that up. I've gotten way too far away from the original intention. I think it needs to be a lot simpler. Trying too much of a literal hand, it needs to be me more of a kitty paw.
That face though.
Cute.
All the expressions. So good.
He has a
Always.
lot of faces. Yep.
Oh, yes. Many faces.
Did you see the one where he's falling out of the car and nearly into the water?
I don't think so, but...
It's an
I'm sure
animation.
it's-
Go to the animation channel and just scroll up.
Oh,
You'll see
sure.
it.
Alright, let me look here.
It's the video that I posted.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Under, animation?
yeah,
Under
go to animation and you scroll up until you see one of my posts.
Uh-oh.
You'll have to scroll up a bit because the animation channel is rather active. But yeah,
Wow.
if you go to the 13th.
Ah, okay.
Mhm.
So definitely not today.
No.
Oh. Hey. There's a boy, speaking of. Look at that. Oh, dang. Alright. I'm trying to keep my reactions to things limited to, oh, dang. Oh, there we go. That boy. That
We had a
boy,
bit of a
right.
conundrum with that scene where like I needed a little bit more of a I had to fix a 180 degree switch up. Like there was a bit of a thing where the car had to turn around and Freckles hanging out of the car, and I needed the audience to like keep track of where he was, and then trying to brainstorm how to make that work. I suddenly thought of that shot and what he was screaming, and it made me laugh so hard. I was like, oh no, we're gonna revise the script for this. We're getting some pickup. It needs the pickup. Which actually... He
I
says
like-
he'll
I
tell
always
one
like the-
story. Oh, great.
Oh, boy. I always like how Rocky has, like, fangs.
Yes.
Yeah.
He
too-
has-
just too big for
He
Yeah.
has some dangerous
Head.
teeth, and he has no idea
Yeah.
he could use them.
Some dangerous teeth.
It's him! It's Val.
Well. There's
Hello,
Val.
Val.
Well, indeed. How is everyone?
Doing well. How are you?
You know, say, I never get tired of hearing those silky smooth voices. What about you, Jason?
Oh.
Hey!
Yeah.
My
What
voice
are you
is
doing?
great! What are you
Okay.
talking about?
Everyone's voice has a certain charm to it. Sorry, I'm a bit tired, and I've been.
I was gonna say, go to bed. What are you doing?
Well, I enjoy telling stories so much that I'll tell at least one. I see we're in guest live. We're not like live as in like on Twitch, are we?
We are
Oh,
on
yeah.
Twitch right now, so
Okay.
I guess
okay.
it's like, should I allow the cocaine story or not?
Probably not.
It depends if you... probably not. If you
we can just speak a disclaimer, I guess, that it's fictionalized. Wink, wink. I guess.
But it. Wait, what? Wait. Oh, okay. Sorry. Breakbot suddenly started playing in my headphones. You know, the "Baby, I'm Yours," and I was like, it really scared me. I hate YouTube autoplay so much. I really do. It always throws me off. Okay. So, what stories have you heard and haven't you heard, Jason?
Oh, I've heard. Oh, jeez, what was even the? I think it was because I was drinking, so I don't remember exactly the details.
Was that my birthday? Was that the hot dog story?
The hot dog
Yes,
story?
that was the one.
heard
I was
hot
like, was it a
dog.
hot dog or a sausage? Like I couldn't remember what it was.
It was hot dog.
A food item.
Hot dog story,
But
yeah.
yes, that's the main one that I recall.
Okay.
So I mean, I'm certainly up for any story to tell.
Okay, here's a story of the kid who gets picked on bullying everyone else who picked on him, I guess. The tables really turn, and it gets kind of violent, as most of my stories do. So, picture for yourselves a wee Valentine. He's gone into high school, and he's angry. really, really angry, and he doesn't know how to express himself. And this first, like, year or two of high school, it kind of sucks. His dog dies, his father makes an appearance, who he hasn't seen for a long time, his abusive father. Things are pretty stressful, and the embarrassing part is, when I was in high school, I got into anime, and I was like, what do people like?
Yeah.
And I was like, Sasuke Uchiha's cool. Be brooding.
Oh no.
I wasn't aware that was a thought people had.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was a thought that I had. There are lots of thoughts that I have that I regret. I'd like to remind everyone. I'd like to remind everyone in the chat, everyone on Twitch watching this or anything like that. You know how you're always like at one point in your life, several times in your life, you'll be like, now this is me. And then another year goes by and you look back and you say, I fucking hate that guy. Who was that? It was me.
That's
but I
that's
wish it
teenagerhood,
wasn't.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
looking for your identity, you know.
Sure.
Precisely. It's like when you hit college, or like my college, and I'm like, I'm 16, I'm young, I'm confident, I'm really coming into my own. Yeah, this is me. Now I look back on 16-year-old me, I'm like, oh god, him. Hell, I look back on 23-year-old me, and I go, that fucking guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't invite him to dinner anymore.
No,
But-
I knew so much nothing
so-
at 23.
No, exactly. Honestly, you know so much nothing for ages.
Yeah.
Like, you still know so much nothing. You're constantly learning something and just getting
Sure.
a teeny bit better every time, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, 12 years old, maybe 13, and all of the kids who are struggling, I guess, get to go on a camping trip. But it turns out that all the kids that are struggling, along with the young Valentine, are all the kids that hate young Valentine.
Oof.
So basically, they are sending me to a camp with all the people that want to kill me.
Whee!
Yeah. And I have to be in a tight-ass cabin with these people who want to kill me. But here's the thing. This was when I really hit the point where my anger got to an uncontrollable stage, I guess, and I started fighting people. This is when the violence started, I guess. So, things are going okay at first. We're on the bus, I meet a new guy who has, like, that thing where, like, you know, his teeth are, like, growing out of order or something and, like, you know, coming out of sides and stuff, so he's got braces and has a bit of a speech impediment. But he was cool. I liked him. We got to talk about nerdy shit and stuff, and I hung out with him most of the time. We spent the, like, week that we were there climbing trees, but then there were the assholes, and there was an innumerable amount of assholes. There was also a girl I liked. She was kind of like a... Has anyone ever seen the movie The Submarine?
No.
No, I don't think I
No?
have.
No, she was kind of like the girl in this movie, The Submarine, which I saw many years later, and I was like, oh, I know a girl who was like her. I don't know if anyone in the...
No,
Well,
I
what
can't
is
say
the-
I've heard of
what-
that movie.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's an English film. That
Oh, okay.
very well might be why. Okay. So...
That's actually why I'm surprised, because I like English cinema, so I'm like, well, I've never heard of this.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Interesting.
No, it's a pretty good film. It's about a young boy whose parents are going through a very big rough patch, and he's pretty fucking sure his mom is going to bang the neighbor, so he goes out of his way to stop her from banging the neighbor, all while having his own little issues with a girl.
I mean, that sounds like a fine premise to me.
Yeah, it's like a, you know, it's a like many English films, it's sort of a dark comedy and all that. But
Sounds
that
like
was what the
Wes
girl was
Anderson
like. Yeah. So, you know what? Yes, it does sound like a Wes Anderson film. It's actually a Richard Ayoade film.
Oh yeah, from
Hey.
IT Crowd. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I think it's
Sam.
Iodi. Yeah, I can't. I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name, but I know exactly who you're talking about. Yes.
Oh, sorry, Jason. Did I tell you the story about how a woman was like, "You sound like the guy from IT Crowd. What's his name? The one who does the So Money Supermarket adverts.
Wow.
If you know those English advert." And so when she came out from the bathroom in the hotel room we were in, I looked at her dead in the eye and said, without even an ounce of hesitation, while I'm like splayed out on the bed, you know, being all sexy and virile and everything, I go, "Darling, your tits are So Money Supermarket." And she fell to the floor laughing, and I still got laid.
How are you doing? Oh, Matt Berry?
Matt Berry.
Yes, Matt Berry, that's the name.
Excellent. Yes.
Yeah, and she literally fell to the ground
Really good.
laughing.
Power's
and
real,
then,
people, huh? Val?
Really good impression of Matt Berry.
Thank you.
That's really good.
That's the thing. At first, I thought she was talking about Moss, and she was like, "You sound like the guy from IT Crowd." I'm like, "The black guy from IT Crowd?" She's like, "No. Who do you think I'm talking about?" So anyway, moving on. So the week goes by, and every day there was like something new. There were people kicking things at me, shouting things at me, everything. But then on the night where it really kicked off, I guess, this guy, his name was Sam, can't remember his last name, although I do remember in my later years I convinced him to eat a pineapple condom in the middle of science class, and he got in trouble because he spat it out, and he was like, "Val told me to do it," and I was like, "Why on earth would I do that? Sir, do you believe this fucking liar?" And no, he didn't believe that fucking liar. So, yeah.
There it is then.
Yeah. That's the thing about my stories. They always go off onto side tangents, but I think that's part of the journey. So this guy is really like, you know,
Builds the narrative.
railing into me and everything, like really pissing me. I'll be like, "Oh, what, you miss your fucking mommy, you little bitch." And here's the thing. I wasn't a little bitch. Out of all the things, like all the people that bullied me, no one would say I was a little bitch. And all of a sudden, the anger consumed me. I jumped down from my bunk bed. I got top bunk because I'm a goddamn alpha. I jumped down from the top bunk. I leapt on top of him and I wrapped my goddamn hands around his throat and I strangled him till he was blue in the fucking face and he cried. And then I let him go and he went, "I'm gonna get my fucking dad on you." And I went, "Go ahead, Sam. I'll beat the shit out of your dad too."
Sasuke,
That was
huh?
more violent the second time. Like,
Yeah.
That was my most violent outburst as a young man, where I basically wanted to make this guy's eyes pop out of his head because I hated him so
I'm
much.
a little disappointed that didn't happen.
Yeah, no,
Sounds
he
like
was.
it was close though.
That's the thing. He was a total dick when we were younger, but he seemed to mellow out, and I guess he understood after this week not to fuck with me.
Yeah.
Because I would hurt him severely. Next, there was another guy, coincidentally, also named Sam. He was a chubby, little blonde asshole who just did not fucking listen to anyone. In fact, he had to leave the trip early because he was such an asshole, and no one fucking liked him. So, one day, I'm minding my own business, as I typically do, talking with that girl I kinda liked. Never told her I liked her at any point. Just hung out with her, and he's like shouting shit at me. And I say something to him, I can't remember what. I don't remember a lot of things that I say to people. But he starts throwing things at me. Like these big sticks, these wooden bits, I guess, in a pile where the firewood was. Because, yeah, there was like a pile of firewood and shit like that. He's trying to throw these right in my head, and I walk at him, and I'm dodging side to side, like, you know, sidestepping this shit. It's like a goddamn anime. Like, I don't even give a shit. I'm just, you know, there's my fucking target. I'm walking towards it. I'm gonna get him. I'm dodging all this stuff, and I push him to the ground, and I kick him, and I kick him, and I kick him until he shuts the fuck up and he cries. And then I just walked away, and I just left him. And I just left him there to cry on the ground and just was like, "Fuck you." And started talking to that girl again. We went somewhere else. Nothing happened, like I said. Let me see. Here's the saddest part about all this,
You gotta plus up the
actually.
story and then be like, and then she clapped.
Yeah.
No. I think that's the thing. When I was younger, I think my violent outbursts weren't impressive. They were more terrifying, is the thing. Because, and here's the thing as well, the saddest thing about this whole thing, which still upsets me to this day, the fact of the matter is, now I probably sound like a fucking psychopath or something by the way that I'm like describing all this stuff and my, fits of rage, my wrath. And yeah, it's true, I kind of was. I do not like the person that I was when I was a kid. But here's the thing, every time these people would do something to me, I would go to a teacher, explain to them what's going on, and like just say, could you please talk to them or tell them to fuck off and leave me alone or something. Mm-hmm. And they just didn't. In fact, at one point, I guess, halfway through the week or something, because these people were trying to fuck with me so much, and these like outbursts were like kind of few and far between, like it was like the first or second day I choked that guy out. It was like the third day I kicked that guy, into crying or something, and the teachers one day said to me, stop coming to us whenever someone picks on you. Oof. And then I would get in trouble because I would defend myself or something like that, or do something about it, and the teacher would then yell at me and go, why did you do that? Because you're not doing anything. And I actually cried about that a lot to myself,
that's like
because clearly the teachers weren't gonna fucking help me. That was the saddest thing. I think about this still, and it upsets me. Mm-hmm. Anyway, on the very last day,
I've been in that position, and I was also like the angry kid. I got into fights and stuff, and it's like I didn't enjoy fighting. I was just getting picked on that much, and there was like no alternative. But unfortunately, when someone like me picks a fight, it doesn't result in people stopping picking on you. It just encouraged them. They found it funny.
And I never got that either, because it's kind of the same thing. It's like the people who watched me like beat these guys or like strangle these guys and things found it funny or something. But then it's like, oh, the people who I actually did this stuff to, admittedly, they never fucking bothered me again. In fact, like the first one who was like a major dickhead, like I said, learned, oh, I'm not gonna fuck with him. He even started getting into like roids and everything, and basically started talking to me like I was his friend and shit. I never really liked him. I just fucking tolerated him because I'm not a fucking dickhead who holds grudges all the time. So the very last day comes, and the same guy who I choked out decides, and I guess this was the actual time he was like, okay, I'm not gonna actually fuck with this guy ever. We took turns. Every day one of us would clean the table. It's only fair. I didn't really want to clean the table, but naturally I had to. But because it was me, and because it was my turn to clean the table, because alphabetically my name is last on the register, everyone who hates me at least, on my table decides to, like, pour their fucking stuff on the table.
Oh, great, that's reasonable.
Like, the one of them just takes a pitcher of orange juice and just smacks it onto the table and just pours it down everywhere, and I'm like, I just look up and go, you fucking wanker. And I take my cloth and I'm walking around the table, and he fucking smirks at me, and I kicked him in the back, and I kept on kicking him in the back as hard as I could till, as usual, he falls backwards on the floor and cries, and the teachers have a go at me. Now, was that one slightly less necessary? Yes. Yes, it was. But he was still being a dick.
And only slightly less necessary.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it was less necessary than the other ones, because I can't remember what he was saying to me in the cabin to make me leap down from the top bunk onto him and strangle the life out of him.
Yeah, that's it. I'm coming down off the bunk. That's it.
But, like I said, it was enough for me to leap down from the bunk. Mm. That's what it was. So, yeah, but that's a sad story. That's a sad Val story, though.
Sad Val.
Yeah.
Well,
would you like to hear a more triumphant Val story? I mean, you already heard one with me being all like, darling, your tits.
These are triumphant, sort of, in that you sort of come out victoriously.
I guess so, but I never felt like, you know, I got the
Oh, sure.
what is it, the moral high ground or anything. I still, even though I hated those people back in high school, I still look back and feel kind of bad.
Yeah.
In fact, frankly,
Yeah.
talking about the
I
whole
think that's
teacher thing.
reasonable, yeah. It's like,
Yeah.
because it's like,
So-
it's just like a shit situation, and you don't feel good about it. So,
No,
I
yeah,
totally get
exactly.
that.
I guess here's a triumphant Val story. So, another violent outburst. Not like, you know, I was kind of getting under control and everything at this
Mhm.
point. This was end of high school, and I don't know why, but I guess I suddenly, like, for a few years after like the first 2 years of high school or something, I mellowed out. I started being more friendly with people. I realized Sasuke Uchiha is not a role model.
A vital lesson.
Being a brooding asshole makes people not want to hang out with you or be your
Yeah.
friend. Okay, yeah, no, I get it now. Yeah. So it's like year 9 or something in high school, and you know, I'm making friends and everything. Everything's going well. I have a regular group of people to hang out with. I'm still getting like harassed a little bit, but slightly less. But all of a sudden, I don't know why. Final year of high school. I don't know what happened, but I suddenly hit a fucking just a rebellious phase, I guess. Like, you know, I was doing like, you know, what was it? We had like a day where we could dress however we wanted, and I dressed like really fucking sexy. Like, I didn't even wear a shirt. I just wore this like wool denim jacket and shit. And was just really fucking feeling myself, I guess. And I was just pissing off my religious studies teacher a whole fucking bunch. I didn't even have anything against her. Even my friend Jacob, who I still speak to, he's a friend I have who sadly lost his leg when we were in high school. But he's a millionaire now, so good for him.
So
Oh, he's
doing
that
all
guy.
Yeah. He's a cool guy. He's a cool guy. Let me see. So, I'm in isolation because my teacher literally does not want to fucking deal with me, I guess. So, I'm in isolation with all these people, and as a punishment in isolation, during class times, we have to go out and pick up litter off the playgrounds and all around the school and stuff. Like, they walk us around and we got to pick up all the crap. Fair enough punishment. I didn't mind doing it, to be honest. It was a bit embarrassing when people would be like staring at you from the class windows and everything like that, but man, we got to go outside for a minute, do that shit. Anyway, this guy, I think his name was Yusuf. He was kind of a massive dickhead, honestly, and I hated him. Frankly, I remember one time he was bullying a friend of mine because he kicked a ball past him in what you would call soccer. We call it
Yeah,
football.
As you should.
And,
It
he,
makes
like-
much more
he-
sense.
It does, doesn't it? Anyway, he like picks up the goalpost that he was using, which was like a fucking a cone, like a relatively big cone, and I just caught it by the cone as he swung it at my friend. So I put him like, "What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?" and made him run the fuck away because he was a giant coward. And he keeps on grabbing my litter picker during this because he's in fucking isolation with me. Fucking hate that cunt. I still hate that guy. In fact, no, that's a different guy. I remember there was a guy who went to high school with me who, a little while ago, fairly recently, actually murdered someone
Wow.
by running them over. Yeah. Tragic, honestly. But no, he's not that guy. That guy got kicked out ages before. So, Yusuf, or whatever his name was, keeps on grabbing my litter picker, and I'm just trying to get the fuck on with what I'm doing. And eventually I just turn around after giving him fair warning, as I usually give to people before the fucking, rage consumes me, and I start just beating him with the fucking litter picker, savagely, like really fucking giving it to him, hitting him in the face and shit like that. And he's like, no, stop. And then the teacher turns around, and I immediately just stop hitting him. And then naturally, he's like, miss. He hit me with the litter picker. And this fucking bitch of a teacher who I'd never even seen before, she didn't like me the instant I goddamn walked into that room. I knew that for fucking sure. She's like, oh, well, you're in even more trouble. You got to do something else. And it was so like, whatever, I didn't even care. So naturally, isolation, different teachers take different turns. Watching the kids.
Okay, I was confused at what isolation was.
Detention?
Isolation is detention. Okay.
No. It's not detention. It's during school. You're not allowed in a certain class or something or somewhere at certain times. Like, you are in this one room pretty much all day. You don't get a break.
They send you to timeout. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of, but it was like all day timeout, and it was like, oh, either get on with work that you've got or fucking sit there and do fucking nothing. I just doodled all day and listened to fucking music and stuff. So yeah, don't call it timeout. It makes me sound like so much lamer than I am.
Well, I mean, you were a baby, so...
Isolation. They threw me in the oubliette.
Yeah, that's right.
It was in the
Exactly. So a new teacher comes in. It's a teacher I know. It's my fucking home ec, as you'd call it, teacher. We just called it cooking class or some shit. So this guy, because he's such a tattletale bitch boy, he's like, miss, he hit me with a litter picker earlier. What are you gonna do about it? Trying to get me in even more trouble. And she just fucking, like, pops her head up. She's like, what? Looks at me. I was one of her students. She actually liked me. I didn't listen to her, but you know what she liked about me? She liked that I had a fucking attitude. One time she was like, okay, kids, we're making curry. Bring in the stuff and make a curry. I didn't bring in the stuff. You know what I did? I took my money for lunch and I bought a frozen curry at Asda. And I brought it in. And while everyone was making their curries, all of a sudden everyone just hears a ding. And there I am, sat there at a table with my curry, eating it. The fools, they're all stupid. I was the smart one. And she had a go at me. She had a go at me, but she still liked me because she liked my fucking attitude. She thought I was fucking funny. Probably her favorite, who fucking knows. And she looks at this guy, and she says, well, I know Valentine fairly well. And I know that if he gave you a smack, you probably deserved it. I'm like, yes, Miss. God, I can't remember her name, but I hope she's doing well. She was a class act. I really liked that teacher. She was just like, screw you, kid. Val's fucking cool. Go back to doing whatever you're fucking doing. I fucking loved her that day. Honestly, that made the whole week I had of isolation fucking worth it. Because eventually, naturally, I had to go and apologize to the teacher that I pissed off and, go back to fucking class. So that's a situation which I feel like, I triumphed, really.
Nice.
Nicely done.
Yeah. I also remember I actually, in another fit of anger, because I would never hit a girl, this girl was bothering me during that same home ec class or cooking class. And I guess I was just in a really bad state. I'm pretty sure that was around the time when my dad appeared. And this girl just kept bothering me and coming over to me and intentionally trying to bother me. So, in retaliation, I cut off the back of her hair.
I thought you were about to say, cut off the back of her head.
No. I cut the back of her hair off. I took a really big bit of her hair off, and I feel bad about that.
Oh.
So that's not a triumphant moment. That is just a Val got angry and did something stupid moment.
What was her reaction? Did she freak out at you? Or?
She did not freak out. She was more dumbfounded and so shocked that she was kind of at a loss for words. I think a lot of people were. I just lopped off a bunch of her hair. I think maybe the teacher probably saw me with the scissors as she was like walking over. I was like, oh, thank God, he just cut off her hair. because all of the teachers, because all the teachers at this point were kind of aware I had a fucking anger problem. In fact, it made me very sad, actually. This actually almost brought me to tears. A little while ago, I was going through, my old school reports, and I was reading some, and one of them even stated, sometimes Valentine loses control of his anger and becomes not only a danger to himself, but those around him. And that's the kind of thing that makes me go, oh, I really fucking hate myself from back then. Yeah. It's one of those things where I didn't really have anyone to help me. I mean, at one point I had, a counselor in, the final year of high school, which was like, oh, really? I get a counselor now? In the fucking, the dusk before I go to college?
Yeah, now that you've gathered sufficient, or what they would determine sufficient neuroses and issues and anxieties, now you can just heap them in all at once, right?
Yeah, no, it's, high school is fucking bullshit. There were aspects I liked about it, when I hit 15, I started, partying with my friends. I remember one time it just kind of sucks. Like, when I was 15 and I started actually getting friends, like I said, I got my little clique of friends and everything like that. We were the ones that were always having parties. We would, get drunk because my mom was like, yeah, you guys can have some alcohol and stuff. Just be responsible. And sometimes. My mom's fucking cool. My mom's the coolest. She would, go to the store, buy me and my friends alcohol and stuff, and be like, yeah, no, just, have a good time, be safe, don't do anything I wouldn't, and just, yeah. We'd have little parties, get drunk. I remember one time, the first time I ever got drunk, I was like, my friend literally fainted in my arms because we were all so drunk. We mixed drinks. We drank sours. We drank whiskey. We drank beer. We didn't know what the fuck we were doing. It was ridiculous. And my friend fainted in my arms, and I screamed to the heavens, "Mikey's dead!" and fell unconscious myself. And my friends and these two girls who were there ribbed on me. They would see me and go, "Mikey's dead!" And I'm like, you bitches. But no, it was good times. They meant it, purely in jest, so it was no problem. Was I embarrassed about it? Sure. Was it funny? Yeah, it was.
As long as it's funny.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I never minded
I
if
got
I was
my handle on a few Val stories, because in light of that, I do have to skedaddle, but I didn't want to just leave and not hear as many stories as possible.
Yeah, welcome
So,
to Val's story time. We were just talking, Val, about how you could have a podcast just about that.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to Val's story time. Anyway, let me tell you about the time that I beat up a guy.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the coke. I'll tell you when I got offered drugs because I had such a nice voice at the time.
Yeah.
That's basically the gist of that story. But no, it's always good to hear from you, Jason. I would love to hear some of your stories sometimes. I'm sorry I get so carried away on my
No.
tangents.
Don't ever apologize for having having excellent stories, and two, being an excellent storyteller. So I will never accept your apology for that.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course.
I feel like the cocaine story is funnier if we never say it on streams. So the stream's always like, "What is the cocaine story?"
Yeah, I agree.
It's
This
funnier
needs to
that
be
way.
something that we always do. Yeah, I completely agree.
That's a problem for me because I'm only ever on here when there's streams.
I'll tell you, at some point I will message you, I will add you, and I will message you. I'm telling the story if you want to hear it.
Sure.
It's sometimes more fun
Hell,
to allude to something like the
rather than
cocaine
just
story,
blatantly.
like the noodle incident.
That's true.
The drywall.
Well, they
I
know
do
about
have
the
one last
drywall.
one
hole.
time.
They know about the drywall,
Oh yes.
but they never saw the drywall.
They...
They never saw the
yes.
drywall incident. We
God, you
stupidly
remind
stopped
me.
streaming, and then Mike decided now it was a good time to ramp things up. And it's like
Yup.
he was already pretty hype, and apparently he must have been on sugar brain or something because
He was
holy
literally bouncing off the walls.
shit. He was and that was what happened.
Hey, nice. Well played.
I was like, oh no,
Um,
Mike, don't copy cartoon characters, no.
Yes, do it. It'll make for such a good story later.
It
And maybe
did.
sometimes you can
For
hear
now,
the
I do have
time.
to scoot. So, cheers to
Yeah, of
everybody.
course.
Bye, Jason.
Everybody, stay safe, be well.
Thanks for
Cheers.
hopping in.
Ta-ta, Jason.
Great
You
chat.
stay
Sure.
safe and take care.
I shall do my best. Also, delicious cookies. Thank you.
Oh god, yeah, that was the real
no
reason I dragged you
problem.
in, because
God.
he wanted
Yeah.
to say thank you for
God.
the cookies.
Oh God, so good.
Man, I want to go get I want to go get cookies right now. Damn.
I'm gonna go have
I
one.
find it
right
funny. My friends were actually initially like, "You're sending them cookies." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm sending them cookies," and they're like, "But isn't America like, you know, the capital of cookies? Wouldn't they have like the best cookies?" I'm like, I don't know, probably. Is there a problem
Americans
with
are not gonna
I'm-
say
I'm
fuck your
slightly-
cookies.
Like, what is okay? So what is the kind of disambiguate for us? What's the difference between a biscuit and a cookie to a Brit?
a biscuit and a cookie. Okay, typically a biscuit doesn't have like bits, like it wouldn't have like chocolate chips in it and everything like that. Less sugar, more wheat construction, I guess. Like, have you ever had a digestive?
Yes, I have. They sometimes
Yeah,
serve them on
like-
planes for some reason.
Oh, alrighty then. Well, that is that is the
Okay,
biscuit.
so like a snickerdoodle would be a biscuit, but a chocolate chip cookie is a
Don't
cookie.
even notice snickerdoodle is
It's like a sugar cookie,
snickerdoodle. What the fuck?
or like a
Oh,
a
Yeah, I've
shortbread
seen this.
cookie would be like a biscuit.
Those have a lot of sugar.
Yeah, no, biscuits have less sugar in them typically, I find. But I think that's like a big distinction, honestly, yeah. Like,
Checking it in.
it's hard because I prefer cookies anyway.
Well, I
like
mean, if it's
biscotti.
got more sugar, then obviously that is the better choice.
Mm.
I
I want
think-
to know what the internet says.
If there's a food that would be hard to send to the USA, it would probably be steak or something.
Spotted dick, maybe?
Hey Val, send me your spotted dick if you don't mind.
Alright, let's watch how many chat people get confused.
I gotta say, do any of you know what a spotted dick is?
It's like
Yes.
a sausage, isn't it?
No, you're thinking of it's a cake of sorts.
Yeah.
Basically.
Oh.
Pudding. It's got
Why do they call it
I
that?
think like
What is wrong with you
what does
people?
it do? Well, there's nothing wrong with that. I was thinking when you mentioned sausages, are you thinking of Toad in the Hole?
I was
Toad in the
thinking
Hole
of
is
like
basically,
I guess I was imagining that spotted dick must have been like some kind of herby sausage.
Oh,
Like that
black
was
pudding.
why
Are you
it
thinking
would
of black
be
pudding?
pudding. No, I'm thinking of a sausage.
Black pudding.
Black pudding.
No,
is
no,
a
no, no,
sausage?
no. Black pudding.
Why is a
shaped-
pudding called spotted dick and then
My culture,
the pudding
that's
is
why.
actually a sausage? What is wrong with you people?
Because it's
It's
black.
How did you take over the world with language like this? What is this?
Because it
You can't
confuses
even
the
get your
enemies.
Obviously, yeah, it's
We're
all
hard as
tactics.
We're hard
What
as
is wrong
fuck.
with you people?
Black pudding is blood based, right?
Yes, it is. It's pretty good though. We have jelly deals,
Okay, is that
which is
are those
literally like
deals? Is it,
yes.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right,
my
so that's
mum
less crazy.
really loves jelly deals. I have never had them personally. I think it sounds and probably and looks disgusting because it's like congealed fat. I think.
Ooh, that sounds like
Yeah,
that could
no.
be good spread on things, maybe.
Maybe, but take a look at what it looks like if you like. It's GELLIED eels. I used to think it was jelly deals, as in like one word. That's how I used to say it, jelly deals,
Jellied eels.
rather than
Let's see. It's. I mean, yeah. I mean, it looks horrible, but I'd eat it. I just bet that it's good on like a toast or something. I feel like that might be toast good.
I don't know, because I don't eat it personally. We have Bubble and Squeak. I never used to like Bubble and Squeak, but nah.
I heard that in Harry Potter, and I was like, I want to eat whatever it is. I want to know why it's called Bubble and Squeak, and I want to eat
It's
it.
really good, actually.
It is. It actually is. But it will give you the toots. My mom made some with like a load of cabbage in it, like the other month or something, and it was great, but it gave me the toots really bad. It was embarrassing. I think my favorite is. Oh, go ahead, please.
So the one thing, British food thing that actually I was really disappointed in is Turkish Delight.
Oh, Turkish Delight's lovely. Have you never had? There are different flavors and things.
I've heard many people say that. Jay has said the same thing. I guess it's like not as sugary as you would expect, or something.
No, they're not. It's a delicate kind of flavor. I really like Rose Turkish Delight. That's divine, if you ask me.
Yeah, I was limited to what got imported, so and there wasn't any. I think it was unflavored.
But no, they aren't that sugary, is the thing. They are very nice, though, I find. I enjoy Turkish Delight every now and then. I still really love Toad in the Hole, which is, do you know what Yorkshire pudding is? You have Yorkshire puddings in America, don't you?
I've had them before, yeah. It's like the, it's like a flaky kind of, it's like a flaky something, and then you like have poor gravy in the middle. It's like a flaky.
Yeah. It's a pastry of sorts.
Yeah.
Well, Toad in the Hole is basically that, but with sausages in it, like a big one, a big, deep, like Yorkshire pudding, say, kind of thing, just filled with sausages. I fucking love that. Yorkshire pudding and sausages are just the best. And Toad in the Hole, that makes Toad in the Hole the best, naturally.
Toad in the Hole, as I've had it, is you take a piece of toast, you take like a piece of bread, and you cut out a circle in the middle, and you put that on a frying pan with some butter. So you kind of like, and then you crack an egg in the middle in that hole. So you crack an egg in the middle in the hole, and then so so basically you're making like there's like a home for the egg in the bread, and then you flip it, and like the egg basically has sealed itself in the bread, and that's Toad in the Hole. I thought. Maybe it's a version of it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe
that's
they
still
just share the same name, but
it still sounds.
Yeah.
It still sounds
Cracking
quite
an egg
good.
Cracking an egg in a hole sounds like a prank you would do.
You don't do that? Like, I'll show you a photo
It does,
of it.
doesn't it?
You can like pepper it.
Have any of you?
Toad in the Hole. I'm gonna
Have
see this.
any of you?
Okay,
ever
you
had...
guys make it a bit different way, that's for sure. No sausage in the pastry. That looks really good, and I want to eat that. But here we go. Here's Toad in the Hole as I described it. Like, here you go. This thing.
I guess it's
Yeah. This is what I'm talking about. Look at this. Easy breakfast.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is that like a French toast though?
Yeah, I don't know. People are calling it bird's nest. That actually makes more sense.
French toast is usually
French toast is battered egg with like
Yeah.
you soak the bread in the battered egg and
Yeah. That's
No. Another thing you might be surprised that's actually English is the chicken tikka masala. In fact,
I heard that a
curries-
lot of curry is actually English.
well,
So
yeah, a lot of it's a mix of like British and Indian.
yeah.
Yeah, it's because of controversial thing. The
Right,
whole when England was in India doing a lot of
The British Empire,
British stuff.
Being
yeah,
extremely colonialism.
Yeah.
Yeah, the colonialism. Colonialism. Now me, the Englishman, looking back fondly on it. You're all looking at me like Val, no stuff. It's like, oh yeah, no, of course. I won't try and invade all of you, even though it's in my blood. But yeah, lots of curries and things because of like rotten meat. It was like a lot of the English soldiers stationed in India were eating there was like a lot of rotten meat and things, and not much food to go around. So to guise, I guess, the stench and the taste of the meat. They just slathered it in spices and like sauces and stuff like that, and curry. Yeah. So yeah, it's a English Indian cuisine. Yeah.
That's basically where like Southern soul food came from too. It's like the poorer populations and slaves in the South were given
Improvising.
like the less desirable cuts of meat, chicken gizzards and things like that, and they would use all kinds of ingredients and flavoring to make it taste good. So that's and now with soul food, everybody loves it. So
Soul food
yeah.
is amazing.
Yes, I went to on my birthday in 2019. Actually, no, actually it was last
I gotta
year.
go check on my birds real quick. You guys can keep
Okay.
talking, but I'm just gonna be checking on my birds. I'll let the animation play while I go.
It was,
you guys can see Rocky freak out.
Oh, hell yeah. It was actually last year though, in January. And I felt really awful because it was my birthday. I was supposed to call my grandmother and everything. And this is obviously just before she was diagnosed with what eventually killed her, sadly. And I forgot to call her, but I was with a friend and we went to a soul food restaurant and I had a falafel burger. And it was actually really fucking good.
Interesting. I'm not sure that would be like considered typical soul food, but that's cool.
No, it was a soul food restaurant. It had like all mac and cheese and a bunch of other stuff. I'm trying to see like soul food Birmingham, soul chicken, holy moly, that was it. It was a soul food restaurant in Grand Central, which is like this big train station that was recently put there, and it's really fucking annoying because there was a massive Debenhams there, but the company of Debenhams is now going under, so like 30% of that train station is just like, the thing in that train station gone, done. It's annoying. But it was very good. In fact, my friend recently got a job at this soul food place to run a bar, because I think they've installed a bar there, but because lockdown's back in, sadly, he's not even gone in for a single shift because they're closed right now.
Ah, that's too bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, falafel
So bad.
burgers.
Well, falafel's like a Middle Eastern food, but
Yeah, it's a good meat substitute for us vegetarians.
yeah,
so
it's
pretty.
yeah, it's
convenient.
what, like it's made of like beans or something, right? It's
Chickpeas.
it's basically like a chickpeas. Okay,
I think.
like a
That's
chicken.
the thing, I was I actually had no idea what falafel was, and I don't know why, but I guess I was just so excited because my birthday and stuff. I didn't read what it was, but I really fucking enjoyed it.
Cool.
I didn't feel too full after I ate it, but that was kind of nice. I don't know. It was just good. I enjoyed it. And, as always, I'm here way longer than I intended to be. It's now 1:49 in the morning.
Yes, go sleep. Go sleep. Sorry if we kept you.
Good, but no, you didn't wake me up. It was... I was like, oh, all good things, I hope. I got a bit flustered admittedly, and I'll wait till Fable comes back before I leave. Do any of you guys have any stories of violent outbursts or righteous triumphs that you'd like to tell me?
Can't say I have. I went to a private high school that had security cameras everywhere, so there was not much of that.
Oh.
Yeah, I never really got into physical altercations with anyone outside of martial arts classes where it was like controlled and my brother, which was just sibling bullshit. So
You have mentioned your
We
brother
used to
before, yes.
we had these like my parents had these metal coasters. They were like metal discs with like it was like serrated edge, but it was like rounded serrated edge. But those things would like stick right into the wall if you like threw it like a frisbee. We used to wing those at each other's heads, but like throwing stars. But yeah, really not a lot. Like I've definitely had accidentally kicked people in the head and face before, like doing martial arts stuff. Of course, you're just like mortified that you did that, and you just apologize profusely, but and I pulled my at the time when I was a kid, I accidentally knocked my my best friend's 2 front teeth out. That was not intentional at all, though. But yeah,
Wow.
don't really have any like fought my nemesis sort of things. I didn't really have a nemesis. I wasn't that interesting, so.
Did I ever tell you about the time I headbutted a guy across?
Was that because he was he the one who was like bullying that kid or something?
No, he grabbed my fucking leg in dodgeball when we were on the same team and just so happened to be going for the same goddamn ball. So he tripped me up, made me fall on my fucking face, and then next week I lined myself up with him and I was going to beat him to that fucking ball. I vowed it, but he was faster than me. Frankly, he was more physically athletic than me. I actually at one point had the school record for the fastest time in rowing, and he immediately beat it out of spite. He was generally just more physically athletic than I was, to be fair. Even though I was quite physically capable when I was younger, I still kind of am, you know. I exercise. I work out a little bit, you know.
Yeah, you're
but I have gone.
In the mid-20s, so.
I'm 25 now, you know.
That's still very young.
But, yeah, so I line myself up with this guy, and he's clearly going to get there before me. So I'm like, ah, shit, I need to back up, or else he's going to get me that ball, and I don't want him to have the fucking satisfaction. But whoa, I can't change course. My feet, they are sliding. I am slipping and sliding towards this guy at maximum speed, so I just fucking go with it. I lean my body right down, and I leap into his stomach, and I headbutt him across the fucking gym as he hits the back fucking wall because I put all of my goddamn force into it, and there I am, stood amongst the other team on the wrong side of the goddamn court because I slid that goddamn much, and I just look at the teacher and go, that was an accident. Am I still in? And he just goes, just get on the bench, Val.
That sounds like an anime scene.
I missed it. I missed the story. Someone's gonna have to clip it for me.
I believe
so I can listen back to it.
I believe I've told you the story before.
Oh, in all likelihood, you have.
I believe. I have. I've told a lot of my stories.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, hey guys, have you heard the cocaine story? And everyone's like, oh no, what now?
Yeah. Okay, here's the time where, do you know what a scrambler is?
No. Is it egg related?
No, a scrambler is kind of like a boy's motorcycle. It is a small, low-powered motorcycle of sorts.
Like a scooter?
Kind of, but
I would think moped.
No, it's no, it's still like a bike. It's just smaller and, frankly, just not as powerful as a regular motorbike. You can only go up to like a certain speed and that. So we have a family friend who we'd call the rabble. Purely because they were a rabble. This lady had like let me see. She had 5 kids, and they're all great. I loved all of them except for fucking Thomas. He was a red-headed bastard.
There's always one guy you hate. There's always one bastard in your stories who you loathe.
I don't maybe a little bit. I actually dropped a light on Thomas once by accident, but I didn't feel bad. He would steal things from us. I dropped a light on him, and it was like a glass light, you know, what you'd put around a bulb and everything. And it was like this heavy glass, and I dropped it on him, and it shattered, and he just fell to the floor, and I was like, Mom, Thomas had an accident, and his sister did not tell me because she thought he was a bastard too. I used to like his sister too. She was like my childhood love interest when I was a kid. But
there's always a
one of my
bastard
best friends,
and some girl that you want that you're trying to head on. There's always those two elements in every Val story. We're slowly building the AI that can construct a Val story.
This is like young Val. This.
Yeah.
I think I mentioned it before. When I was a child, I was like perpetually horny, really, like more than a child should have been, I guess. So, like, my friend actually told me, one of my best friends to this day actually told me on a school trip to like a fucking sort of like a Chuck E. Cheese or something like that. They had like a ball pit. They had like this massive like complex that you could climb through with like slides. It was like it was great. I loved it. It was awesome. He told me, he confessed to me in the final year of primary school on the bus on the way there that Val, when I was younger and me and my other good friend at this time used to bully you in primary school, I did it because I was jealous that you were so close to this girl that I was friends with. Stella was her name. And I found that really, really, really fucking funny. And I was like, why? It was like, I thought you were going out with her. She was my best friend. Why would you think that? It's like, I just did. It was like, I did like her, but I didn't tell him that. So yeah, I found that funny. Anyway, that was it. The time I got really fucking hurt. So, yeah, the rabble dropped a light on him. Thomas, the red-headed bastard. Yeah, no. Oh, yeah, about me getting hurt. So, we used to have a slip and slide that we'd put in the garden, in our meager garden, which had like this kind of tight runway kind of thing, and my mom had these lights, these silver lights with these rims around them. These sharp rims, like going around the top and everything. They were like blades. And I'm going down the slip and slide, up and down the garden with the slip and slide. In fact, at one point, my mum went down the slip and slide. She flew right off of it and smacked into a plant pot at the bottom of the garden.
Aww.
So I'm running up and down the slip and slide, having the time of my life. And all of a sudden, I guess I ran too close to this fucking light, and it slashed my leg open. I remembered what the original story was. It slashed my leg open. And I fucking cried. I still have the scar on my left knee to this day. I had to fucking check. So anyway, the actual story where I got severely hurt, the scrambler, I forgot all about it. It was the rabble scrambler. We would take turns on it. And I wanted so bad to go on it on my own without one of the older kids. I was like, I'm cool, I can do this. I couldn't do this. They never should have put me on the scrambler on my own. Never. They explained everything to me. They were like, okay, this does that, that's the clutch, that's the throttle, and all that stuff. And the instant that she was like, oh, and you pull this to make it go, I just went, pull, and I fucking pulled it, and it just fucking shot off. I rode around the goddamn field at like 30 miles a fucking hour or something, holding onto this thing for dear fucking life. I fucking flew off the edge of a fucking hill and landed, and because I'm like going around at this fucking speed that I'd never gone at before, because I'm a goddamn wee lad, I fucking crashed into a wooden fence and nearly got impaled and almost died. My legs were fucked for like days, but I still had to go to goddamn school the next day.
Wait, this is like an actual motorcycle?
It's not like an actual motorcycle. It's like
It sounds like a dirt bike.
child's motorcycle.
Sounds like kind of like
Like a child's I'm going to check. Scrambler, motorbike, difference.
I found a Ducati one.
Yeah, I saw the Ducati one. Scramblers go in the opposite direction and take on an off-road spirit. What the fuck are they talking about? Spirit. They're still recognizable as standard motorcycles, but with longer suspension travel, spoke wheels, and dirt bike-like handlebars. They show Coast dirt-loving personality. What's with this about them having like spirits and personalities?
Marketing.
I
Fast
guess so.
signs too.
Wouldn't surprise me, but
They're
yeah,
possessed by
that
the
was
devil, that's what it is. Obviously.
But yeah,
That's
I
fine.
crashed into a wooden fence, almost got impaled. I was just completely fucked up. I was 9 or something. Yeah. I think, I think you must be getting close to, like, all of my stories that are relatively interesting. Oh, I guess I have stories when I went to France, and I'm pretty sure we saw, like, a Ku Klux Klan sort of thing in the distance. They were all wearing, like, white robes and just walking over the hill with a big fucking cross or some shit, and we were like, what the fuck?
No, it's just a
Really?
crusade. They have.
I didn't think France
I don't know,
had
is
a
it just-
chapter of the KKK, but
I don't know. It might have been just a regular ass Christian thing. I just remember seeing them all in goddamn white robes. I'm pretty sure they had a fucking cross that was on
it
fire.
might have been like, oh, was it on? If it was on fire, I hope they weren't carrying it. That sounds like a bad idea, but.
I don't know. It was just really fucking scary, and my mom and my nan gran were like, "Close the curtains."
Some kind
Just-
of like extreme Catholic thing or something. I don't know.
Extreme Catholic.
I
Catholicism.
don't know.
Either it's a bunch of
Yeah, it's
racists
like
or
it-
extreme Catholicism. We're not
Extreme-
sure.
The extreme sports version of Catholicism, but yeah, it's like
I-
I don't know, marching
You're not
around
exempt.
with a
So,
cross while
and anything that has you being like people going like,
I
are
mean,
they members of the
if they didn't-
KKK? Probably not a good idea.
if they didn't have hoods on, they probably like if they didn't have like the pointy hoods. I mean,
Well, that's the thing. I was like
Maybe they were
12 or
LARPers.
13.
the,
This is another story with a girl in it that I liked. I remember, but I remember she like her and her family came back from fucking Disneyland Paris, and we were like, "How was Disneyland Paris?" And the dad just turned around and was like, "It was fucking shit, mate." Imagine Goofy speaking French. Bonjour.
To be fair, like the.
That would be pretty good. I want to hear French Goofy now.
I mean, there's actually a Franco-Belgian Mickey Mouse comics are actually a huge thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes,
they
I know
are,
they're
aren't they?
very, very popular. There's several European artists I know who are very heavily influenced by those. Henrique comes to mind, especially.
Mm-hmm.
She's the one with the lemur avatar. She's got like this really fun like toony lemur avatar that's like really cute. But yeah, Henrique actually worked on Donald Duck comics. It was just like damn good.
Yep.
Yeah.
I read those when I was young. It was really cool.
I really like Asterix and Obelix and Tintin.
Oh, those were great.
Yeah.
A good time, man. They were. When I was a kid, I remember because I read so much Asterix and Obelix, my mom would buy me boar sausages, and they are still so vivid in my mind as the most delectable and just so gamey and everything. I loved them.
Mm.
That's me though. I understand. You're a vegetarian. You mentioned
I
that.
am, yeah.
Oh, well, he is.
No,
That's-
But
yeah.
no, it's fine.
Yeah.
Like I just don't have a reference
Yeah.
point, right?
That's sorry. That's
No, don't apologize. Like I'm not one of those vegetarians that has
No,
to
no,
make it
no.
about me. It's just I don't know what meat tastes like, so I don't have a reference point when it's brought up. That's all.
that's fair enough.
Yeah, you
I
were raised
remember,
vegetarian, weren't you?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's interesting. I just remember
Learn, yeah.
in like 2015, I had a friend who was vegan, and it was like she gave me a hug once, and she was like, "Wait, Val, are you wearing a leather jacket?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's my favorite jacket." And she was like, "Don't fucking touch me." I'm like, "You hugged me."
Vegans are a bit much.
Yeah, I'm
I've
sure it
known
depends on
vegans
the
that aren't
person,
like that
obviously.
though. It's just
Yeah, I
like-
know.
yeah.
But
But
a lot
I
of them
also
are.
have an aunt who can kind of be that way sometimes. Not
Some
quite that
people make
extreme,
it
but
weird.
yeah.
it's not just a feature of them; it's like their entire identity, and it's kind of like it's
Yeah.
just kind of like if this is your religion, maybe
Mm.
cool it a bit.
Yeah, I think anyone who ties their entire identity into a single thing usually has problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to be all about one thing without running into some issues.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, most people I know who
Hey.
are vegan or vegetarian, perfectly fine. But I have indeed met the occasional person who's militant about it. They're thankfully in the minority. But then again, I don't hang out with
Yeah.
assholes in general, so.
Exactly.
It's more like assholes who are vegan, less vegans are assholes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier. It's just a lot of them to take it to extreme levels get really caught up in it. But yeah.
Yeah, I can't personally do vegetarian or vegan myself because I actually do not do well without animal protein. Period. I've tried. I just don't do that. It doesn't work out well for me. And I live with vegetarians and
is that like
so.
Is that like how was it Jaden Smith went vegan and it had a really bad adverse effect on him or something?
Possibly it happens.
Yeah.
I remember that was
people,
a
they
thing
just
a
can't
few years
handle it.
ago.
Especially if you don't ease into it, especially like the sudden
Yeah.
dietary change is real rough on your the roughage is very rough on you.
And you really need to know what you're doing also, because you need, like, it's not sufficient to just get one source of vegetarian protein there. They don't have everything.
Nope. No.
Yeah, I
Take into account, other
I
nutrition
Mhm.
stuff you're eating.
I just remember it was like 2 or 3 years ago, and it was like he went vegan, but it went really badly for him, and he had to like ease himself back on like animal protein, at least a small amount, because I think that was when like a lot of I think that was like a point when like I remember there was a lot of like YouTube stuff at the time where it was like, oh, being vegan is adversely unhealthy for you and stuff like that. I remember seeing a lot of that at that specific time, so it was like a big thing. But I am actually going to go to bed though because I am fucking knackered. And as Fable and Tracy know, when I'm absolutely knackered, I start to ramble. But I ramble all the time, so
It's hard to tell.
It's fun to hear you ramble. So.
Really hope that. Yeah, I really hope that everyone in the stream and everything enjoyed the stories as well as
You've intimidated a few of them, but I think they enjoyed it.
No, I really am a veritable pussycat. Like, I fall asleep by the radiator if like I just catch it at a good time and I'm laying on the floor or something like that. I'm not a standoffish person. I'm very nice. I'm very loving. Just don't try to pick on me.
Just don't
Yeah,
pick
well,
on
I mean-
16-year-old Val, apparently. Don't do that.
Our mental image of you is just going to remain Zib. So,
He just needs to make his own
No,
persona so that he has something else.
Like I said, if I did have a fursona, it'd probably be a seal or something.
That'd be adorable.
Just because my mom, I've mentioned this to Fable and Tracy, my mom always said I look like a sea lion. That's it, a sea lion, she says I look like.
There you go. It'd be a very unique persona. Most people don't have sea lions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Lots of otters.
I wouldn't mind.
No sea lions, yeah. Be king of the otters.
Wait a minute, wasn't there a Surf's Up sequel where Vince McMahon is a fucking sea lion or something?
Probably.
Yeah, I think you're right. It had like a bunch of wrestling stars and it was terrible. It was just terrible.
Yeah, he's a goddamn
bad.
sea lion, and right
was
beneath
so
it,
bad. Yeah.
what do I spy right beneath it? A super muscular fucking sea lion with a massive purple bulge. Of course.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, and there was that image of it where he's like sucking a fish.
Fish! Yes!
With a
I remember that. It
straw.
was extremely cursed. And I'm like, why did they put that in the movie? Because someone drew that and they know what they drew. They couldn't have not known what
Yeah.
they drew. You guys know what you drew, right?
Oh God! Oh God! Ah, get off!
It's really bad.
It's giants. Sorry, I clicked on a fucking wrong image and a giant seal penis in my face.
Yeah, you gotta commit to. Val, what part of the internet are you on? Back up slowly.
I'm just.
Yeah.
My voice went all Christopher Walken-y there for a minute, so I decided to look at pictures of like this picture of Christopher Walken in 1973 with a
And
mustache.
that let you just seal penis?
Yeah.
How the fuck did that go to that?
I literally just put Vince McMahon Surfs Up 2. That's all I put. And there it was, staring me dead in the eye. Oh God, there it is again, because I went back to see. Okay, I put Surfs Up 2, Vince McMahon, with like a G by accident, because I know that's how you spell Mahon. And I was looking at the fish sucky bit, I guess, and I just clicked a random image, and I can't even find it now. You probably all think I'm crazy.
Oh no, I believe it. The internet is a certain
We're
way.
aware of it.
Yeah.
We're aware of
Okay.
what happens when you search certain things.
Okay.
Well,
Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go to bed before my eyes are assaulted again.
Go to bed.
Good night, you all. Take
Go
care
to
of
bed.
yourselves. I'll tell you about, I don't know, more stories if I remember more interesting ones.
All right.
Thanks, Val.
Bye.
All right. See you though.
One time I peed down a hotel chimney
Val,
and
go to
didn't
bed.
get in trouble for it.
Go the
Say that
fuck to
one.
sleep.
Okay.
Go the fuck to sleep.
Okay, good night.
He comes back
Good
down,
night.
down a chimney.
He would too. Don't say that. He'll come back. He'll come and be like, by the way, wait. Before I forget this story, let me tell you
Yeah,
about the
before I go to bed, let me
peeing
tell
down
you.
the hotels.
What was that about no method acting?
It's not my fault.
Happens a lot if it's not your fault.
It's not my fault. Wait. Maybe I should blame Tracy. Tracy, you're the one who said, yeah, that's fine. When I was like, how about this voice? Sure, that works.
Right, my bad.
It's Tracy's fault. It's all Tracy's fault.
Yeah,
Not
no, we
my fault,
actually.
no.
Zib was. I think we probably spent. Well, maybe equal times with Seraphine, Nico, and.
Seraphine and Nico was hard to find
Seraphine and
appropriate
Zib
people
were
even
very
to
hard to-
apply.
Yeah.
Zib.
Zib just needed a very specific kind of voice, and
Yeah.
we had like lots of really great auditions. They just weren't
Mhm.
Zib, so.
Val's great. So,
Val
it's just he's
yeah.
too Zib, right?
He's it's sometimes I don't know, yeah. You stumble on the actual personality when
I liken it to being
He's-
like
he's
maybe there's
definitely
something to
more-
do with the image that we had in our heads with the voice actually does have a connection to personality.
yeah.
And I was thinking it was just incidental, but I guess it.
Yeah. It's just a shame that you kill off the character 2 minutes after he appears.
Yeah, a shame.
Yeah. I wonder if anybody's gonna like figure out stuff about the short just through the elimination of stupid shit Nox hasn't said.
Well, you
Through
don't
all
even
these
know
streams.
everything, so.
Oh no, I mean you've revised it since the version I saw, which is perfect. I'll get some surprises when I watch it.
Yeah. Okay. I've been eating amu rice like for the past 3 days. We made some rice and we learned how to make amu rice, and now it's been amu rice every day for 3 days. That's been my meal. It's been really good.
I attempted it, but I failed miserably.
Amu rice?
Yeah.
What failed for you?
I mean, it fell apart.
Oh, well, what you can do is you make the little egg pancake, before it's even
Mhm.
100% done cooking, you put in your you pile on your rice. Okay?
Yep.
All right. And then what you do is you flip it all onto a plate. Just all in one go.
Mm-hmm.
There you
No,
go.
you just flip the whole.
You flip the whole
Okay.
thing. Yeah. The whole thing. So you don't lift it off of the plate and then try to flip it that way. You like from the pan itself, flip it directly onto the plate.
Hmm.
Yeah, then nothing should break.
All right, I'll consider it.
Yeah. It's worked out for me. And I'm just an American.
Yeah, you probably have more cooking experience than I do, though.
You don't cook that much?
No, not much. Starting to push myself to do it more, but yeah. And again, you also have probably more of a propensity of setting things on fire than I do, so.
Excuse me. I meant to do those things.
Again, method acting. No being Rocky.
No, I'm just extremely me. I'm too competent to be Rocky. I'm dangerous in
True.
other ways. The competency
enough.
makes me dangerous instead.
Who would that make you like?
Like I said, I'm just extremely me.
Yeah. People are describing my comment about your cooking as literal burn.
I'm a good cook. Rocky's not. I just happen to scorch things. That's all.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt it. It's
Yeah.
just
So I've
and-
made
and-
that part of my technique. Is just I happen to scorch things.
or destroy things that involve liquid chocolate.
Look, that was... Look. It was not intentional. There was an attempt. It failed. I learned a very valuable lesson. So shut up.
Crewmate Cat asks, how does the music loop so well?
I guess it was built for that.
Yeah.
Probably. Okay, well I can at least definitely get these cats done tonight. I think that much is clear. It's just, I guess the only question is like, can I get the lights done? If I can get the lighting done, that'd be pretty sweet.
Looks like you're tilting Ivy's eyes in a bit, where they like the peak is
Yeah.
further to the
I was just thinking
outside.
about that.
Yeah. They kind of tilt the opposite way a little bit.
Yeah.
That Val headbutt story really sounded like a JoJo scene.
Well, he is an anime fan.
That was his stand, I guess.
Not the hot dog?
Violent dodgeball headbutt. I don't know.
Doesn't it have to be named after a song?
Oh yeah. What would be a song that's
Blue skies.
Blue Skies?
Right.
Mr. Blue Skies.
No more Mr. Nice Guy?
really cute.
Thanks. I
Yep.
don't draw Ivy as often as the other two. Because Ivy rarely
Yeah.
has needed notes, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Her eye's kind of like, it's like a, I don't know if it's a subtle difference or not, but it's like kind of an egg shape. It's like
Yeah.
like a tilted egg that.
Yeah. Well, it's like Freckle has like round, Rocky has
Right.
almonds, and she has like an egg.
Yeah, Rocky's got these like teardrop things, but when
Yes.
they're frightened, their eyes are all just like
Round, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm trying to find the balance between those things
yeah.
because they're going from a bit more standard to oh shit. So it's,
Right, yeah,
it's
yeah.
difficult.
Their eyes all get big as dinner plates.
Yeah. I think what I might do is
Yeah, I personally find Ivy's the easiest to draw of the three.
she is most
Everybody's like she has like a kind of an anime like arrangement of
Vibe.
her features, so
Yeah.
it's easy to pretty easy to shorthand.
It's the Lisa influence.
as we know, Ivy is an anime. So we got a very anime person to play her.
Yeah.
Why is it not going below? Is it because of the light table? No? Ah, fuck it. I got it fairly close, actually, looking at it.
Yeah,
Ah, not bad. For eyeballing it at different scales, that's not bad at all.
Eyeballing it.
Eyeballing the
Haha.
eyeballs.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha.
Mr. Swift says, so how hard was it to get a cast crew?
To get a what?
How hard was it to cast them?
I don't know. I guess
It depends on the character. Like, well, Rocky was basically like I said, how about Mike, and that worked out. And Mordecai, Tracy was like, how about Sung Wong, and that worked out. And then
Yeah, those were the
Freckle
first
probably
three.
had like the biggest range of possibilities for how he would sound, but he was actually kind of difficult for me to picture in my head because it was such like a mix of things where I wanted it. It's like you needed to get somebody who had the ability to go from sounding crazy to just being really soft spoken and sweet, and coming off as not in like. It would be easy for him to fall into like some kind of like easy archetype basically, but I wanted something like a little more unique than that. So I was looking for somebody who had like an interesting sounding voice, who had like a lot of range basically to his expression, like could do a lot. So Freckle was hard. So I really didn't want him to sound like a baby, that much I was sure.
baby Freckle. That would be trying to picture it. I don't think it would work. Yeah. The dual ears here really make me think of that Leonardo da Vinci anatomy painting or drawing, just with the cat ears.
Yeah, right. Sorry, I'm also looking at like a file that one of the animators just sent me.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I'm
don't
gonna
let
have
me
to-
distract you.
Gonna have to go in and do some notes on that later. Yeah, this Freckle needs a bit of a model tweak. Chris
says, I have arrived to the sounds of Baby Freckle. No, you have not. Alright, I suppose I'll pop off for tonight. I
Alright.
should get some extra sleep. Yeah, anyways. Probably my guest pass will be gone tomorrow, but if you want more company later in the week, just let me know.
Sure.
Good night, Nox.
Night, Nox.
Night.
See
Take
ya.
care.
This shot is gonna be really funny. Oh. Yeah, I think that's old. That's all of old food. Yeah. What do you want to do for dinner? You don't have anything? No. Mm. Hmm. Just look at reading what they sent me. So, excuse me. Here, I'll play this for you guys so you can enjoy that while I read this. Ooh. And thank you for the follow, Dreamlogs. Hey, what is it? Oh, do you want to plop him on me or put him on his cage door? Can you try? He's not gonna. Buddy, you have to sit. Sit down. Let me see. Let me help you out. That's when you get sick. Hey, buddy. Come on. Step off. Come on. Mm. Stream's been going on for like 6 hours. Nice. 6 hours, and I have 2 tied down cats. I'm working on 1 more tied down cat. See if I can't get to lighting. Lighting shouldn't take too long though. It's like I got a pretty good reference point for the light. Giving some notes on a thing. Alright. That's a note. Going through things. Thank you for the follow, Scribble Stream. Oh, hello, Choblick, Chubaluk, and your party of 28. Wow, that's a lot of people all of a sudden. Hi. Hello. I am currently animating this cat. So right now I'm, animating these cats. Let's see, take that away, and let's take... Where's actors? There we go. Take that away. Oops. Damn it. What I meant to do. see. There we go. Okay, there's one more. Ivy and oh, hey Chris. I'm glad you like the expressions, Chubaluck. Yep, this is Toon Boom. Sorry, I was looking down, animating. So let me look at the chat now. Oh, what? Let's not have that loop in that way. I don't want to keep hearing her. Hey, thank you for the follow, Z-Barf. Thank you for the follow, Jasha Raptor. I hope you like all the raptoriness in my my overlay. So Chobi, what do you do, Chobi? Is Ivy half rodent? No, she just got some interesting teeth. We wanted to give her like everybody's got kind of a unique mouth. And we wanted to give her something that was like, kind of, cute. So a bit of a buck teeth kind of thing. Pivoting headlights? It's literally just two circles moved and scaled slightly. This is just something to rough it in. Like, that's actually not going to be all the headlights, but just see. Jerky. I should really get some water. I don't have any water. Small teeth, yes. She has little teeth. Not quite the big saber teeth Rocky has. How many people are in chat now? There's quite a few. Hello, folks. Alright, I'm gonna get some water real quick. I'll be right back. Thirsty. All right. Yeah. No. I was getting some juice for myself, and I had a bite of a guacamole. This clip brought home guacamole from the Vallarta, which is like the best guacamole. I had to sneak a bite of this before anybody eats it, because once someone starts eating it, it gets consumed so fast. They said, not a she.
It's looking really cute.
I like this cat eyes thing that Newt just shared. Lackadaisy 2021. Is that like a Disney Eyes app or something? It looks like something automated, maybe. That's very
Where
cute.
is it?
It's in Critter Talk.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. I've seen that.
I'm pretty sure it's an app because if it was done by hand, it wouldn't wriggle quite that much.
Oh, yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
a filter.
Anime Eyes filter. Thank you, folks.
It does look more Disney than anime in this case, though.
Yeah.
Looks like the character from Aristocats. We could have just filmed cats and put filters on them.
Cats with filters on are pretty good.
We're just always doing things the hard way. Not that you can ever really get cats to do what you want them to, anyway.
Sorry, what did you say?
Oh, nothing.
Yep.
I'm just mumbling.
No, because I was watching this clip that Chris made. And I was trying to figure out, like, is that Tracy from the clip, or is that Tracy talking to me right now?
Oh. Confusing.
Yeah. It's in the animated film section in Lacquercord. They're still talking about the Fortnite Rocky. It's so awful. It's so awful. Mike, why did you do this? I know the answer! That's the sad thing.
Because it's awful. That's why we did it.
The sad thing is I advised him on how to make it worse.
Oh no.
It's like I'm nothing if not an enabler of this bullshit. And then I act like I'm above it, but I'm not. Not above it, I'm below it. It's just so fun having a group of people who are willing to indulge in my brand of bullshit. What's that?
Oh, I don't feel well.
You don't feel good?
No, this whole past week has just been very stressful between the cold weather and all the snow shoveling and shit. Getting up every couple hours to check that there aren't any like frozen kitties
Oh
outside.
no. Yeah, no. I can imagine you're very,
Oh,
very
my
tired then.
putting food out constantly. Oh my god, it's been so expensive.
Oh. Do you have any heated cat huts out there?
Yeah, I have heated shelters. They're really not appearing to be using them. I think,
Oh,
I
no.
hope it's because they have found warmer places, but like they're coming to eat the food. They're just
Not
normally
sticking
I'd be able to
around,
like
yeah.
yeah, they're not sticking around. Normally I'd be able to look out and see them, but they come and go so fast that
Oh.
like all I see are the little paw prints in the snow. But yeah, it's so unkind out there, so unfriendly. I feel real bad for them. I did try trapping one, but
Cat's got a cat, unfortunately.
it's yeah, he, or I'm not sure if it's a he or what, but was inspecting the cage and accidentally like triggered the door before going in, and so it scared him.
And now he
so,
won't
like,
go in?
Will not go anywhere near the trap again. So I'm just like, all right, forget it. I just need to give them food and not fuck
Yeah.
around with the trap that's gonna keep them scared away from the food bowls or something. And
Yeah.
I was just like, fuck it. And then like because the vet that I had been having them fixed and neutered and spayed at was like, no, we're not doing that.
Oh.
Anyway, so I was like, I guess I won't trap them. You kind of only get one shot for trapping with cats, unless it's like a extremely dumb cat. Like they'll never go in the trap again. Like once they do one time, like they learn. Possums, on the other hand, will go in repeatedly.
Possums are not bright. They're just not.
I don't know if they're smarter or dumber. It's like they
are
get a free meal out of it.
Dumber. They're definitely.
Oh, they're definitely
dumber.
like. I mean, like, yes. Strictly speaking, they have a smaller like brain capacity, and they're like proto mammals, kind of. They're a little bit. But
they're simple.
They do get a free meal out of it every time. So. Like,
so they're like, why bother getting scared? Nothing happens.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
might as well
like
go
they know
in.
they know I'm gonna come out and let them out like in a little while anyway. Be like, all right, go, you jerk. But
you're saving a bunch of possums. Good for you.
Actually, the possums and raccoons are not even coming out in this weather. The raccoons are like hibernating, and the possums have not shown up at all. Like it's just too cold for them. They've all hunkered down somewhere. I don't know where, but I guess in trees and cubby holes and
wherever animals like that do. Yeah. Yeah, I hope the cats are okay. If they're coming by to eat, but they're not hanging out in the heated house, then you're probably right, and they found something.
Yeah,
snuggle
cats
in.
will like, like they've either found, someone's garage or something to hang out in, or possibly like a warm window well where they're like soaking up the heat from the indoors, or sometimes they will basically appropriate like fox dens and things. Like they won't dig their own, but they will certainly use anything that some other animal dug. And we do have a lot of like foxes and woodchucks that dig holes everywhere. And so
free meal too.
I would not.
Then.
Well, they won't eat the woodchucks. Woodchucks
won't?
bigger than the cat. Like, oh man, those fuckers here are big. I don't think the cat would even dare to like take one of those on. But
you get a frozen woodchuck.
Yeah, maybe a frozen one. Yeah. A woodchucksicle, but.
A chuxicle. It's delicious. I love chuxicles.
But yeah, they'll use the underground to keep warm if they can find something. So.
Well, hopefully they figured it out. I hope.
I've been dumping tons of food out for the birds and the squirrels too. yeah, I need to start playing Beat Saber so I won't be so sore next time to shovel as much frickin' snow.
Yeah, it's really it's worth it. It's totally worth it. You'll kind of suck at first, but it's just like any exercise.
Oh, I'm
really.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll start out slow and try and work my way. But first, I have to finish packaging a bunch of art up for mailing.
Alright, I think Ivy might be done. Not sure there's really that much I want to do to her outside of this. It's like it's just... Oh, shoot, come on.
I'm not sure there's much else you can do. It's just a...
Yeah, it's in fact like the more you do, the worse it can get. You're not careful. I've already kind of gone way overboard with this, but I don't know why, because it's such a short shot, it does not matter yet. Yeah, that should do. Now I actually have to move everything onto the lower layer.
She looks like a little cabbie with her hat.
Isn't it a cabbie hat, though?
Yeah, it's kind of taxi driver.
Should have a good time being a taxi driver. The most fun. This is my job. I'm the getaway guy.
Gangster chauffeur.
That sounds fun. Gangster chauffeur. You get the fun job of doubling up as a lookout. Or just chilling, you know?
The getaway driver.
Yeah. Get the fuck out. How do you train for that?
I don't know. You
sit there
learn
and
to
be like,
drive?
"Eh, okay, let's play it, but we're in cars. That would be really fun, actually. Can we do car chases, but it's like, it's just for shits and giggles? I guess that's what video games are for. But imagine in real life.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
well, that's how like
Street.
stunt drivers
Yeah.
train, and
That would be very fun. Take a stunt driving course. Oh.
mm,
Actually, I bet that would make you a safer driver, honestly.
probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Handle
If I
some-
had money, I would definitely take a bunch of like weird courses out here. I would like to take a class in parkour for one.
Mm.
Yeah. If only just like to bring a sketchbook and just draw people. I got in touch with a parkour place once, but they didn't seem to be too open to it. Then I wanted to take like an extra acting class, not even just for myself, but just to like, again, just to observe people. And I went so far as like getting in touch with some folks and they got back to me, but then I realized I didn't have the money for it. And it's like I really just wanted to sit in.
That is the problem with classes; they cost money.
Yeah. Then I would like to do rock climbing. That would be great too.
That's something I would like to do. I do like
Yeah.
hiking already, and
Mm-hmm.
pushing it a little further would be basically rock climbing. Yeah.
Everybody's moving. It's all really freaking subtle though. It's like tiny things. For this tiny 18 frame shot. I had to put in all this effort into it. It could have just been a still image and just having their eyes flex. In fact, I planned it around that. But then I was like, no, what if I did this? So, wouldn't it be cool if this? Fucking, I do it myself. I don't have to, but I do. Oh well, it's more fun that way. If my aim is basically to spend the day on this one thing, then, you know, how can I make the most out of that day, you know? There we go. So with Ivy done, then I have I gotta break up her forearms actually. Let's see, so Sakuga for 18 frames. Nobody notices, nobody cares. 18 frames of this, nobody's gonna give a shit, and yet I do it. Thank you for the follow. That one joke no one likes.
It'll make a difference. Like, everything adds up to something that obviously
Yeah.
care went into, so...
I mean, yeah, but I do feel like I have a problem.
I know the feeling.
No. Do you?
Artists are gluttons for punishment.
That's way too true.
The ones who aren't are drawing stick figure comics, so...
They're wise. They're
Yes.
like Ryan North.
Yeah.
He was like, I can't draw. I'll just make dinosaur comics. Then he went
Yeah.
on to make Squirrel Girl. And he doesn't draw Squirrel Girls. Somebody else does.
just-
It is amazing.
Writes it, doesn't he?
Really good, too.
I haven't read it.
Oh, man. That's
I've
a
heard- I
Marvel
heard good
comic
things
worth
about it.
reading.
Yeah.
Oops. What the heck? Okay. Uh-oh. Just realized a problem. Damn it. Give me this. BSU grad says, I just want to say I love this project, the style, the art direction, basically everything about it. Thanks. Thank you. Oh, Toon Boom is having to think. That's never good. Hey Tracy, could you check the scale of the gun on Seraphine in the animator chatterbox?
Sure.
I think it's right, but this is the thing that you're just better at than me.
Yeah, it seems right. I mean, it's a big
Yeah.
gun.
Yeah, I think it's correct. So I'll just let them know. Any...
We probably could have shortened the stock some just because.
Well, you're not gonna really see the stock anyway in this
No,
shot.
it's hidden by her body, so it's
Yeah.
fine. But because proportionally, like, their arms aren't.
Yeah. Well, if we had an opportunity
Not
to do
long,
that in
but-
the future, then we can take it.
If we need to chop off part of it, yeah, it's
Yeah.
fine. But I don't. Yeah, I don't think it's.
Yeah.
I
It'd
think
be-
even letting
yeah.
it be a little chunkier makes it read better anyway. In this situation, it's
Mhm.
supposed to be like an intimidating looking
Mm-hmm.
weapon.
It seems to be doing its job there, at least.
Yeah, yeah. I don't
Yeah.
think it looks wrong.
Nope. Hey, thank you for the follow, Logland Gearwork.
We're gonna get more snow.
Found Lackadaisy a few months ago and keeps drawing me in. Plus, I love behind the scenes for animation. Aw, good. We've been hard at work for you.
We're glad you're enjoying it.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely lady says Lackadaisy is the reason why I'm learning how to draw. Aw, well, that's very touching. I hope you're having fun.
Awesome. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, we got another question for. Got a couple more comments for you, Tracy. If you want to answer a question. Yeah.
Sure.
So, the Scorch 191 says, "Thanks for making such a great comic, and thanks for bringing the characters to life, Fable." Oh, thank you. You two are awesome. Lies.
Aw, thanks.
Tracy's awesome. Me less so.
No.
Wowzabubby on YouTube says, "Hey, yo, Tracy. How does it feel seeing your characters, like, in motion and stuff? I imagine it's pretty cool."
It is very cool, yes. It's kind of surreal each time I see it, really. You kind of like see it in your head for so long, and then suddenly it's like there in front of you. It's like, wow.
I'm just happy I've been catching their acting like the way you wanted.
Yeah.
It's like I had just this image in my head of how they move and stuff that seems to have been a match for what you had. So I'm
Yeah,
happy for
yeah.
that,
I think we had similar like influences.
Yeah.
And, like the same kind of movies growing up, and I think that probably made it a good match.
We know, like I know, like it's like, okay, so if we're going for Xerox era also, then it's like that's a certain movement pattern too. It's not just the look; it's the way it moves. So
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of modern cartoons are very frenetic. They move around real fast, and this is a little more classic 2D traditional, like
I think the movement style is really gonna make it
mid 20th century, yeah.
Because I see a lot of cartoons they kind of borrow from the late 90s aughts look, which is very shapy and snappy, and Gennady Tartakovsky did a great job like establishing that. I love what he does. I absolutely love it. But also, I know that the way that I want to animate personally is more like this.
Right. Yeah, I love watching that. It's fun. Very fun. But it's like it's for a different tone of story. And this needed something a little more, I don't know how to describe it.
I think if it's snapped pose to pose like Samurai Jack, I don't think it would have the right feel.
Yeah, it wouldn't feel right. No, definitely. These characters were like in my head. They move smoothly, like like
more like on a stage.
It's a little more grounded in reality, I guess.
Yes.
The way they move, not realistic, but more timed in a more like
punched up realism, less graphical.
Less,
more volume, more like attention paid to like volumes and space and that kind of thing. So like a sense of depth is really important, and like the way things turn and stuff. And you still like use all those like solid silhouette animation principles, but which direction are you leaning towards? So I think it's coming out pretty good. It's funny to watch, that's for sure. Looking at it, it's like, let's put the frame on. It's pretty funny looking. I'm just really proud of Rocky's neck. It's like a weird, awkward thing to draw, and it's like getting that to look right was a challenge.
Yeah, I like his like slight shoulder motion there.
Yeah, it's like I just want like a little bit of that tension. It's like he clenches his paw every so slightly. It's really small. All of it is like really, really small. So the cleanup artists actually shouldn't have too hard of a time, because they'll be able to take almost everything that they've drawn and just like squeegee it a little bit to match. So I think they should have an easy time. So even though I kind of went extra on this, it's not extra in a way that's like too bad.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's an issue with. I mean, it's like a reaction shot, and it's I think pretty much how they would react.
In 18 frames, how much?
And given the amount of time they have to react, yes, it's like a very fast, like, oh fuck. The pupils like all kind of narrowing at the same time is pretty funny. Very cat like visual humor.
Yeah. Run away! Basically.
Yeah, we don't see their tails, but they'd be puffy right now. So.
Oh yeah. No, there's no room in the shop for their tails, but absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be a composition nightmare if we tried putting their tails in there.
Icy Storm asks, will the comic continue? If so, will the animated version eventually catch up to the comic? Well.
The comic will continue. I don't know what is in store for the animated version. If we do the short film and stop there, or if we continue in some capacity, which I would love. But
it would probably
yeah,
take at least like a couple years to get started on a series if we got like the proper funding.
If it was going to be an actual like studio production, yeah, it'd probably be quite a while before it actually like even went into development. You'd have to like work out. You have to find like the right place if anyone's even interested, and negotiate and write your episodes and
yeah, there'd be a
and,
whole
like,
process. So there'd be
hire people and find a showrunner and all that stuff, and that assumes you even get greenlit anywhere. You'd have to like shop it around to different.
We had some interesting conversations about how we might be able to continue this even without like say randomly Nickelodeon backing it.
Right. I mean, if it got popular enough somehow, we could potentially like do it indie like short episodes or something. But I don't know that it'll ever have the audience size to facilitate that. Like,
yeah, we'll see.
You'd need to be pulling in thousands every month to pay everybody working on it to.
Thank you for the follow.
And I would hope that there'd be that kind of interest, but I don't know. And I do like the idea of doing something independently, but yeah, I don't know what's in store after. Yeah, we're gonna do everything we can to make it work somehow, but there's no guarantees or promises or no clear path.
It is definitely our goal to make it happen, but a lot of that depends on folks like you talking about it, telling your friends about it, showing them like the progress. Get them interested in it, and then it's more likely that it's going to get the kind of audience it needs to get made, in a big way. So we'll see. But in the meantime, we're just going to make something really fucking beautiful. If we can help it. So, but yes, the comic is continuing.
When I have time to return to it,
Tracy's
I'm
not
buried
dead,
in things right
but
now.
No. Yeah. But she is absolutely
a lot of Kickstarter rewards.
She says to me every day about how she wants to work on the comic. It is at the front of her mind.
Yeah, it's killing me that I'm not working on the comic right now. Like I'm so happy to be working on this thing, but I'm also like, why aren't there more hours in the day so I can do all
feel that every day.
Yeah.
So, out of curiosity, will we still get the cartoon in April? Do you think it'll take a little more time? It's probably going to be summer.
More like summer. Yeah.
More like summer. It's not done enough for April, that's for sure.
Yeah. Crafty Creator says, I was wondering, where we'll be able to see the finished animation? Will it be on YouTube, the website, or somewhere else? Yeah, it'll show up on the website on YouTube. YouTube is where we will, we've been planning all along to post it to YouTube, which is largely why we're streaming to YouTube right now, or why Fable is, because we're trying to build a YouTube audience that did not exist prior to this. Like, Lackadaisy had been on other social media and website and stuff, but like never had a YouTube presence, so we're scrambling to try to build one so that we can release the video and have like some kind of groundwork of people to see it when it releases. So that it doesn't go completely overlooked and stuff, but yeah, so it'll be free to watch if that's what you're asking. Loglin Gearworks says, so is the car a 3D asset? And if so, are there any character assets in 3D? None of the characters are 3D. They're all 2D animated, but yeah, a lot of like the guns and the props and the cars, when you see them from the outside, are when like actually moving and animating, they are 3D renders that are basically exported and then like composited into Toon Boom to cooperate with the characters. The interior of the car you're seeing here is partially a render of like a layout which was made with a 3D model, but then it's painted on top of. So it's really like a 2D painting of like on top of a render of a 3D guide.
My lights go. There we go, rough light. Okay.
Mr. Swift says, "You better promise this becomes a show. What else am I going to enjoy in life? Friends, huh? Friends aren't 1920s cats." Well, yeah. I mean, it does help to have friends. Definitely recommend it.
You should
Like,
probably get
I've
some
made
friends.
some good friends working on this project, which has been like the like I don't know, Lackadaisy is the friends you made along the way. But
How awkward has it been for you, Tracy?
I
For
can't.
as many VAs has turned out to have actually a lot of personality traits in common.
It's weird. It's like, yeah, I don't know. You feel like you're writing like a pretty fictional character, and
And then
turns
you
out,
meet
no,
somebody.
like
It's like
some of
I
these
said, I
people
was
are
walking
even-
down the street and there was this guy hanging out in the corner who had eyebrows as intense as Rocky's.
yeah,
and
I have
hairy, yeah.
once in a while encountered like people who have like rocky eyebrows, and I'm always like, wow, that's some intense brow. I'm kind of envious, honestly. I'm always envious of people who have like crazy cool eyebrows, because I have such like weak little, nearly non-existent brows. But yeah, I hope it becomes a show. I mean, I hope that's where we're heading. I don't know. I can't promise anything. So much of it's just like
Not in
gonna
our
be
control.
up to happenstance and
Mhm.
who we manage to get to talk to, and like timing of like who's looking for what to populate their streaming service with or whatever. Like a lot of it's luck. I'm just to be frank. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
It really does depend on you guys. Like, we're not joking.
Right, yeah. I mean, the more
Yeah.
the more interest there is out there, the more people watching it and spreading the links around and watching the final product and saying to their friends, "Hey, come watch this," the better chance we have of like attracting the attention of a studio or producer that's going to be able to help us get it there, or the better chance we'll have of being able to crowdfund additional animation content.
Mm-hmm.
Rick Hutchinson says, "Quick question: is the promotion for the cartoon when Rocky calls Calvin Babyface, was that a reference to Babyface Nelson?" Kinda, sorta. I mean, it's mostly a reference to just like silly gangster monikers, because Rocky always has like a million nicknames for Freckle. Freckle even itself is a nickname. So he just like, calls him all kinds of different goofy things. And but Babyface Nelson was more of a 1930s outlaw, like bank robber type of guy. Not a 1920s like prohibition gangster, but yeah, I kind of like all that sort of stuff from that 20s 30s time period. So it may have been on my mind when I wrote the the dialogue there. I don't know. I mean, babyface is kind of just something you call somebody who looks younger than their years in general. So
It absolutely describes Freckles. So.
Mm. Loglin Gearworks says, well, if that's the case, you'd be surprised at how well animation assets can transfer to a 3D printable model. I'd be happy to help with bringing some of those props to the real world if you were ever interested. Oh, do you have a 3D printer? That's cool. Hey, Newt.
Newt's there? Hey, Newt.
Yep.
What's up, Newt?
Yeah, I imagine. I mean, they're pretty solid models. Newt did a great job with them. I know that sometimes you have to like modify them to make them printable. I don't know in quite what ways because I don't really have any experience printing 3D models. I have lots of experience in making 3D models, but none like tailoring them in such a way that they print effectively. Because I know you can end up with like weird stuff going on if it's not kind of like, think out the real world ramifications of what you're building. But it would be pretty cool to be able to like 3D print one of those cars or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or even the Rocky model.
Oh,
that
yeah.
you made.
Yeah, let's give Mike a new gift. For you.
Yeah, we do have a 3D Rocky because Fable had one made for Mike as a gift.
That's his birthday present.
for VR chat.
He likes that kind of stuff, so I was like, it's basically an excuse. I was like, yeah, I'm just in the mood for more chaos, so, you know.
Clay says, bit of a random question, but did Mitzi see Rocky's injury in Volume 2? She knows he's making a pickup, but did she react to seeing him? He kept it kind of hidden under his hat. He was, that was kind of like the point of him revealing it to Freckle later. Like, he had been kind of pretending he was fine. Because I think he probably had an inkling that if he doesn't like to let on with Mitzi that he's, fucked up again, so he's gonna play it like
Everything's fine.
like
This is
his
fine.
cranium isn't falling apart.
She would have something to say, I'm sure.
Yeah. She's also kind of like in her own little like she's dealing with her own shit, so like the idea that she maybe was too wrapped up in that to even really notice there was anything off about him more than usual, because he's always kind of off, but yeah, I kind of debated whether or not I would show that scene, and it felt like it didn't need to be included for the implication to be like, yeah, he totally like just put his hat on and covered up what happened and pretended like everything was fine, because he also like pulled that with writing on Ivy's wall and kind of did the like, yeah, everything's normal, I'm fine. Like normal in Rocky World is writing on somebody's wall in lipstick, I guess, but instead of leaving them a normal note.
That's totally fine and everything is fine. Can't you tell?
Mm-hmm.
Look
Yes.
how fine it is. I
That's
drew you a
Rocky.
picture to tell you how fine it is. It's all extremely okay. Shush. No, don't pay attention. I just imagine he probably just avoided her to some degree. So
Yeah,
she
well,
wouldn't
she had
notice,
to
yeah.
hand him a fistful of money to
Oh, right.
make payment, so that money she that she got from cashing Wick's blank check.
So.
Newt says the cars would be an ass because of their being hollow. Yeah, you'd probably want to like just fill in the interior and just have like the exterior shape of the car. Otherwise, I think you'd probably end up with a very fragile model, and probably like, because you have to like scrape off a lot of excess material like once it's printed, right? Because usually you have to like polish them up and clean them up because there's lots of little stringy bits and things, and like, yeah, cleaning out the interior of excess geometry would be impossible.
Red Jackson.
If you wanted like the full interior printed, you'd probably have to like print the the top of the chassis separately or something, and then attach it. I don't know. Lagalin says, yeah, I'm not great at organic shape modeling, but I've done a bunch of assets to prints. I figured I'd offer because that stuff is always fun to make. Also, yeah, I got 3D printers. The resin ones make some cool figures. Well, hey, yeah, if you want to do it, that'd be very cool by all means. But we don't have like it in our budget to hire somebody to do that kind of thing, unfortunately. We're trying to keep it low key on the like merch stuff that we offer because it's like hugely time consuming and expensive to produce things and sell them. And not that it would be merch necessarily, but it'd be just, yeah, our budget is very tight. Red Jackson says hi. Hello. But yeah, Loglan, either way, thanks for your interest in it. I mean, really appreciate that you're liking the models enough to want to do that, potentially. And you certainly have our blessing if you, if you feel like it. We would, retweet the hell out of something like that if you showed up at some point with a printed model of the four-door or the Cadillac. Logolin says I could print out some small stuff as freebies if you'd like. St. Louis isn't too far for shipping out a fan piece. I just need to know what to print and where to ship it. Oh, well, if you're gonna ship it, I'd like pay you for shipping, but I mean, a lot of people do like fan stuff that they just hang on to themselves and post on social media, and we're usually happy to enjoy it that way and share it around. But if you would want to send it, then yeah, that'd be cool. As long as you're not like overseas or something, shipping shouldn't be expensive. If it's like domestic mail, it's pretty reasonable. I would pay out of pocket for that. Rick Hutchison says, speaking of the era and weapons that what characters do you think would use a M1887, which is a lever action shotgun?
Well, I mean,
Bless you.
Seraphine,
Definitely
right? She has the bar.
She has a Browning automatic rifle. That's a pretty different beast.
Oh, right. Sorry.
The shotgun, yeah, I mean, that's a pretty mobile shotgun. Like, you can kind of, it would be a pretty formidable thing to walk around with, blasting things in, like, short distance, but...
Give it to me. Give it to Quincy.
Yeah, I mean, like, any of them would use it if... Give it to Quincy.
Give it to Quincy is like... Can't actually imagine them having guns. It'd be kind of hard to travel with. Knives, though.
Yeah, some of them I can't really imagine using guns at all, and others would pretty much use anything they could get their hands on if they needed to. I don't know, I suppose Victor, that would be a good match for Victor. Isn't that similar to, like, a Terminator?
Yeah! Oh, man. Like... Victor with the shotgun.
Because he does have, like,
shotgun.
He has, like, is it M19... 1897 is the trench gun, which was a pump action shotgun, and I have drawn him with that before. So yeah, I think Victor probably good candidate because he doesn't have the depth perception to really like fire.
He just
long
walks
distance,
forward,
like,
shooting and shooting and shooting. If you're still
he's
somehow
not,
alive, he'll punch you.
He's not. Yeah, he likes to use his fist or like short range weapon that like and something that scatters like a shotgun. More effective for him. He's definitely not sniper material.
Just give him a bludgeon.
Yeah.
Something to beat things with. It's either his fists
that's
or...
that's what his fists are. I mean,
yeah.
But yeah, he's not above throwing chairs and other shit. But but yeah, shotguns. That tends to be like Victor's thing because if he has to start shooting, at least he doesn't really need to spend a lot of time aiming. He just lining up a shot. Limited amount of that you need to do with the like short range shotgun attack.
Be the kind of weapon he'd carry around if he needed it.
Yeah. Oh, you're in Pennsylvania? Yeah, the shipping would be pretty cheap. Just a couple states away. Spooky Musician says that was the part where they shoot up the cabin. Yeah.
quickly set that to... be its own thing. Okay, Rich Hutchinson asks, also, if you don't mind, I would like to point out the elephant in the room, which is the cartoon being canon, because Rocky clearly doesn't have a scar yet. This is like, think of this as like the sampler platter of Lackadaisy. It's an original short that the things that happen could happen, but in some cases haven't yet, or have, but in condensed form, or things like that. So, because there's no like one chapter you could turn into like a 10 to 20 minute short and have that explain the entire premise. So we needed to come up with like an original short that would basically be like here's roughly what you're getting in all one package. So there's like action, drama, comedy, etc. You know, all the major characters. There's not like there's no spot in the comic yet where like Seraphine and Mordecai and Nicodeme are like interacting with Ivy and Rocky and Freckle all at the same time. Not yet, at least. But we needed something like that because otherwise we lacked like something pretty fundamental. So, but yeah, think of it as a short, or it's like it's its own self-contained story that like even people who aren't familiar with Lackadaisy could appreciate.
Yeah, sorry, I stepped away for a minute. Yeah, it's not like something you could file into the canon comic and like get seamlessly.
Yeah.
It's
But yeah, that's why there's like no scar on Rocky or anything like that. He like the happenings of the hearse and everything that's not relevant to this short. So
Yeah, because when we wrote it, we weren't really thinking of it as like, this is a pilot. It kind of acts like one, but it was more like a standalone short film.
Well, actually, pilots are exactly like this kind of thing. People think of pilots nowadays as being episode 1.
Right, well, they think of it as episode 1, but it's not necessarily. It's kind of, in this case, more of like the pitch for, here's what this is about, what the character conflicts are, what the characters look like, what
pilot
the setting
episodes used to not be in episode 1. They used to be exactly like, well, what we did here, which is just a sample platter.
Yeah, and you generally wouldn't even see the pilot ever. It was to show to state networks, to investors and producers and. Double Cake says taking elements of the comic and rearranging them for the sake of a short story. Kind of. Yeah, there's some things taken from the comic, like the poem, and of course, like the whole premise, really. But there's things in it that definitely have not happened in the comic yet, or in the way that they happen here too. So. It won't look like there'll be a lot of familiar things for people who've read the comic, but it'll also be different. It'll be its own thing, so it won't just be all repeat stuff you've already read. We kind of wanted, like Fable said, to straddle that line between it's friendly to newcomers, doesn't need any outside explanation. You should be able to follow along without knowing what Lackadaisy is beforehand or having read anything about it.
You might go white cats, but people say that all the time about the comics, so
yeah, that's probably that might be the confusing part for some people. I don't know. But then for readers of the comic, they'll be like, oh yeah, that thing, for some of the stuff that happens, But yeah, we kind of treated it like its own thing, so you can't just pick some point in the canon timeline and say, here's this segment of thing, because that wouldn't encompass all of what we needed to say about it.
Do that kind of thing, I would have had to be like, okay, we're gonna take this segment of this chapter and we'll just animate that. Now we'll take this segment of this chapter and we'll just animate that, and that would have been so piecemeal and not very representative of what you would actually see. So, and plus, if you just borrow elements from the middle of the comic, you lose a lot of context. So trying to create a short that had its own self-contained context.
Right.
It's without knowing anything about Lackadaisy, could you watch this and go, oh, I get it?
Right. So
its own satisfying little short story. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. That was it.
I was gonna say with a long form comic, you can kind of take your time and you're introducing different conflicts and different characters at different points in the story and things like that, and so you can kind of take your time with it and stuff, whereas this we need to basically give a big picture view of a lot of it narrows in on this one particular escapade, but by doing that it kind of sets it up to further explore other corners of this world and other character relationships, and establishes who some of the other players are in this world, and in the midst of focusing in on what these three are up to, which long form storytelling, you really wouldn't quite handle it that way. You'd I don't know. I was going somewhere with that, but I kind of drove
off. It's basically we had no idea what our budget was even going to be in the beginning. So we were like, it could be 10 minutes, it could be 20 minutes, it could be longer, but none of those things are long enough to tell a volume of the comic.
Right.
Maybe not even a chapter. Yeah. And it's what would the first chapter be? It would just be Rocky in the truck with the pig. Nearly getting run over by a railroad, by a train, which would be funny, but it's not.
If we did that, we would only get to introduce Rocky the pig farmers who really are only, minor players, and then yeah, we started with the beginning of the comic, and then it would probably get to the point where it introduces Mitzi in the cafe, and
You wouldn't even
Ivy.
get to the Lackadaisy.
And we wouldn't even get to Freckle. We wouldn't get to we wouldn't get to Zib or Victor or anything. Maybe we'd get to Victor because he's kind of, but it just the way the comic handles the character introductions and the storyline introductions and the conflicts and everything is much more paced further apart than that, and so
but in a short like this, where it's okay, you have to present all these characters, because you think about it in terms of a pitch, it's this is a pitch. It's what characters are going to be main actors in the story. Who are we gonna spend time with, and it's you have to introduce these characters in groups basically in order to do that, to have it properly paced.
Yeah,
so
it's a tricky thing where so we had multiple things we had to juggle, which was we had to give a broad view of what this idea is, so and the potential it has to be a place where you can tell lots of different stories or tell a complex story, an engaging story, and but we also had to focus in enough to tell a short story unto itself, so it's a standalone thing. It doesn't need any ongoing material to or surrounding material, or to
if it can't
explain
sell itself in 20 minutes basically, it's probably not going to do very well as a project anyway. So
and then at the same time, we didn't know what our budget was going to be, so we had to kind of write it in this way that we could trim parts of it off and still have something more or less complete unto itself. It wouldn't explore all the parts we wanted to, cover all the bases we wanted to, but it would at least be a solid little thing. And so, but we managed to reach our goal and well beyond, so we were able to do all the parts we had wanted to do. But there was the possibility that we weren't going to be able to do that, and if it was going to be a 10-minute thing instead, then we would have had to trim out a lot of what we had planned, and we had to basically structure the story ahead of time in such a way that we could do that. So that's how this was made. that's how this came together. And also trying to make it accessible to people not familiar with this or the time period or whatever, and people who also enjoy the comic already and will help us, maybe spread the word a little bit, and will enjoy it as kind of a little bit of a love letter to the fans who've stuck with it for this long. So serving a lot of masters, but I think we came up with something where it's not obvious. It's not painfully obvious that it's trying to do that. It's I think it feels more organic, so it won't be oh, this is trying to accomplish this, this, and this. To this extent that it distracts from the story it's telling. It's this the weird utilitarian aspect to writing something like this.
I feel the restrictions kind of made it interesting in that way, though. It's okay, know that it has to
you had to
do this, this, and this.
It created some interesting parameters to work within, and yeah. Oh, good night, Lachlan.
Where's Freckle? Where are you? Freckle, there we go. Hmm. Why aren't you being cut? This is upsetting me. Hmm. That. Make a waypoint. How do I do that? Edit node. Insert. Fix backdrop. What's that? Oh. Interesting. That's not what I meant to do, but interesting. Oh, there we go. Waypoint. What happens if I just do this? Oh, that didn't work either. Okay. Okay. Curiosity. Does anything work? Let's see. Oh, is this just broken? Is that maybe what it is? There. There. Okay. There. It was just broken. Okay. We got more questions. Wow. Let's see. What's chat saying? They're saying Death by Stat says, been reading Lackadaisy from issue 1 all the way to Lackadaisy Epitaph, still waiting for what Mordecai does next. So excited to see what becomes of an animated project. Huh. What's the tree diagram on the side of the screen? What is it used for? That's called the node view. It is a compositing tool in Toon Boom that allows you to kind of layer effects and pieces of characters together, and you can go as far as using it to like make puppeted rigs that are pretty advanced. Like lots of really neat options. It's hard to explain fully, but think of it as a way of visual coding. Like, you can do more complicated things than if you just, like, stacked a bunch of effects on the timeline here like you would in After Effects. Levy-40 asks, how do I make my line art more consistent? Well, for one, you probably want to tie down your drawings a little tighter before you do line art. Don't just go from a really rough sketch immediately to inks. Unless you're really, really confident, but I'm not, so I tend to tie down the sketches like 1 or 2 times before I just move forward. And like consistent how? You mean like thick versus thin? Like, you could just like make the minimum value of your pen width like not as heavy as not super duper light. That would help. If you just like had like a consistently sized line. But I don't know what you mean by consistent. Falcon asks, is there a trick to drawing your characters consistently? My characters often don't look like themselves at all angles. Well, if you sat down and drew a character sheet, and so that you planned out ahead of time what the characters look like when they're rotated in certain directions, that would help. Because then you could always refer back to that sheet to figure out, like, what does their head look like at that angle? Another thing to remember is if you build their pieces out of like simple primitives like spheres, cubes, and cylinders, it's going to be a lot easier to turn those objects in space than it is to think of like the entire complicated object turning. If you're instead thinking about pieces of primitive shapes stapled together, glued together, and turn that. Another thing you can do is just sculpt it, like either with clay or digitally, and use that as a reference. There's nothing keeping you from doing that.
Yeah, construction drawing is really helpful for drawing characters from different angles, drawing foreshortening, and other things like that. Interpreting faces from multiple angles, if you like really understand the geometry, becomes a lot easier to figure out. And then also like using things to anchor features together so that they don't float around on the, like, if you have like a big blank face and then like eyes or whatever that aren't really anchored to like eyebrows or like the shape of the like shape of the nose or something like that, like it's hard to figure out where to put them, like to just eyeball where you're gonna put them, no pun intended, from one angle to the next. But if you understand how the features work together and kind of come up with like a pattern, it also like more easily translated from like one angle to the next. You kind of have like a guide for like the proportions of each. It's also relative to.
It's also helpful if you have like a strong silhouette and you can make sure that as the character turns, it always maintains like a certain strong silhouette.
Yeah.
Like key features, strong, like when Rocky turns, he always has like crescent shapes going on there.
Right. Yeah, he's always got those crescent shapes no matter what angle. Like his eyebrows in that arc, that like his little tufts on the side of his face in that arc. You know, the top of his eyes, like the top ridge of his eye, his ears kind of swoop and create a kind of an arc between his 2 ears if he's facing forward. Like and those shapes carry across pretty much whatever angle he's at, and so that like shape language just always reads as Rocky.
It gives him a very strong silhouette that makes him like very, very distinct from any other characters. So you can make another character with like wearing the same clothes and with the same markings, but if they don't have those crescents, it just won't look like him. It looked
Yeah.
like somebody else, like, dressed in his clothes. I'd be
Yeah.
like, what is that? His, like, uncle? You know, so. His long-lost uncle.
His Uncle Ricky.
Uncle Ricky. Uncle Rickabee. Rick Hutchinson asks, is there a reason when Calvin is using a Thompson, he doesn't have a stock on his? Is it to make it more compact? And if so, why doesn't he use a 20-round box mag instead of a drum?
Because they often carry the Tommy gun around disassembled, but and putting the stock on would just be like, there's actually I don't want to give away the thing, so I'll just leave it. But yeah, you don't have to put the stock on, and it's a lot easier to maneuver the thing around, like in a vehicle, say, without a big stock on it.
Yeah.
So gangsters would frequently like run around with them without it. If you're shooting from the hip, you're not really shooting it properly. You're shooting it like a low and dirty gangster. And Freckles kind of a character who moves around a lot. He's very like acrobatic, athletic, and so I like to give him the freedom to kind of just not have it there.
It's also just nicer to not have to deal with it. Period.
Yeah, I mean, from a logistical standpoint, it's also like these characters, proportion-wise, they don't quite match up to human proportions, as you might have noticed. And so it actually becomes very tricky to draw them with a gun that looks proportionally correct. We were actually just giving feedback to one of the animators a few minutes ago about like
Seraphine's gun causes issues all the time.
Yeah, it's like you kind of either have to change the proportions of the gun or just kind of like figure out workarounds, like leaving the stock off sometimes if it's not needed there, because like their arms are short and stubby and their fingers are short and stubby compared to like what a proportional human being would be carrying these guns. But if you change the proportions of the guns too much, it starts looking goofy and cartoony unintentionally, and so where you want it to look intimidating, and
it's a delicate line. But so the stock comes off. But yeah,
right.
As far as
So
why he uses a box mag instead of a drum.
And the drum magazine is really just more of an artistic decision. I mean, it held more ammunition than the box magazine, but the drum magazine is more iconic shape.
It's
that's
gangster.
just the same reason movies used it is because it just has a character to it, and you just kind of want to play with that. Even though they actually found that they jammed a lot more with the drum magazines than the regular like rectangular shaped magazines, but yeah, that's really mostly an artistic decision and a readability decision. Like, I don't want to have to keep explaining, like, this is a Tommy gun. Like, people ask me, because they recognize, they see the shape, and they're like, oh, obviously that's a Tommy gun. That's a gangster gun. Although the police also got them as soon as gangsters got their hands on them. Police were like, oh, we better fucking...
Cops get a cop.
So, yeah, myriad reasons for all of those things. You kind of, like, when you start making something like this that has, like, a lot of history and actual stuff, like, worked into an otherwise fictional story, you start to understand, like, why screenwriters and things, and like, in film you see such liberties taken with, like... with that sort of stuff, where they are like, as just an observer who might be kind of a stickler for history, you might get real annoyed by some of the decisions that Hollywood will make about certain things, or TV shows, or whatever.
But there is reasons.
But
it's not
there's
just because.
often like, it's not just because. It's like there's often like good reasons for it that you just aren't seeing. Because you didn't have to like actually make it all work together somehow, so and all the like figure out all the nitty-gritty rules for how you can kind of like approximate some aspects of history without totally mangling it. And like, I try to remain wherever I can, I try to remain faithful, but it's
Get closest makes
sometimes
sense.
you just have to fudge it, and because if you spend all your time trying to make it work like in an extremely literal, like, or extremely stringent way, you're just gonna trip yourself up, and the end product isn't gonna be any better for it. It's just
Don't
going
be
to
such a
maybe,
Mordecai, basically.
it's just gonna maybe irritate a few, like be less irritating to a few pedantic people, but by and large, you're not gonna end up with like a better story or a better, piece of creative content necessarily if you. You're just gonna make things, harder for yourself, or you're gonna make them not look quite right, even though they might technically be correct.
Sometimes you have to go for the feel of the thing than the literal thing to get the point across. When you're talking about fiction in particular. Sometimes also you just simply don't know. There just isn't a record of a certain random thing, and you have to go
sometimes, some information is so oblique, it's like you can't quite find what you need. Like, I found a lot of trouble, like, with uncovering exactly what police procedure was at that time, because there really was no overarching, like, when a character gets arrested or booked or whatever, like, I needed information, and, like, finding any kind of, like, detailed, like, handbook or whatever, like, you really can't find that, and you can find some things, but you might find it for like some town in Indiana or something. You can find it for like the specific place you're looking for, because and you find that like the rules are different across different municipalities, across different states, and especially at that time there wasn't even like a like established correct way according to everybody to hold a gun at the time. It was like it's like you see Hollywood movies where people would like bend their elbow and like hold a gun that way, and it's like, but it's not all that wrong. I mean, it's wrong in the sense that you're gonna punch yourself in the face that way by or you're not gonna hit anything, but procedural stuff is very hard to track down from like that era, because
really,
even if
they weren't good at it.
Even if you can track down something, it may not be like the location you need. Like there like standard stuff wasn't standardized as much across the country as it is now. Like even street signs, I think it wasn't until about 1924 that street signs became standardized. Some states required you to have like a driver's license, some didn't. They were just starting in the 20s to like standardize a lot of things like that, and so sometimes you'd get like state to state differences, and there's so many like people are ask me all the time. It's like, so what is there like a book or a website where you get all your information? It's like, no, there's many books and many websites, and it's like I have a fucking collection of like so many different things, and so I've had to.
The library is absolutely your friend. Basically.
Yeah, it's like if you are doing anything with a historical basis, like be prepared to do the research, because there just is not one place you're gonna find everything you need. You're gonna have to enjoy doing like some detective work to, figure some things out. CJ Gladback says, love the term historically adequate in place of accurate. Yeah, that's pretty much what you have to go for, because you just cannot, unless you have, even if you had a team of people like doing consulting and like research for you, you wouldn't be able to get every little thing right. And in fact, like some like shows and movies will have that, like Boardwalk Empire and stuff like that. They'd have like consultants who they would call who are like history, they have PhDs.
The luxury to have.
Yeah, I mean, if I had that kind of thing at my disposal, but I don't. It's just me, and so I have to like do the best I can with what I have, and so I try not to push the envelope too much and be totally outlandish, but like I can't get every single thing right, and sometimes I can't, not because the information isn't available, but because it just doesn't work within the context of what I'm, the story I'm telling. So you have to fudge things a little bit. You make some artistic, you take your artistic license, and
that's why they give out those licenses. They don't just give them out to anybody. Right. You have to make good use of those.
Yeah. Use them responsibly.
Or irresponsibly. I'm not your mom. I ain't your
Don't
dad.
drink and draw.
Drink and draw! Yes, drink and draw. Absolutely, please. Go drink.
But
and
yeah,
draw.
I try to correct people, and people will say like things like, "Oh, like this is like the best historical record of this or that." I'm like, no, I mean, I'm like doing a history thing, and you can maybe learn some things about history from it, but don't like, it's not like a textbook full of
Tracy knows the
facts.
problems. Like the crowbar.
Yeah, it was the tire iron. Yeah, I drew a tire iron that was historically inaccurate, and I was reprimanded for it. No, but it was absolutely within the person's, like, I'm glad the person pointed out to me, like, I'd drawn a post-World War II tire iron, whereas, like, the tire iron that you would have seen for something like, cars in the 20s and the types of bolts that hold the tires on at that point would have looked different. So, in fact, Ford cars came with like a specific kit of tools, their own tool set that you would get with the car, and they had their own tire iron, pry bar, because you had to change tires hell of a lot more back then. They weren't like now where they're like resistant to. You drive over like a tire, or like a tire. Yeah, drive over a tire with your tire. See what happens. Drive over a nail with your tire, and like, God, I'm tired. I was
You're
not
tired?
intended as a pun either.
You're
I'm
tired?
tired of these tires.
Tired? You tired, Tracy? How tired are you of these tires?
Words help.
No. Figure it out on your
talking,
own. Bean Dad
No.
this one.
God. If you were to like drive over a nail or something, your tire would blow. Like, you'd get a flat tire. It wouldn't be like now where you have those like self-sealing tires where like the rubber just kind of like seals around the nail, and you can like probably drive around on it for a while before, like you'd have to like rip a hole in a tire or have it so worn down that it explodes these days. But like tires back then were a lot more fragile. So yeah, you'd have to have like a pry bar to pry the tire off of the cylinder, and your lug wrench to put it back, put a new tire on. And
Oh, that looks pretty cool. Eh?
Rick says
lit.
that makes sense. It's kind of, oh yeah, that looks really great.
Yay.
Nice lighting. Monarch 60 says, when you started, did you ever imagine you'd have to actually research the technological advancement of a tire iron? No, there were a lot of things that like took me by surprise, but like just each page, approaching each one, like, and thinking, and like realizing how many different things I'm gonna have to like either confirm that what I think is true, make sure that all the words and slang I'm using is period appropriate, or at least not too far off. Because that's another thing that can catch you off guard. Like you might think like certain turns of phrase and stuff have been around forever because they've existed in your world for as long as you can remember, but like they don't extend all the way back to the 20s or something. Like that, like a lot of like turns of phrase weren't invented until the 50s, or and things, language is ever changing, so that's also a tricky thing. And then like all the different like things a character might be doing, and like what did that look like? How did it work back then? Like what the fuck did a toaster look like back then? Like
What the fuck even is a toaster?
What did a stove look like?
What
What
is
did
a toaster?
What did a refrigerator look like? And of course, there weren't really refrigerators. There were ice boxes, and so it's like everything.
Oh
So
my god!
different,
That when I asked you, I was like, "What did trash look like back then?"
Yeah,
Just
trash
this one
cans.
tiny
like,
question for
like,
one joke.
You think of a trash can, you're like, oh, it's this, the rubber thing. It's got wheels on it.
Oh yeah,
or it's
like
a
dumpsters.
plastic
Yeah, you
bin,
have things
or,
going in dumpsters,
yeah,
right?
but no, and that like big metal
Garbage
dumpsters
trucks.
that are designed for like a truck to come with its prongs, and like they didn't have those. So it's like
What were they throwing
every-
away? Also, like what was in the trash? Like exactly what were they throwing away? Because they were not throwing away like, plastic
Right.
wrap.
Yeah, there was no plastic like wrap packaging. Well, there was like
Cardboard
cellophane.
boxes, even like what was how much?
Yeah,
of those
there was
were
no
there?
Yeah, things did not ship in
Cardboard.
cardboard boxes. They shipped in wooden crates, and
Mm-hmm.
and trash cans were metal, and you'd have things like rain barrels and stuff at the corners of buildings to catch rainwater coming down gutter spouts. Yep,
It's
it
all
was
this
different.
tiny
It was
stuff,
different.
and like how like all that
Yeah,
stuff.
it's
Like how do you find
it's like
that?
the little
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the little things that you don't even realize. Sometimes you have to just go back and look at old photos of like cities and alleyways and just pictures that that inform you, because nobody writes about that uninteresting stuff. Like you
No.
can't. You generally you'll find a book about the 20s that'll talk about like the stock market crash and the fashion and the Charleston.
Well, one problem I was having in
and
looking
like
at the trash thing
Art
was
Deco
that
cars and
you'd look up the
but
thing
it-
on the trash thing,
it
and
doesn't-
they'd be like
yeah.
2 sentences in an entire essay about like
yeah, it
specifically
doesn't.
the 1920s.
Like nobody
Yeah.
writes about like what the fuck trash
Yeah.
pickup was like, or what trash cans were like, how cities dealt with picking up trash or
Yeah.
it just didn't or dealing with it. It's like you just don't find that, like all those mundane little details. It is hard to research that stuff, but it's also the stuff that gives life. It's not that noticeable, but you notice it when it's wrong. So, but it also like lends this like verisimilitude to like the feeling of something being kind of like you can kind of picture it being real if it gets those details right, and consistent. And
I think this is done. I think this shot actually might be done. I don't think there's really much else I could do to it.
yeah,
I think I'll just export it then, I suppose. Let's see. Let's do a quick test render.
cool. Must feel good to get like one whole scene done in a day.
Yeah. This is what I'm talking. I'm fast. I do this kind of thing. And I was overdoing this too, and I still got it done. So it's another one of those half composited shots.
CJ Gladback says fish skeletons and apple cores. Yeah.
Classic things that cats walk around in back alleys with like trash can lids as plates for.
Uh-huh.
Just like Tom.
It's like how like the stereotypical grocery bag that characters carry in like TV shows and movies and stuff has like celery or carrots sticking out of the top and like a baguette.
All right. Now I can post that to animation. See how the team feels about it. Or if they feel anything. Wow, so beautiful. What was that again? Fable's like less than a second shot of every character at once.
The entire cast.
The entire
Scorch says, blown tires on the road are called road gators because the metal reinforcements in most tires can rip through good tires like a nail does. Yeah, don't drive over tire remnants on the road because that shit'll fuck your tires up. Good night, double cakes.
I think that's it for the stream then. If there's any last second questions people have got before I call it a night, I gotta go eat some nachos, man, and watch WandaVision.
Have fun.
I like the robot man. He's got a nice ass.
I have not seen WandaVision. I don't have Disney Plus, so
It's pretty good. I mean,
Yeah, it
at
looks
least
like
I'm
it's
enjoying it.
pretty fun send up of American sitcom history, I guess.
Yeah, American sitcom history, and also like just kind of like it's a nice slow burn, like trickling in the story. It doesn't explain everything at once. Like that's part of the intrigue. Sort of what makes it interesting, because you're like, what the hell is going on? Because you'll be left with like a few impressions at first, like some red herrings and that kind of thing. And also, like if you know anything about comics, like it's got a lot of little send ups to stuff here and there. It's like full of geekery.
Cool.
Do the nachos have spicy guacamole? Yes, they do.
Ooh.
Clint got some guacamole, and I'm like, oh shit, I need that.
Man, I wish I had some salsa. That'd be such a cold night. It'd be a nice night for some spicy food, but...
Mm-hmm.
I
Chris
have,
County says, the suffering of Ivy, Freckle, and Rocky staring at lights going in and out of their almost endless fear coming from is now complete. It's their time to rest and reflect. No rest for the wicked!
No.
These kids are just getting started. This is when they realize they're like, oh, fuck. They thought they was saved, and they was not.
Yeah.
Creeper Guts says, GTA says, do I see good animation being created? No, only bad animation here. The lowest of quality. Small standard. Real tiny. Little.
Rick says, you guys are doing an amazing job. Thanks for answering my questions. You all have a good night, and catch you all in the next one.
Mhm.
Yeah, thanks for your excellent questions, and good night, everybody.
Bye, guys. See you tomorrow, perhaps, as I start another shot. Actually got this done. I think there's just the one shot I have left to do that was like, that Moo started on, but didn't finish, so I gotta actually take that. And that might involve a little bit more 3D work again. I'm gonna have to take the car and make its door close, basically, if that's not already existent in the file that Moo put together. But yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. So that might not be too difficult. It is basically just Freckle clinging to the car door and then he gets yanked inside. But I have a feeling that it's not gonna take me just one day. There's a lot moving. So we'll see.